I'd like you to put the image into your head of a crusader. He is marching out on a campaign to the Holy Land, into battle not only with sword and shield, but carrying something special. He has a fragment of wood. And it's not just a normal piece of wood, but this is believed to be a fragment from the very cross upon which Christ was crucified. And now picture an army halting to kneel before this splinter of holy wood, or perhaps a saint's bone, a Christian relic. They pray for divine aid before the clash of swords. In the age of the Crusades, such scenes were not flights of fancy, but recorded reality. Relics, physical objects associated with holy figures. They held immense sway over the medieval Christian mind. They were thought to channel the sacred, offer protection, inspiration, and even a tangible connection to God's favor. And from the launch of the First Crusade in 1095, through those tumultuous campaigns that followed, relics became coveted treasures and symbols of both spiritual devotion and military morale. Battles were fought under relic-borne banners. Miracles were proclaimed at their discovery, and the loss of a relic could plunge the Crusaders into complete despair. It's a part of the Crusades that's probably not often talked about, but it's an underlying theme from the earliest Crusades all the way to the later times, that these humble objects, sometimes big, sometimes small, played quite a big part. It's a story that we are here to tell today. So if you allow me, with introductions over, to welcome you to the channel. For those who are new to the channel, well, it's good to meet you. Those who are coming back, good to have you back. If you're not familiar with the channel, well, first things first is I will reassure you will not have any interruptions in this video. You can enjoy it from start to finish without any of those ads. We all hate ads. And this is why we are crowdfunded. We get our donations from PayPal and YouTube Super Thanks, also the Patreon and YouTube memberships, along with the merch store, helps us out quite a lot. So thank you to all of those who have joined that prestigious club, which can be found through links in the pinned comment, video, and channel description. But apart from that, do us a solid, will you? A like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, and tell your friends. It all helps in the algorithm, as we are, as YouTubers, slaves to such things. Now, with all things out of the way and all said and done, as we do have to say them, let's begin with the video. And I promise I won't ask you to like and subscribe again. Let's go. So for the people of the crusading era, a relic was not just a museum piece, but it was alive with spiritual power. The bones of martyrs, fragments of Christ's passion like the true cross or holy nails, and other sacred items were thought to work miracles and convey God's grace to the faithful. Churches and cities in medieval Europe fiercely prized their relic collections, and they drew pilgrims from far and wide. Tales of miraculous healings or divine visions surrounded the relics, and they were commonly accepted. This intense relic veneration formed the backdrop against which Pope Urban II called the First Crusade in 1095. When Urban urged Christian knights to liberate the Holy Land from Muslim control, he framed the mission in profoundly spiritual terms. The goal was not only to reclaim sacred territory such as Jerusalem, but it was also to rescue the holy places and the treasures within. The tomb of Christ, the true cross, and many other relics, from what many crusaders saw as an incoming desecration, and in some cases an ongoing one. Although no contemporary transcript of Urban's sermon at Clermont survives, later accounts emphasize the spiritual rewards of the crusade. and the sanctity of the cause. It is clear that the thought of reuniting Christendom with its holy relics and sites was quite a powerful motivator. Medieval Crusaders described their journey as an armed pilgrimage. They wore the cross on their garments and marched with the zeal of people on a holy mission, quite literally, to the land of the Bible. Well, even before leaving Europe, many crusaders armed themselves not just with swords, but with their own relics for protection and blessing. According to chroniclers, it was common for leaders and priests on the First Crusade to carry cherished relics from home. Bit of a good luck charm. Bishop Adhemar of Lipoi, a papal legate accompanying the crusade, reportedly brought what he believed to be a piece of the true cross from his cathedral in France. This sliver of wood, believed to be from the cross of Christ, was carried around like a sacred talisman. Likewise, other nobles carried relics of saints. For example, Raymond of Toulouse's contingent brought along a precious chalice that had belonged to a revered French hermit, and the Count of Flanders' chaplain carried relics of St. George. In fact, one priest in the Flemish army is said to have stolen an arm bone of St. George from a Byzantine monastery en route. So determined were they to have a patron saint's relic with them, just conveniently ignoring that "thou shalt not steal" rule. I'm sure poor old St. George won't mind if they take some of his bones along for the ride. Well, the mentality was that holy relics would safeguard and sanctify the enterprise. As one historian notes, for the Crusaders, God was in their midst, tangibly through these relics, of course, and each success on the journey was interpreted as a sign of divine favor. But it is important to note, the period leading up to the Crusades also saw a breakdown in relations between Latin, that is Western European, and Greek and Byzantine Christians. Greek-Byzantine Christians, that's it. Well, this culminated in the Great Schism of 1054. The schism even extended to attitudes about relics, too. You see, Latin monks and knights, considering the Greek schismatic, sometimes felt no compunction about pilfering relics from Eastern churches. They saw it as rather rescuing holy objects from the hands of the unworthy. In one notorious case, shortly after the First Crusade, a Venetian monk in 1108 broke into the church of Constantinople and stole the relics of St. Stephen, spiriting them back to Venice. Incidents like that, they show a theme that we will see repeatedly. Relics were spoils, but also sacred treasures, and the lines between piety and greed, they could be a little bit blurry. So let's start with the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. It offers some of the most dramatic accounts of relics influencing events. As the Crusader armies made their frankly epic overland march toward Jerusalem, they constantly invoked divine aid, and the relics played a starring role in those devotions. Chroniclers like Raymond d'Aguilera, a priest who was an eyewitness, by the way, recount how periods of hardship and doubt were overcome by timely miracles involving relics. Two episodes stand out in particular: the discovery of the Holy Lance at Antioch in 1098, and of course the finding of the true cross in Jerusalem in 1099. These instances, occurring at critical junctures, became legendary examples of relics altering the course of the Crusade. Let's start with the Holy Lance of Antioch, which sounds like some kind of rare drop from a World of Warcraft raid or something, doesn't it? Well, jokes aside, in early 1098 the Crusaders were besieging the city of Antioch, which is in Syria, and it was grueling. The Crusader army was starving, morale was low, and to make matters worse, a massive Muslim relief force under General Kerboga was approaching. The Crusaders themselves were trapped inside Antioch's walls, which they had managed to breach, but the enemies were pressing from without and within, so it was a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for them in that regard. Well, at the crescendo of this crisis, a poor Provençal foot soldier named Peter Bartholomew stepped forward with a remarkable claim. He approached Count Raymond of Toulouse and Bishop Adhemar, and he reported a vision. St. Andrew the Apostle, he said, had appeared to him repeatedly and revealed that the very holy lance which had pierced Christ's side on the cross was buried in the floor of Antioch's Cathedral of St. Peter. If this relic could be found, it would assure the Crusaders of God's help. Well, that's an extraordinary assertion. One might even say a desperate gamble born of faith. The leaders were, initially and understandably skeptical. Bishop Adhemar in particular doubted it, pointing out that another lance relic was known in Constantinople. Nevertheless, given the hopeless circumstances, they decided that, well, they may as well search for it anyway. June 5th, 1098, Peter Bartholomew led a group of crusaders into the cathedral church and began to excavate the flagstone floor. Hours of digging yielded nothing, and most present grew discouraged. The Count of Toulouse himself decided to just leave the scene. I can imagine shrugging his shoulders. But at that moment, Peter Bartholomew dramatically jumped into the pit, and according to accounts, he soon shouted with joy, brandishing an iron object, the head of a lance. Those around him erupted in exultation, hailing it as a miraculous discovery of the Holy Lance itself. Raymond d'Aguilera, who was present, wrote that when the lance point emerged from the earth, quote, "What great joy and exultation then filled the city I cannot describe." The effect on morale was electrifying. The besieged crusaders, who had been on the brink of despair, now believed they possessed a literal token of God's favor, kind of like having the lightning rod from Zeus himself. Carrying the purported Holy Lance before them as a standard, the revitalized army of the Crusaders marched out of Antioch to face Kerboga's forces. And in the ensuing battle, they scored an astounding victory, routing a much larger Muslim army. Many of the Crusaders attributed this triumph to divine intervention granted through a relic. Some reported visions of saints and angelic knights riding alongside them in battle. In any case, in the minds of the faithful, the discovery of the lance had proved to be the turning point, a miracle that saved the First Crusade. But then the modern historians come in and just ruin all the fun. I'm sorry to say it. But of course, many of them debate the authenticity of Peter Bartholomew's lance. You see, even at the time there were doubters. Bishop Adhemar remained unconvinced, and he privately suspected that there was fraud or self-delusion. And indeed, Adhemar's skepticism was borne out when some months later, Peter Bartholomew volunteered to go an ordeal by fire to prove his honesty. He walked through a blaze, carrying the lance, and he suffered fatal burns, which, well, discredited the relic in the eyes of many. Nevertheless, at the crucial moment outside Antioch, belief in the lance's power was very real, and it had very tangible consequences. The lance was kept by Count Raymond's entourage thereafter and became an object of rivalry among leaders. Ultimately, the fate of the relic is murky. Sources say that the Holy Lance of Antioch was later sent to Constantinople for safekeeping, and still later perhaps to Western Europe. There were already other claimants to the title of Holy Lance in Byzantium and Rome, a reminder that relic duplication and controversy were not uncommon. But authentic or not, the impact of Peter Bartholomew's lance on the First Crusade's success is undeniable. It's just another example of how a powerful narrative around a relic could galvanize an army. Well, next, let's talk about the Saints' march to Jerusalem. After Antioch, the crusading host continued southward, gathering any other relics they could get along the way. The chronicles mention that as the Provençal army left Antioch, a local priest guided them to a church where relics of 4 saints, including St. John Chrysostom and St. Cyprian, were hidden. The Crusaders dutifully packed these relics to accompany them on the road to Jerusalem. One amusing anecdote, from Raymond d'Aguilera illustrates this mindset quite nicely. Apparently, the Crusaders found a small casket of unidentified bones, along with a few named relics. Well, unsure of whether to bother carrying unknown relics, one of the priests hesitated. This was until he had a dream of St. George, who chastised him and identified the bones of those as a saint who wished to join their pilgrimage. Now, suitably admonished, they carried the mysterious relic as well. Stories like that might be embellished. Use your imagination a little bit. But they do reveal the Crusaders saw themselves as moving under the patronage and company of these heavenly saints. Quite literally via the relics in their baggage. In any case, finally, in the summer of 1099, after a grueling 3-year odyssey, the crusading armies reached the prize, Jerusalem. The holy city was heavily fortified and held by a Fatimid Egyptian garrison. The siege of Jerusalem between June and July 1099 was that climactic crescendo of the First Crusade. And by this point, the Crusaders had endured extreme hunger and losses. They were far from home. They were completely outnumbered, and attempting what must have seemed quite impossible, to storm the most sacred city in Christendom by force. And it is here that relics and ritual again took the center stage in a dramatic fashion. You see, when initial assaults on Jerusalem's walls failed, the crusading leaders resorted to spiritual measures. They declared a period of fasting and penance for the whole army, hoping to purge any sin that might be causing God to withhold victory. Then, on the 8th of July, 1099, the Crusader host, everyone, no exceptions, engaged in a solemn religious procession around the city perimeter. This was inspired in part by biblical precedent. They surely recalled how in the Bible the walls of Jericho fell after a ritual procession, if you're familiar with that. It was led by priests and bishops. The Crusaders were barefoot and dressed in penitential garb, marched with crosses, relics of saints, and holy icons raised on high. Eyewitnesses described that relics of the saints and pieces of the true cross, that is, the small fragment Adhemar had brought, were carried at the head of the columns. They chanted litanies and psalms as they circled Jerusalem's walls, while the Muslim defenders watched from above, reportedly mocking the display by holding up their own crosses and taunting the invaders. Well, it's a pretty extraordinary ritual. It shows a belief in material expressions of faith. Perhaps they could win divine aid. In any case, by parading relics and humbling themselves, they hoped to turn the tide somehow. According to Raymond d'Aguilera, the effect was immediate. The very next day, morale soared, and the besiegers launched a determined final assault. July 15th, 1099, the Crusaders breached the defenses and captured Jerusalem after a bloody fight. The success was attributed in no small part to God's favor, obtained through prayer and the veneration of relics. And indeed, once they controlled the city, the Crusaders' first actions were religious. sobbing with joy, they processed to the church of the Holy Sepulchre, the site of Christ's tomb, by the way, to give their thanks. They had achieved what they believed was a holy miracle, and well, the proof is in the pudding. The holiest city on earth was in Christian hands again. Well, with Jerusalem secured, the Crusaders established the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states in the Levant. And in the years and decades after 1099, relics began to pour in, and they continued to play a pretty key role in the religious and political life of these new Crusader kingdoms. They really couldn't get enough of them, collecting them like, I don't know, like how I collect Warhammer 40k, basically. Well, the First Crusade's victory had opened access to the vast repository of relics long kept in the East, Jerusalem itself being the center of Christ's Passion, housed incomparable treasures. Maybe the greatest of them was the true cross. By tradition, the very wood of Christ's crucifixion, which St. Helena, and his Emperor Constantine's mother, by the way, was said to have discovered in Jerusalem back in the 4th century, so just at the time when Rome was really becoming Christian. Now, throughout the early Middle Ages, true pieces of the cross had been distributed and venerated in many places, but a major portion remained in Jerusalem up to the time of the Crusades. During periods of danger, such as a destructive Muslim ruler's reign in 1009, Jerusalem's Christian clergy had reportedly hidden the true cross relic away for safekeeping. A wise choice, that's for sure. And when the Crusaders took the city in 1099, the local Eastern clergy revealed to them where the relic was concealed, and it was brought out amid understandable rejoicing. But this was not just legend. Multiple independent chronicles mention that soon after the conquest, the Crusaders discovered or recovered the true cross in Jerusalem with the guidance of the local Christians. The new Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, elected in 1099 as Arnold of Choquet, helped authenticate and elevate the relic's status. And from that point on, the true cross became the most precious possession of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. It was housed in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and only brought out on special occasions, particularly in times of war, when the kingdom's survival was at stake. The relic was kept in a lavish reliquary. Accounts describe a golden cross inside a reliquary, which wood was encased. That is a golden cross reliquary, inside which the wood relic was encased. Well, it was also entrusted to the canons of the Holy Sepulchre. The high official titled Custodian of the Holy Cross was responsible for it. Crusader chronicles from the 12th century frequently referenced the true cross in major events. For example, when the Crusaders faced the Battle of Ascalon in August of 1099, just weeks after capturing Jerusalem, they carried the true cross into the field under the Patriarch Arnulf. That battle saw the Crusaders defeat a large Egyptian army, effectively securing their hold on Jerusalem. The presence of the cross was accredited to the victory. In subsequent decades, whenever the kings of Jerusalem marched to war against a significant threat, they would retrieve the true cross from the shrine and carry it with the army, borne aloft by priests. It was a portable palladium, believed to guarantee God's protection so long as the Crusaders remained worthy. And one notable example is found in the accounts of King Baldwin II of Jerusalem. In the year 1124, the Crusaders besieged the coastal city of Tyre with the aid of a Venetian fleet. During negotiations, the Venetians, pragmatic as ever, requested a share of the kingdom's relics as part of their reward. According to some reports, King Baldwin agreed to give the Venetians a fragment of the true cross in return for their naval support. This shows that relics could be diplomatic currency, and indeed, a fragment purported to be from the true cross did reach Venice, where it was venerated at St. Mark's Basilica. In another instance, King Baldwin II in 1120 led a procession of the cross to quell a threatened revolt, showing once again the role in unifying and admonishing the populace. It's pretty clear that the true cross had become not just a spiritual symbol, but kind of a political talisman, a sort of holy standard of the kingdom. But it wasn't the only relic. Saintly relics were transferred from the West or obtained locally during the 12th century. The new Latin rulers scoured their domains for anything of holy significance. Churches in Jerusalem, Antioch, and other cities were soon amassing collections of relics. Pilgrims visiting the Holy Land wrote about seeing and touching many biblical relics: the cup of the Last Supper, bones of the apostles and prophets, and even, fantastically, relics like the stone on which Christ stood at the Ascension, or the very cradle of Jesus from Bethlehem. Hard to prove that wrong or right. Well, some of these claims were doubtless spurious or based on local traditions of, say, questionable authenticity. But that didn't really matter. What mattered was that it gave people hope, and that the Latin clergy celebrated these relics. They held feast day display ceremonies and wove them into the liturgical life of the Crusader states. Relic veneration served to sacralize the Latin kingdom, to make it a true holy realm in the eyes of its inhabitants and supporters in Europe. But not all relic-related activities were pious and innocent. The Crusader states were not particularly wealthy in material resources, so on occasion they leveraged relics for financial and military aid. One practice was to send or gift precious relics to Western rulers as diplomatic favors. For instance, kings of Jerusalem might send small fragments of the true cross or the Holy Sepulchre's sacred oil to allied kings or to the Pope, hoping to secure their support. I suppose relics could be sliced up, divided and disseminated, because even a tiny sliver retained in medieval belief all the power of the whole thing. There is a famous quip, by the way, by Martin Luther, much later, but still important, that, quote, "So many fragments of the true cross exist that one could build a house from them." Maybe an exaggeration, just a little bit, but, well, it still shows how prevalent these particles became due to the practice of division and donation of relics. But like I said, how are you meant to prove that it's not part of the true cross? Anyone could give you any old piece of wood, say it's part of the true cross, and, well, you couldn't prove them otherwise. Contemporary inventories, however, suggest that all known fragments would only amount to a fraction of a full cross, but still, medieval people did exercise some restraint amid the enthusiasm. In any case, throughout the 12th century, the Kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith under rulers like Baldwin IV, that was the leprosy guy, and they had a relatively stable existence. But by the 1180s, it was in grave peril. Saladin was a rising power, the Sultan of Syria and his newly conquered Egypt. This would set the stage for a crisis, in which the fate of the kingdom's chief relic, the true cross, hung in the balance. But before we reach that fateful moment, it's worth noting how ingrained the cross's presence was in the Crusader army's psychology. The military chronicles describe scenes before the battle where priests blessed the troops with relics, particularly the true cross. On the eve of the great battle at Ascalon in 1099, as noted, the patriarch brought forth the true cross, and the entire army knelt. Similar scenes likely played out many times in ensuing decades. The cross was venerated in camp. Knights would queue to kiss it, or at least see it from afar and be comforted. It embodied the notion that God rode with the Crusaders. And because of this, there was a fear that began to lurk. What would happen if the cross should ever fall into the hands of the enemy? Well, that's unthinkable, isn't it? The prospect would mean not only military defeat, but a theological catastrophe. It can only be interpreted as a sign of God's severe displeasure. Well, spoiler alert, the unthinkable came to pass eventually. The Battle of Hattin, July 4th, 1187, one of the most infamous and consequential battles in Crusade history. But to truly grasp its impact, remember that for nearly 90 years since the First Crusade, the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem had managed, through many close calls, to hold on to the Holy City and its sacred relics. But by 1187, Saladin had united Muslim forces and was determined to annihilate the Crusader stronghold. When Guy of Lusignan led out the Frankish army to confront Saladin near the horns of Hattin in Galilee, he did so carrying the kingdom's most precious asset, a gold-foiled Charizard. No, I'm just kidding. The true cross, of course. It was borne in the midst of the army by the Bishop of Acre, in a reliquary mounted on a staff like a standard. Crusader sources emphasize how knights and soldiers took heart at seeing the golden reliquary of the cross shining in their ranks. Many surely believed that God would not allow any harm to befall them. After all, they were carrying the true cross. But, as it happened, the battle was a complete disaster. The Frankish army, parched and exhausted, was enveloped and overwhelmed by Saladin's forces. Thousands of Crusader fighters were either killed or captured, and in the chaos and carnage of that blazing hot day, the Bishop of Acre, who held the cross, was slain. The true cross was seized by the troops of Saladin. Chroniclers describe the Muslims triumphantly snatching the reliquary and raising it aloft. One account says the relic was fixed upside down on a lance and paraded, a deliberate show of Muslim dominance and humiliation for the Christians who looked on in horror. The loss of the true cross sent a spiritual shockwave throughout the Christian camp, at least for those still alive or taken prisoner at Hattin, and you can only imagine the despair. It was as if the very beating heart of the kingdom had been ripped out. You won't be needing this anymore. In the minds of contemporaries, it wasn't just a king or knights who were defeated, but the favor of God itself had departed. Writers quickly drew parallel to the biblical story of the Ark of the Covenant being captured by the Philistines, a moment of divine judgment in the Old Testament. Just like the ancient Israelites, the Crusaders had carried their sacred object into battle, expecting divine aid, and like them, they saw its capture as a sign of collective failure and sin. The subsequent events were catastrophic. With the Christian field army wiped out at Hattin, Saladin swept through the kingdom. Within months he conquered most cities, including, crucially, Jerusalem itself, which fell in October of 1187. Thus the loss of the true cross and the fall of Jerusalem went hand in hand. Saladin, though a chivalrous figure in many accounts, did not treat the true cross lightly. Islamic chroniclers note that he sent the relic as a trophy to his capital in Damascus. There are tantalizing hints in records that the wood of the cross might have been displayed publicly in Damascus to demonstrate Islam's victory. Some Christian sources even feared the Muslims might dishonor the relic, though Saladin, being a shrewd statesman, probably kept it intact as a valuable bargaining chip or a symbol. Whatever the case, the true cross never returned to Christian hands. It effectively vanished from history after this point. Later sources claimed that bits of the cross had been broken off and dispersed, or that Saladin had hidden it. Some decades later, during peace negotiations, Muslim leaders would respond to inquiries about the cross with shrugs. Allegedly, they couldn't locate it. It is possible that Saladin's successors simply didn't prioritize preserving it, and it was lost or destroyed quietly. In any case, the morale hit was irreparable for medieval Christendom. It's hard to recover after that one. The news of the True Cross's capture sent Europe into an uproar. In 1187, when the awful tidings reached the Pope and the princes, it spurred an immediate call for a new crusade, what became known as the Third Crusade. Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull, Audita Tremendi, lamenting the tragedy. He specifically cited the loss of the Lord's cross as an unspeakable calamity and a sign that God was scourging his people. The psychological impact of losing the relic cannot be overstated. I'm telling you, contemporary chronicles from England, France, and Germany all register this shock and grief. One wrote that no sorrow of ancient times equaled this one. The cross had been the pride and rallying point of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and now it was captured in infidel hands. Christendom felt punished. They felt ashamed. This collective trauma, it helps explain the otherwise unlikely spectacle of the kings of England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, all taking up the cross, figuratively and literally, in the Third Crusade. They were responding not just to the loss of territories, but to a spiritual affront. The idea of recovering the true cross became one of the avowed aims of the Third Crusade's leaders. They were going to get it back, no matter what. During the Third Crusade of 1189 to 92, the fate of the lost relic remained a pressing concern in negotiations. King Richard Lionheart of England, in particular, was keen to secure the return of the cross if possible. After the Crusaders, led by Richard and King Philip of France, captured Acre in 1191, they famously took thousands of Muslim prisoners. According to accounts, Richard offered to release these captives if Saladin would return the true cross. And indeed, it was a term written into some drafts of the surrender. But it didn't go well. Saladin stalled on the matter. Either he no longer possessed the true cross, or he just had no intention of giving up such a prize. The negotiations dragged on, and ultimately Richard, frustrated by delays, executed the prisoners, which was obviously not received very well by the other side. The Treaty of Jaffa in 1192, which ended the Third Crusade, notably did not achieve the restitution of the true cross. Contemporary sources dryly note that despite all King Richard's victories, the most precious gem was missing. The cross was gone. Now this failure carries with it a lasting legacy. In subsequent crusading lore, the loss of the true cross was viewed as a symbol of why the Crusaders could not fully succeed. They had incurred God's judgment. It also meant Latin Christians in the Holy Land had lost their most potent relic for their morale. Later battles came in the 13th century, but we no longer hear of the true cross guiding the armies. Rather, they just come in on a wing and a prayer. The Latins in Palestine still had relics. Fragments of the cross were in Europe, or small pieces in some churches. But nothing as central and powerful as before 1187. The balance of supernatural power in their eyes had shifted. One might say that after Hattin, the remaining Crusader settlers had to rely more on practical measures and new alliances, as that aura of invincibility granted by carrying relics had finally been shattered. And consider this. The true cross, the relic that inspired the First Crusade's fervor and underpinned the kingdom's identity, was itself a casualty of crusading fate. It's an ironic parallel to Christ's own passion. The cross had been crucified by being captured and held up to mockery. Medieval Christian writers often spiritualized this. They said it was a trial allowed by God, akin to how the relic had once been seized by pagans like the Persians in 614, but ultimately would lead to renewal and repentance. But in practice, the relic was gone. Rumors persisted for centuries, whispers that maybe some piece of it survived hidden in the east, but nothing was ever found. The true cross that the Crusaders had guarded so devoutly simply vanished from history, somewhere in Saladin's treasury. Maybe one day we'll find it. Maybe it's out there somewhere, buried in some old vault, some hidden place. Fingers crossed. But even as the Third Crusade was fighting, and unsuccessfully so, to reclaim Jerusalem and its lost relic, another dynamic was unfolding in the Christian world, one that would lead to a very different kind of crusade, and ultimately a new chapter in relic history. This was the growing estrangement and rivalry between the Latin West and the Greek East, particularly the Byzantine Empire based in Constantinople. The Fourth Crusade of 1202 to 1204 infamously culminated not in an expedition to the Holy Land, but in the seizure and sack of Constantinople by Western Crusaders. While this episode is a dark stain on crusading history, Christians pillaging the greatest Christian city in the world had enormous consequences for the distribution of relics. Constantinople in 1200 was arguably the richest repository of Christian relics on earth. As the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, it had accumulated relics for centuries. The Byzantine emperors were proud custodians of Christ's passion relics and saints' bodies. They possessed, for instance, a reputed fragment of the true cross separate from the one lost at Hattin, one of the holy nails, a spear of Longinus, that is a lance tip that pierced Christ, which the Byzantines claimed to have received from Jerusalem, the crown of thorns, and countless other items. Bones of the apostles like Andrew, Luke, John the Baptist's head, relics of the Virgin Mary, her robe, for instance, much more. These were housed in Palatine chapels and churches, and were objects of veneration for Constantinople's inhabitants and pilgrims. When the armies of the Fourth Crusade, originally summoned to go to Egypt or Palestine, found themselves instead at odds with the Byzantine emperor, events spiraled into war, and the Crusaders captured Constantinople in April of 1204. The 3 days of looting that followed were horrific. Crusader knights and Venetians raided churches, monasteries, and palaces, and amid this plunder, they targeted relics, as well as gold and gems. To the Crusaders, relics were among the most precious spoils imaginable, not only for their spiritual value, but also for the prestige and possible profit they conferred back home. The logic was simple. A famous relic installed in a European cathedral could draw pilgrims and donations for generations to come. A tourist attraction, basically. Many crusaders were undoubtedly motivated by genuine piety. They felt that by removing relics from a city they saw as politically heretical or unstable, that they were rescuing these holy objects for the true church in the West. Pretty disturbing rationalization, but, well, it's just the way it is. The result was a massive transfer of relics from east to west. We have unusually detailed records of some of these because ecclesiastical chroniclers and even some knights kept track of what they took. For example, a French abbot named Martin of Paradis wrote a giddy account of how his Cistercian monastery's patron, Count Baldwin, distributed his relics after the sack. Martin himself acquired relics of St. Stephen, perhaps the same ones stolen earlier, ironically returned to the Latins, part of the crown of thorns, a fragment of the true cross, among others, which he bore triumphantly back to his abbey in Germany. The Venetian leadership, for all their part, claims some of the choicest relics too. St. Mark's Basilica in Venice swelled its treasury with things like the arm of St. George, the head of St. John Chrysostom, and a portion of the true cross. Venetian chronicles note that St. Louis's crown of thorns relic first passed through Venice, as we will talk about shortly. A particularly famous relic from the Fourth Crusade involves the head of St. John the Baptist. There were multiple alleged heads of John in the medieval world, but Constantinople had long claimed to hold the skull of the Baptist without the lower jaw. During the 1204 sack, a crusader from Picardy named Walin de Sarton supposedly discovered a mysterious head relic in a palace chapel. Realizing it might be John the Baptist, he secured it and later conveyed it to France. By 1206, the skull was enshrined in the Cathedral of Amiens, where it remains to this very day, venerated as John the Baptist's head. Now, whether or not it's truly what it claims, the people of Amiens definitely believed it so, and the relic's arrival was directly thanks to a Fourth Crusade adventurer's looting. Another example was the Holy Lance. We discussed the lance found at Antioch, but that was likely not accepted as authentic outside of Raymond's faction. You see, the Byzantines had long cherished what they said was the genuine lance, or at least its metal tip, which is the important part. Remarkably, after 1204, the Latin emperors who took over Constantinople found themselves, strapped for cash, quite under threat. Baldwin II, the Latin emperor of Constantinople in the 1230s, actually sold off some of these passion relics to Western kings to get money for defense. The crown of thorns was the most notable. Baldwin handed it over to King Louis IX of France in 1238 in exchange for quite a hefty sum. Louis built the exquisite Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house the relic, and the others that followed. Among those others was likely the lance shaft. Sources indicate that Baldwin also parted with the long spear shaft of the Holy Lance minus its head to Louis around 1241, by way of the Knights Templar who held it as collateral. However, there was a bit of a twist. Venetian creditors seized the lance shaft during transit for unpaid loans, so ultimately it didn't even make it to France. By the late 13th century, the lance's head and shaft ended up separated. The lance head was sent from Constantinople to the Pope in 1492 by the Ottoman Sultan in a diplomatic gift long after the Crusades, and the shaft was reportedly preserved in Paris until the French Revolution. In the 18th century, the Pope even arranged a formal reunion of the lance head and shaft to testify if they fit, they did, which convinced many of the relic's authenticity. So there's that. I'm sure that would have been a nervous moment. A few held breaths in the room. In any case, the reunited lance is now kept in the Vatican. Well, back to 1204. The Crusaders didn't just take obvious passion relics. They looted quite a variety. One Crusader knight wrote a list of relics he had seen or taken. Among them were the arm of St. John the Baptist, the full body of St. James the Less, cousin of Christ, a vial of the Virgin Mary's milk, no doubt not drinkable at that point. Excuse the joke. The bones of many saints, and even the mysterious image of Edessa. Now, the image of Edessa, also called the Mandelion, was a very famous relic, a holy image of Christ's face on cloth, reputedly made by Jesus himself. It had been brought to Constantinople in the 10th century, but after 1204 it disappeared. Some have speculated that it was spirited away to the west by the Crusaders, and later reappeared in Europe as what we now know as the Shroud of Turin, which emerged in the mid-14th century in France. The theory is unproven and a little controversial, but it certainly adds to the mystique of lost relics of the Crusades. These precious objects vanished in upheaval, spawning legends about their fate. Well, in the Latin perspective at the time, the Fourth Crusade's haul of relics was interpreted as divine providence amid the tragedy. Clerics argued that God, angered by the Greeks' supposed perfidy, allowed the city to be taken and its holy treasures redistributed to the worthier keepers in the Latin world. It's a pretty self-serving narrative. Can't really hide the fact that much of the transfer was just outright theft. Yet it is thanks to this that many Western churches acquired relics that became the pride of their towns. For instance, the Cathedral of Halberstadt in Germany received a treasure trove of relics from a bishop who participated in the Fourth Crusade, including little bits of the True Cross, saints' bones, and the miraculous cloth known as the Virgin's Mantle. These relics were honored for centuries after as gifts brought from Constantinople. So, while the Byzantine viewpoint is that these were stolen relics, from the Western viewpoint they were lost and found gifts of the Crusade, found amidst the city they just plundered and destroyed, but, well, we're not going to go down that route. In any case, the Fourth Crusade was kind of ironic. It achieved what earlier crusades had aimed to do in the Holy Land. It relocated an enormous number of holy relics into Latin Christendom. However, unlike the respectful translation of relics in a pilgrimage, this was done by conquest and plunder. But it also reveals another facet of Crusader behavior, the commodification of relics. After 1204, one can see an uptick in relic sales or donations tied to crusading. The Latin emperors in Constantinople, for their brief rule, 1204 to 1261, by the way, habitually used relics as collateral to secure loans from Italian merchants, or to get a little favor with Western monarchs. So if we look at it cynically, which really is the only way to look at it, relics became bargaining chips. Just another pawn in the great game of sustaining an empire. And then came the 13th century, witnessing the last major crusades, but also a flourishing of passion relic veneration in Europe, much of it spurred by what had come from Constantinople. One figure epitomizes this intersection of crusading zeal and relic worship as King Louis IX of France, later canonized as St. Louis. Louis led 2 crusades, the 7th in 1248 to 54, and the 8th in 1270, and was renowned for his personal piety. His devotion to relics was profound and almost obsessive, and he directly acquired some of the most famous relics of Christendom. Now, as I mentioned before, Louis purchased the crown of thorns from Baldwin. That's Baldwin II, by the way. In 1239, this relic, believed to be the woven thorny cap forced on Christ during his trial, arrived in Paris. The king himself, in an act of almost utmost humility, removed his royal robes and walked barefoot in a simple tunic while carrying the crown of thorns into the city. The scene of a king humbly bearing a relic through the streets made a deep impression on his contemporaries. To house the crown and other relics he would gather, including a large fragment of the True Cross and the Holy Lancer's shaft after it was recovered from the Venetians, Louis commissioned the Sainte-Chapelle, a masterpiece of Gothic architecture, and essentially a giant reliquary in stone and glass. Visitors to Saint-Chapelle were awestruck by how it displayed these relics at the center of an opulent, jewel-like chapel. The king had effectively made Paris a new Jerusalem in terms of possessing Christ's passion objects. All this Louis did in the spirit of intense faith, seeing himself as a quasi-priestly king, guarding the instruments of salvation. But how did that relate to the Crusades? Well, Louis's seventh crusade, to Egypt that is, was partly motivated by his desire to atone for the previous failures, and perhaps win back some of what had been lost, like Jerusalem. While that campaign did not achieve permanent conquests, Louis was captured in Egypt in 1250 and ransomed. His crusading activity was intertwined with his role as a relic keeper. On his journey, he took care to celebrate masses with the crown of thorns present, and his chaplains likely carried out other relics for spiritual succor. There's an interesting anecdote recorded by Jean de Joinville, a close companion of Louis who wrote his biography. He describes how during a disastrous crusade in the Nile Delta, King Louis fell ill and in near-death delirium called out for his precious relic of the true cross. It had to be fetched and placed on his chest, as he believed it might help cure him. Louis did recover, by the way. But this small story reveals that even on distant campaigns, relics were Louis's comfort and his inspiration. His reputation of a living saint was enhanced by his devotion. He even attempted to convert his Muslim captors by calmly explaining Christian relics and the miracles of Christ. Louis's final crusade was the 8th Crusade in 1270, aimed at Tunis in North Africa. But the true cross couldn't save him this time. He died of disease while on that expedition. But after his death, something interesting occurred. Because transporting a royal body over long distances in the heat was impractical, his retainers boiled his corpse to strip the flesh, preserve the bones, a pretty grisly practice of the time known as excarnation. Doesn't seem very ceremonious. In any case, the bones of Louis were then brought back to France as holy relics, since he was soon venerated as a saint. In essence, the Crusader king, who was obsessed with relics, became a relic. Isn't that, well, that's just a poetic end. Died doing what he loved, I suppose. In any case, his sanctified remains were housed in St. Denis, and pilgrims would come to honor the king who had carried the crown of thorns and died on crusade. Bit of a twist of fate, sure. The Crusaders' bones turned into relics themselves. It neatly encapsulates the entire theme of how tightly crusading ideals and relic venerations were woven together, loving relics so much that he becomes one. Dawn breaks down a narrow, cobbled street in a 13th century European town. The wooden shutters begin to creak open. Merchants and artisans are about to begin their day. The scent of baking bread mingles with the sharp tang of tanned leather and the yeasty aroma of ale. You see one stall. A baker is carefully weighing loaves of bread, mindful of the strict laws that could land him in a pillory if his loaves are too light. And across the way, a weaver's apprentice throws open the workshop windows, arranging bolts of cloth on the ledge to entice the early morning customers. Down the street a little, a tavern keeper stirs a cauldron of pottage and taps a fresh barrel of ale, all prepared for the day's patrons. Welcome to the bustling world of medieval small business. Today we're going to talk all about it. How exactly do you run a business in medieval times, specifically in the high Middle Ages of Europe? We'll step into the daily lives of the tavern keepers, artisans, the small merchants, and we'll take a look at how they operated, the rules they had to follow, the daily routines, dealing with customers, and the strategies that kept their enterprises alive. Now, it's a journey that's based in primary sources: laws, letters, guild rules, contemporary accounts, as if you're right there on the streets themselves. From the moment of a town's morning bell, a watchman's horn signals daybreak, to the closing of the shop at dusk, you'll learn about the rhythms that guided these early entrepreneurs. So we'll try to maintain a balanced perspective today. We're not going to romanticize the past of some kind of golden age of honest craftsmen, but we'll also avoid the stereotype of the greedy medieval merchant. That being said, it does come from somewhere. Instead, we'll do a bit of a nuanced picture. It's a world of hard work, tight regulation, but also communal trust, along with some clever tactics of survival. Whether it's a Parisian guild ordinance, an English town charter, or just the personal recollection of a medieval alewife, it's these kinds of sources that are going to shed light on how people really made a living centuries ago. So let's step back into a time when business might mean selling ale by the pint, shoes by the pair, or cloth by the ell. Success depended on not just profit, but reputation, cooperation, and adhering to a just price. Allow me to welcome you to the channel first. For those newcomers, I hope you're excited, so excited that you click the like and subscribe button. And how about you tell me from whence ye hail, if we're sticking with the theme of the video. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the merchandise store. You have my thanks. Now, with all that out of the way, let us now begin. Go back to the medieval grind. Small businesses in the Middle Ages flourished primarily in towns, which by the 11th to 13th centuries had become growing hubs of commerce. Towns gained special status through charters that granted residents rights favorable to trade. Just one example, the Charter of Loris of 1155 in France freed townspeople from many feudal dues and allowed use of communal mills and ovens. Such privileges attracted merchants and artisans to settle long-term and eventually open up shops of their own. The town marketplace was the center of daily business. Weekly market days brought in peasants selling produce and peddlers with imported wares, while permanent shops began to line the streets for everyday trade. Town authorities closely regulated market activity to keep it fair and orderly. Weights and measures were standardized, and practices like forestalling, that is, buying up the goods before they reached the market to drive up prices, were outlawed. In fact, a forestaller caught in England could be fined or put in the pillory, and you do not want to be put in the pillory. Prices of essential goods were sometimes fixed by law for fairness. The assize of bread and ale in the 13th century England is a famous example of that. It set the price at which a loaf of bread of a given weight must be sold, and ensured that ale was sold at a reasonable price per volume. Officials known as ale tasters and bread weighers would inspect taverns and bakeries to enforce the standards. Imagine getting a job as an ale taster. Now that could be interesting by the end of the day. But guilds, they also shaped the town economy. These were associations of tradespeople. Kind of like how we have unions these days, but a little bit more specialized. We're talking carpenters, bakers, even cloth weavers. And they regulated their own members. Guilds set up rules for who could practice a trade. Often one had to complete a long apprenticeship and be accepted as a master. They also controlled the quality of products and fixed certain prices or wages. In Paris, for instance, the guild statutes compiled by Etienne Beaulieu in the 1260s detailed strict standards for each craft. Guild rules aimed to prevent fraud and unfair competition. For example, bakers, they had to bake bread of the proper weight, and if they didn't, they would face fines. Weavers, too, they were limited in how many looms they could operate, so that no single weaver could corner the market and gain a monopoly. But the guilds also provided support. If a member fell ill or died, the guild might step in and help out their family. It fostered a sense of solidarity among local business people, and if you were doing business, you pretty much had to be in the guild. So within this framework of charters, market laws, and guild regulations, medieval small businesses found opportunities to thrive. Towns offered a concentrated customer base and a relative freedom, unlike the peasants tied to manors. At the same time, business owners had to navigate the rules, paying town tolls, respecting the just price ideal, a moral expectation not to overcharge, and maintaining a good standing in their guild and community. So this was the world in which our medieval tavern keepers, artisans, and merchants lived and worked. A world governed by both economic necessity, sure, but also communal norms. After all, everyone knows everyone. So let's talk about some things in particular. We'll start in the artisan's workshop, a bit of a blanket term, crafting things for a living. A maker. And I want you to imagine a medieval artisan, say a cloth weaver, perhaps a shoemaker, starting his day. At first light, his apprentices unlatched the wooden shutters of the workshop, opening the front of the shop to the street. They set out goods on a bench, jutting out underneath the overhanging second floor, displaying rolls of freshly woven cloth or fine leather shoes, drawing the eyes of the early customers passing by. Inside, there is the master. He's finishing his morning prayers and a simple breakfast with his family. A town watchman's horn blows to signal the curfew is lifted. Trading can now begin. And once that horn sounds, the work commences promptly. In most towns, daylight defined the work hours. Guild ordinances actually forbade working by candlelight late at night, both to prevent accidents and to ensure quality. In fact, it was believed that no fine work could be done in the dim flicker of a lamp. And so the artisan works from dawn till dusk, with a break at midday for the main meal. In the workshop, everybody has roles. The master craftsman not only produces goods, but he supervises and teaches the others. Apprentices are young trainees, often boys in their teens, bound to the master for several years to learn that trade. They fetch materials, tend the fire, and practice basic tasks under close watch. And in return for all this, the master feeds them and gives them lodging, along with teaching them a craft that will serve them for the rest of their life. And so, after years of training, an apprentice might graduate to become a journeyman, a paid worker. Journeymen are skilled artisans who work for the master for daily wages. They can eventually attempt to become masters themselves if they save enough money to produce a masterpiece to prove their skill. Master, journeyman, and apprentices often all labored in the same room. In a 13th century Paris weaver's shop, an observer noted that the house was full of looms with the master, his sons, and hired workers, all busy at their stations. Now, medieval workshops, they were usually family businesses. The master's wife and daughters commonly participated. The wife might help run the shop front, or even do the bookkeeping, and daughters could assist in lighter tasks. In a weaving workshop, for example, women and girls did much of the spinning and thread preparation. In some trades, women could even be full-fledged artisans or guild members. Paris guild records show women exclusively ran certain crafts, and across Europe, a widow often continued her late husband's trade to support the family. Thus, one shouldn't picture the medieval shop as a all-boys club. It was often a family enterprise. Throughout the day, customers come and go. A housewife stops by the shoemaker's stall to order sturdy boots, or a mercer, a cloth vendor, visits the weaver to buy bolts of woolen cloth. All these interactions, face to face, very personal. The artisan's reputation for honesty and good workmanship, now that is critical. Haggling, that's common too. Buyer and seller negotiating prices. But outright cheating is strongly discouraged by both law and guild ethos. If an artisan tried to cheat a customer, for example, a baker using too little flour in a loaf, or a dyer watering down his dye, he risks severe penalties. Town authorities did not hesitate to make an example of dishonest traders. In London, for example, when bakers were caught secretly taking dough out of their loaves, shorting the weight, that is, they were sentenced to the public pillory, with the offending dough hung around their necks. Don't do it again. All their bread was confiscated and given to the poor. Now, such punishments sent a clear message: give customers fair measure. Well, I think we can have a look at some of the supermarket CEOs of our modern day and perhaps hang some dough around their necks, perhaps. But we don't want to get too political, don't we? Now, what about quality control? Well, that was enforced from within the craft. Guild wardens might inspect workshops, and a master could be fined by his guild for shoddy workmanship. Many guilds even required that workshop doors stay open during working hours so the public could see that no deceitful practices were underway. Think about the modern practice of having the glass kitchens, and that kind of thing. Certainly puts a lot of pressure on the chefs, though, like animals in a zoo. Maintaining a good reputation was perhaps the most important survival strategy. As Geoffrey Chaucer quipped in a satire, an honest miller was as rare as one with a golden thumb, since many would press a thumb on the scale to overcharge. And in a world without modern advertising, think about how important word of mouth really was. Medieval advice books often counseled merchants to be truthful and fair dealing for this very reason. Cheating one customer, just one time, that could be enough to ruin your entire business in a small town. While dealing fairly, that built loyalty. And so, by sunset, the artisans wrap up the day. The shop front is closed, shutters latched, and perhaps an iron bar across the door, just in case. Not everybody is honest. The master might tally the day's earnings in a notebook, if they were literate, or simply by mental reckoning. If it looks good, it is good. setting aside coins to pay his journeyman, of course, and to buy materials for the next week. If he sold goods on credit to a trusted neighbor, allowing them to pay later, a common practice, he notes that as well. Finally, the household gathers for the evening meal. It has been a long day of manual work and dealing with customers, but a pretty successful one, if they have met the guild's high standards and satisfied their clients. And so in a world without mass production, these small workshops, each pair of shoes, each bolt of cloth, made by hand, and they were essential to the community. The artisan's livelihood depended on skill, reputation, and the community's need, all under the watchful eye of the government and the guild. Of course, when you finish work, perhaps you'd go to the tavern. And running a medieval tavern, or ale house, well, that was another small business that required hard work, along with shrewd management. Many taverns were essentially the keepers' homes open to the public. In England, it was very common for women known as alewives or brewsters to run the alehouses themselves. And brewing ale was originally an extension of the household work. Indeed, women brewed and sold most of the ale in the 13th to 14th century England. Only later, by the 15th century, did men begin to dominate the more large-scale commercial brewing of beer. A tavern keeper's day often began before sunrise with brewing. Ale in the Middle Ages was a fresh, unhopped brew that spoiled quickly, so it had to be made frequently and in small batches. In a simple alehouse, the wife might mash grain and set a new brew to ferment each morning, while also baking bread or cooking a pot of stew to serve to patrons. If the tavern doubled as an inn, the keeper also had to tend to any guests who spent the night, providing basic lodging, even just straw bedding on the floor, and some feed for the horses too. Even a small tavern would typically have a cauldron of pottage simmering and some barrels of ale ready by midday for the first customers. By afternoon and evening, local patrons arrived, villagers stopping in after work, travellers and pilgrims, a little bit hungry or a little bit thirsty, or perhaps merchants on their way through, looking to lodge overnight. One can imagine the tavern was certainly an interesting social hub. People exchanged news and gossip over drinks. Sometimes games like dice were played. A good tavern keeper was a genial host, but also a firm manager. Too much revelry, that could lead to trouble. And no one wants trouble in the tavern. Town laws often imposed a curfew, requiring taverns to close by a certain hour. For example, if the city bell rung out around 9 p.m., that was it for the day. If an alehouse got a reputation for brawls or late-night disorder, they could be shut down. Now, taverns were also subject to the same assize of bread and ale mentioned earlier. They had to sell ale of a certain quality at a fair price. To monitor this, officials called ale conners or ale tasters were appointed in towns. They would visit alehouses to inspect and taste the brew, ensuring it was good and wholesome, and sold at a proper price according to the law. If a tavern's ale was too weak, sour, or overpriced, the ale conner would report it to the local court. A tavern keeper found guilty of cheating customers, for instance by diluting ale or using false measure, could be fined or even forbidden from selling ale. This oversight meant medieval pub-goers expected a reasonably standard pint. The legendary image of a ale conner testing beer by sitting in a puddle of it on a bench to see if his leather breeches stuck is likely a later myth, but it's pretty funny, I think. It shows how seriously ale quality was taken. Despite regulations and oversight, running a tavern carried its own risks. The business depended on certain factors, like the price of grain, which could spike in a bad harvest year, and the quality of each brew, which could vary. A vivid example comes from the early 15th century. Marjorie Kemp, a townswoman of Lynn, England, attempted to run a brewing business of her own. She wrote that although she had a good equipment and good brewers, batch after batch of the ale was spoiling. Quote, when the ale had as fine a head as could be seen, suddenly the head would fall, and all the ale was lost. Her servants grew ashamed as every brew failed, and Marjorie ended up losing a great deal of money. She just couldn't get it right. Couldn't figure it out. Still happens in the modern day. People try and brew their own beer at home and they just can't quite get it. Well, Marjorie, she gave up brewing entirely. It just wasn't for her. As far as how she interpreted her business failure, well, as far as she was concerned, it was simply a sign of God's displeasure. Marjorie Kemp's tale, though colored through a spiritual perspective, it shows the precariousness of small entrepreneurs' fortunes. Just like in our modern era, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You gotta know when to hold them and fold them, don't you? One infection in the yeast, or a string of bad batches, could ruin a tavern's stock and reputation. So to survive, tavern keepers cultivated a loyal customer base. They often ran their taverns as a family operation, a husband and wife team, or a widow with help from grown children, ensuring personal attentive service. Regular patrons might be allowed to run a tab, a credit with their drinks, on the slate, as they used to say, to be paid later, which encouraged them to return, at least if they were good patrons. They better come back. Good tavern keepers also kept their establishments reasonably clean and welcoming, at least by the era's standards, and maintained good relations with local officials to keep their license secure and perhaps to get an advanced warning of any surprise inspections. At closing time, the tavern keeper shutters the windows and makes sure the hearth fire is safely banked. The day's earnings in coin accounted, some of which must be used to buy more malt and supplies for tomorrow's brew. Any ale left in the barrel that might sour by the morning could be given away or used in cooking, since it won't keep long. Like the artisan, the tavern owner lives day to day. A few good days of trade could be followed by a bad week if a local festival draws customers elsewhere, or if a traveling preacher convinces people to shun alehouse gluttony for a time. Yet, a well-run tavern was an indispensable part of the medieval community, a place to eat, drink, rest, and socialize. Through careful management of supply, adherence of regulation, and warm hospitality, tavern keepers managed to carve out a nice little livelihood, one cup of ale at a time. But not everyone shut up the shutters at the end of the day, fix the iron bar. Not all medieval businesses had a fixed location. Many merchants were itinerant traders, traveling from market to sell goods. A peddler, settling out at dawn, with a pack on his back, or driving a small cart. He might carry a selection of items in demand by villagers. Think of pots and pans, knives, cloth, ribbons, spices, other little luxuries that are not quite made locally. These roving merchants, sometimes called chapmen in England, were a vital link between rural consumers and urban production centers. But travel in medieval times, that was strenuous, and it could also be dangerous. Our merchant has to contend with muddy roads and dense forests, and he must always be wary for bandits. When he reaches a town gate, he must usually pay a toll to enter with his goods. Upon arriving in the marketplace, he finds a spot to sell the wares, often after paying a stall fee to the town authorities. Market rules dictate where outsiders can sell. He might be assigned to a section of the square reserved for non-local traders. Once the market opens, the merchant becomes a showman and negotiator. He lays out bright strips of cloth and shiny trinkets to catch the eyes of those who pass by. He calls out in a loud voice to potential customers, praising the quality of his goods. Medieval shoppers, well, they expect a bargain too. So a back and forth over price, that's all part of the job. The merchant might accept barter deals too. For example, trading a length of cloth for a farmer's tub of butter, or a dozen eggs, if coin is scarce. In these dealings, quick wits and a reputation for fair dealing serve him well. He's learned it over years of experience. But if he's known to sell faulty goods or cheat on measurements, word will spread. People will avoid him. Local authorities and guilds, well, they keep a close watch on any visiting merchants. Sure, they're welcome, because they bring wares that locals want. But as long as they don't undercut the local shopkeepers or violate town regulations, play by the rules. A common restriction across Europe was against forestalling. We've mentioned it briefly. A merchant couldn't intercept producers from outside the market, buy up all the goods before others had a chance. If he tried to buy all of the fisherman's catch on the road and sell it at a higher price, he'd definitely be punished for forestalling, since the practice makes the market dearer to the fair trader. He also might face rules that he cannot sell certain goods directly to consumers if a local guild had already claimed the privilege. For instance, in some towns a traveling cloth seller could only sell wholesale to local drapers, not retail to the public, except during big fairs. Navigating these laws required a good bit of savvy. Successful merchants learn to cooperate with local guilds, sometimes by paying a small fee or offering guild members the first pick of the best goods. But all in all, the life of a small merchant, it was filled with uncertainty. Profits could be good at a bustling fair one week, but they could be disappointingly low at a poorly attended village market the next. There was never any certainty. And then there were the seasonal challenges. In winter, travel became difficult on snow-clogged or muddy roads. Many peddlers stayed put in towns. Perhaps they took on odd jobs or sold off any remaining stock. During planting or harvest seasons, country folk had little time or money for commerce, you see. So a merchant might focus on selling in towns or plan his circuit around the agricultural calendar. And to survive long term, these merchants built their own networks. They got to know friendly innkeepers along the routes, for safe lodging and for storage, and they often traded information and even goods with one another. For example, one peddler might agree to carry another's wares to villages he passes through, acting as each other's agent in different areas. They also relied on credit networks. A merchant might obtain goods from an urban supplier on credit, paying after he sells them, and that requires trust on both sides. If he proved reliable in making payments, the supplier would continue to extend merchandise on credit, allowing him to keep his inventory stocked. Some small merchants eventually saved enough to settle down and open permanent shops in towns, the dream for most of them. A traveling spice seller might, for instance, establish himself as a local grower in a market town, joining the Merchants' Guild there. This was one path of upward mobility, turning an itinerant trade into a rooted business. Many, however, just spent their lives on the road. Their livelihood depended on their mobility and knowledge, knowing which villagers held market day on which days, what local people needed, and what they could afford. Also where to source their goods at a cheap price. At the end of a market day, a merchant would pack up any unsold wares. He counts the day's coins, perhaps even a mix of currency. Medieval money was not uniform. You might be paid in English silver pennies, French deniers, or local tokens, and he has to know their values. After paying his dues and expenses, he hides the remaining coins on his person for the journey home, or perhaps the journey onward. Then, onward he moves, ever in search of the next opportunity. It's a life of constant motion and hustle, but in an age with limited local manufacturing, these small merchants provided goods and connection. By the trade of their wits and wares, they made a respectable living, and knit together the economies of town and countryside. Of course, I don't think I need to say it. Running a small business in medieval times was not without serious challenges. Economic swings could make or break a business. Since most people's income depended on agriculture, a bad harvest or famine meant customers had very little money to spend. A baker or a tailor might see sales plummet in a lean year. Prices of raw materials could also spike. For example, if wheat became very expensive, brewers and bakers struggled to afford grain. In such times, craftspeople resorted to survival strategies, like mixing cheaper ingredients, though remember, they risked punishment of getting caught, or pivoting to repair work and services that cost less to provide. Many artisans kept small garden plots or livestock to help feed their families when cash was scarce. Diversification of income was a medieval necessity. A smith might also farm a bit of land. A weaver's wife might brew ale for extra income. An innkeeper might also raise chickens for eggs to sell. They're all pretty good ideas. Multiple small sidelines to supplement the main business. Another constant thread was fire or disease. Now, you see, towns, they were a dense tinderbox of wooden buildings and open hearths. A workshop could burn down in minutes if a spark caught. Artisans took precautions, like keeping water nearby. But citywide fires, they weren't uncommon. And guess what? There was no insurance. Often only the help came from neighbors or the guild pitching in to get the craftsman back on his feet. Illness was equally devastating. If a master fell ill or died, his family would struggle to keep the business running. The Black Death of the 14th century tragically wiped out many small businesses overnight. But on the other hand, those who survived a plague sometimes found less competition afterwards and could earn more. But, of course, there was cold comfort amidst such loss. Financial liquidity was a perennial concern. Small businesses usually operated on thin margins, often relying on credit. They might buy raw materials on credit or allow trusted customers to buy on credit, which created chains of IOUs. If too many debtors defaulted or a big payment to the business was delayed, the owner could end up unable to pay his own obligations. Medieval court records are full of disputes over unpaid debts, in some cases debtors even being jailed. To manage this risk, business owners tried to build relationships of trust. An established merchant might have a standing arrangement with a supplier to pay after goods were sold, each trusting the other to settle accounts in time. Family ties were also used to secure credit. For instance, an in-law or wealthy cousin might lend money in a pinch. Some entrepreneurs formed partnerships to pool resources and spread risk, two merchants investing in a venture together, so that if it failed, the loss was shared. But perhaps the most important survival strategy was maintaining a good reputation. In a world without modern advertising, that was everything. Medieval advice books often counseled merchants to be truthful and fair dealing for this very reason. Cheating a customer even once would completely ruin you, while fair dealing, that could attract a lot of new customers. And so medieval entrepreneurs relied on community support. Being part of the guild meant that in hard times, say if you were if you were sick rather, or had some accident in the workshop, fellow guild members might help the family out or extend credit. Some guilds had funds to aid members in need. Everybody chipped in a little bit just in case. And religious fraternities associated with trades also provided charity. Medieval thinking on economics, the doctrine of the just price taught by theologians like Aquinas, discouraged extreme profiteering and urged that commerce be used to serve the common good. And so, in short, medieval entrepreneurs had to be adaptable and resilient. They saved profits from good seasons to survive in bad ones, juggled multiple products or jobs, leaned on family and guild network in crises, and strove to maintain both the quality of the goods along with the goodwill of their community, at the same time trying to make a profit. Those who managed to do all this stood the best chance of weathering the inevitable storms, be they economic downturns, social upheavals, accidents, and perhaps, if they were lucky, they could hand down their trade to the next generation. And so the daily realities of running a business in these times were a mix of craftsmanship, regulation, risk, and community. We've seen how a baker or smith would rise before dawn, how a tavern keeper dealt with drunkards and inspectors, and how a peddler haggled in the marketplace. These small enterprises were the backbone of medieval town life, providing the essential goods and services, bread, ale, cloth, shoes, all the things people needed, long before anything like factories or large-scale enterprises existed. These entrepreneurs had to balance the drive for profit with the expectations of their society. Earning a living meant that you had to diligently follow guild rules, along with local laws, but also innovating enough and working hard enough to stand out. It was all about building trust. An honest reputation was as valuable as gold. In an era where transactions were face-to-face, personal integrity and relationships often determined your success. As theologian Thomas Aquinas and others insisted, commerce had to be fair and sustainable, a sentiment that medieval guilds and market courts reinforced in practice. And so, throughout our time together today, we've heard from some of those voices, from the regulations to Marguerite Kemp's candid memoirs, failing to make that beer. They paint a pretty interesting picture, and I hope that a vivid image has been put into your mind. These kinds of sources, they show a world where authorities might drag a cheating baker through the streets with dough around his neck, or where a determined woman could briefly prosper as a brewer, only to see the entire enterprise fall down with one bad batch. But they also show proud artisans celebrating their craft and markets bustling with energy and opportunity. While the Middle Ages are often remembered for kings and knights and wars, It was people like the diligent artisan, the savvy tavern keeper, and the resourceful merchant who kept daily life running in the background. The challenges, meeting regulations, pleasing customers, surviving economic swings, they're all challenges that echo small business owners even today. It's all beautifully human, and all the strategies to deal with it. Cooperation, quality, honesty, and adaptability, well, they're timeless too. And so, in the end, running a business in medieval times was not just about practical skill, but really social intelligence and resilience. Success was never guaranteed. It's the same in business today. But those who managed to thrive did so only by weaving together the economic with the social. They respected the rules and needs of their community, even as they pursued their own livelihood with everything they had. The world might seem a little bit distant, but the balance they struck between self-interest and the common good, well, that's a theme that continues to resonate in the story of commerce. It's interesting. We really haven't changed that much. How luxurious was the life of a medieval king? Well, think about the image that we have. That great hall, lit by the flickering candlelight and the blazing hearths, the air thick with the aroma of roasted meat and spiced wine, and seated at that high table on an ornate throne, there he is, the king, in the finest velvet of the day, raises a gilded goblet, rim-studded with jewels. And of course, around him, courtiers in those vibrant silk robes laugh and applaud as acrobats and jesters and minstrels entertain. Now that's certainly a picture of opulence and grandeur, and one that you might have seen in the old Technicolor films. But how close is that vision to reality? How luxurious was it really? Well, we're going to talk about the comforts, extravagances, and daily realities of kingship in the Middle Ages today. And I think we'll see that a medieval king's lifestyle was indeed lavish by the standards of the time, yet it was certainly not a life of unbroken leisure or indulgence. Well, first let me welcome you to the channel. Good to have you all here. And a quick reminder that we are completely ad-free on this channel because of the Patreon and YouTube members, as well as those who give the occasional donation and those who check out the merch store. All the donations and members get voice replies in the comments too, so there you go. In any case, if you really want to support, just tell your friends and do the whole like, comment, and subscribe thing. And just enjoy the video. That's the best thing you can do, really. So, speaking of which, introductions out of the way and welcome said, let's get on to the task at hand, the life of a medieval king. We'll start by looking at the big picture, and then take out a few of the details. In the broader sense, medieval kings stood at the pinnacle of society, and their material lifestyle had to reflect this status. From roughly the 5th to the 15th century, European kingship evolved from the relatively itinerant, rough-hewn leadership of early medieval warlords to a sophisticated, courtly monarchy system of the late medieval period. Across this span, however, there is one constant, and that is that kings had the best of everything available to them in their era. But this did not mean that their lives were comfortable by modern standards. There were no modern conveniences, no electricity or plumbing until the later period, quite obviously. But relative to their contemporaries, kings certainly lived in great luxury. The foundation of a king's luxurious lifestyle was the wealth that he controlled. Medieval kings derived income from vast royal estates, taxation, feudal dues, and tribute, and this allowed them to accumulate treasures of gold and silver, expensive fabrics, works of art, jewels, pretty much everything, really. And in an age when the majority of people lived as subsistence farmers in simple wooden homes, the king could afford multiple stone castles and palaces, each furnished with costly goods. To contemporaries, the riches of the king were almost awe-inspiring. Medieval chronicles often enumerate the treasures of kings, such as coffers overflowing with coins, gem-encrusted crowns and swords, or tapestries woven with golden thread. That's certainly one way to convey their power and wealth. Let's take one example. Early medieval writers described how the 8th century Frankish king Charlemagne received exotic gifts like an elephant and a water clock from foreign rulers, emphasizing the sense that nothing was too rare or expensive for a king's collection. The very idea of luxury in medieval thought was often associated with the courts of princes, where rare spices, silks, and precious metals were commonplace. But one of the most visible markers of a king's luxury was his attire. Kings dressed in fabrics and furs reserved almost exclusively for the elite. While a peasant might own only a coarse woolen tunic, a king could drape himself in velvets, satins, and silks imported from the Byzantine Empire, or even as far as the Orient, Chinese silk and whatnot. Royal garments were often dyed in rich colors too, and lined with ermine or sable fur, conveying both wealth and authority. Crimson, deep purple, and sapphire blue, they were expensive to make those sorts of dyes. On special occasions, kings wore cloth of gold, literally fabric woven with real gold threads and elaborate embroidery. For instance, records show that English kings like Edward III and Richard II owned robes and doublets of woven gold cloth and dozens of fur-lined mantles. Sumptuary laws in many medieval kingdoms restricted the wearing of certain colors or furs to the royal family or high nobility. Ermine fur trim and purple dye were often reserved for royalty, reinforcing the idea that only the king should possess such splendor. Also, this purple goes back to Roman times as well. Well, in daily life, a king might dress more practically in fine linen and wool, but even these ordinary clothes were of superior quality. A king's wardrobe was extensive and expensive, requiring its own staff of servants to maintain. And later in this discussion, we'll look at a few specific examples, such as how the 15th century wardrobe accounts of King Edward IV of England detailed lavish expenditures on garments, including yards of imported silks and gold textiles for the king and his family. Well, the next thing is food and feasting, which of course, once again, only the best for the king. If you are what you eat, then medieval kings certainly lived like gods compared to their subjects. The average medieval diet for commoners was simple and monotonous, mostly coarse bread, pottage, a kind of grain or vegetable stew, and ale, and meat was quite a rarity. Kings, by contrast, feasted on astonishing varieties of foods, many of them costly and rare. Royal kitchens could serve multiple courses of roast game, that is venison, boar, swan, hell, even peacock, if you could get it. Large sides of beef and mutton were also there, along with fresh fish and shellfish, sometimes carted in from coastal regions on ice, and elaborate pies and pastries. Most spectacularly, kings and nobles in the Middle Ages loved to present exotic delicacies. Chronicles and recipe collections from the 14th and 15th centuries mention aristocratic feasts where unusual meats like porpoise, crane, heron, and yes, peacock were also served. Foods that by their rarity or striking appearance signaled luxury. Roasted peacock was a particularly grand dish. Cooks would sometimes carefully reassemble the peacock's iridescent blue and green plumage over the cooked bird, so that it was brought to the table appearing whole and magnificent, a very opulent sort of showpiece. Sweet and savory flavors were often mixed with medieval hot cuisine, and expensive imported spices were used with abandon in royal kitchens. Spices like black pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, saffron, and even sugar were extremely expensive in medieval Europe, since they had to travel via long trade routes from Asia or the Middle East. And that takes time, of course. To use them liberally, well, that was a status symbol. Kings and high nobles might import hundreds of pounds of pepper or other spices for their cooks. A surviving English royal cookbook from around 1390, known as the Form of Cury, attributes to the master cooks of King Richard II, contains recipes flavored with exotic spices and ingredients like almonds, figs, and wine, all luxuries of the time. For example, one recipe instructs the cook to prepare a meat pie and then gild it with gold leaf for presentation. At the king's table, quantity could be as impressive as quality. Chroniclers marveled at the sheer scale of royal feasts, where dozens of different dishes might be laid out, and where the flow of wine and ale seemed to be practically endless. Banquet records from the time of King Edward I of England, in the 13th century that is, or of the French kings in the 14th, list hundreds of oxen, deer, and sheep consumed in a single celebration, along with tens of thousands of gallons of wine. But these feasts were not everyday fare. They were held on special occasions like Christmas, Easter, coronations, or royal weddings. But even on an ordinary day, a medieval king ate far better than anyone else. A king's daily dinner, served around midday, and supper in the evening, included multiple courses, and he had the finest quality bread, white wheat bread, known as manchet, by the way, and of course the best cuts of meat were reserved for him. While common folk might go hungry in times of bad harvest, the king's court had storerooms and preserves to cushion the shortages, and indeed the lavishness of royal feasting was sometimes criticized by moralists of the age. Gluttony and excess were frowned upon by the church, yet those same moralists acknowledged that the magnificence at the king's table was expected as a visible sign of his prosperity and the generosity of his rule. Medieval kings were also not tied to a single capital residence in the way that modern monarchs often are. They typically moved between many palaces, castles, and hunting lodges. However, wherever they went, they certainly expected a high standard of accommodation. A king's home might be an imposing castle with thick stone walls and fortifications, or a luxurious palace, primarily designed for comfort and display. In the early Middle Ages, royal halls were grand but somewhat Spartan. Over time, they became more richly furnished and designed for elegance as well as defense. By the High and Late Middle Ages, kings invested heavily in beautifying and improving their residences. They built great halls for ceremonies and banquets, filled with decorative banners and tapestries. They created private chambers for themselves and their queens, outfitted with carved wooden beds draped in embroidered curtains, feather mattresses and fine linen sheets, cushioned chairs and glazed windows, with glass being a luxury, of course. We have numerous accounts of kings ordering improvements to their palaces, adding new towers, larger windows, painted murals on walls, and elaborate gardens. For example, King Henry III of England in the 13th century was known as a builder king. He spent lavishly on all of his residences. He even remodeled Westminster Palace with ornate painted chambers and installed one of the first known high-quality floors in England, the famous Cosmati mosaic pavement, in Westminster Abbey, that is. He did this by getting imported marble and glass at enormous expense. Henry II's accounts reveal sums spent on decorating walls with biblical scenes, and on a splendid bed for himself with silk curtains. He even constructed comfortable private apartments for his queen with their own chapels. These improvements brought a new level of refinement to medieval living. Fireplaces and chambers to provide warmth, plastered and painted walls instead of bare stone, and tapestries or woven wall hangings that added both insulation and visual splendor. And that's the thing, tapestries, they in particular were quite prized by royals. They could be rolled up and transported from castle to castle and then hung to transform austere halls into vividly colored spaces. A wealthy king might own dozens of tapestries and fine carpets. By the 14th century, we even hear of kings and nobles placing carpets or decorative rugs on floors or tables, something unimaginable in poorer homes. Lighting and heating, crucial for comfort, were far better in a king's residence than elsewhere. While ordinary people made do with smoky tallow candles or simple rushlights, kings could afford beeswax candles and oil lamps which burned brighter and without the smell of tallow. But luxury is not only in objects, but in services too. And medieval kings had a retinue of servants attending to every conceivable need. A king's household was enormous, especially by the late Middle Ages. While a modest manor lord might have a handful of servants, the King of England or France in the 14th and 15th centuries might have had several hundred staff members in his permanent household. These included chambermaids, ushers, cupbearers, pantlers, as ones in charge of bread, cooks and kitchen boys, servers and carvers to present the food properly, butlers and cellarers, grooms for the stables, huntsmen, really everything you could think of. Well, each servant, of course, was specialized, and, well, they all had their own responsibilities, too. Historical records show that King Richard II of England had a core staff of around 400 to 700 people, and when the court was gathered with all of its auxiliary personnel and visiting nobles, over 1,000 people could be present at once. All these individuals relied on the king's wealth for their food, their clothing, and their wages. For the king, having so many attendants was the ultimate status symbol. Next, let us just say that medieval kings were keenly aware that showing off luxury was not just personal indulgence, but a political tool. There was an expectation, rooted in medieval political theory, that a king should display magnificence, a kind of splendid generosity befitting his station as God's anointed ruler. Royal luxury thus often took the form of grand public displays, elaborate ceremonies, tournaments, and pageants that demonstrated the wealth and power of the crown. Kings hosted tournaments that were as much about pageantry as they were about martial sport. The lists would be decorated with colorful pavilions, and the king and queen would sit under richly embroidered canopies, and prizes of great value, whether it be golden chalices, jewels, or fine horses, they were up for the prize. Well, for instance, in the 1460s in Burgundy, one of the most opulent late medieval courts, King Philip the Good, effectively a king in luxury if not in title, held a famous banquet known as the Feast of the Peasant, intended to astound guests into taking a crusading vow. It featured entremets, that is, entertainment dishes, like an enormous pie from which live birds flew out, and mechanical elephants carrying towers of musicians. Kings of France and England also staged entries and coronations with immense splendor. When a new queen, Isabeau of Bavaria, made her ceremonial entry into Paris in 1389, the chroniclers described lavish decorations in the city. Streets hung with tapestries, fountains flowing with wine, and allegorical tableaux set up along the route, all to impress the public and honor the royal couple. Such spectacles were incredibly costly, but they created an aura of almost otherworldly luxury around the monarch. Similarly, at coronation banquets in Westminster Hall for English kings, not only was the food abundant, but even the serving rituals were magnificent. For example, an armored knight would ride into the hall to issue a ceremonial challenge as the king's champion, amid trumpets and fanfare. All of this was luxury in the sense of splendid excess that served a purpose. It reminded everyone that the king was wealthier, mightier, and more favored by Providence than any other mortal. In a time when few could read detailed accounts or see images of faraway courts, the direct experience of the king's ostentation in person was a rather powerful statement. And while we have highlighted the grandeur, it's also important to temper the picture with a bit of context. Medieval writers themselves were divided on the issue of luxury. The church traditionally listed luxuria, that is, extravagance and lust, as a vice, and moralists often warned that overindulgent kings could fall into corruption and even weaken their kingdoms. Now and then a king came along who tried to live more simply or piously. For example, St. Louis IX of France in the 13th century was known for his relatively ascetic personal habits despite ruling a wealthy realm. He reportedly dined on fasting fare regularly and avoided excessive pomp in his dress, except when he was required to dress up a bit by protocol. Charlemagne, the great king of the Franks and emperor in the 8th to 9th century, had enormous wealth, but, according to his biographer Einhard, he preferred to wear the plain traditional clothing as his people on a daily basis, and reserved the jewel-studded attire for major feasts. Well, these anecdotes do show that personal tastes and values could lead some kings to moderate their enjoyment of luxury. Nonetheless, even these modest kings lived far better than anyone below them. Louis IX, for all of his personal piety, still built the breathtaking Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house holy relics and filled it with golden reliquaries and walls of stained glass, a form of sacred luxury. Charlemagne might have worn simpler clothes day to day, but on feast days he appeared in embroidered robes with a golden crown, jewels, sandals, and a scepter, fulfilling the expectation of splendid appearance when it was politically appropriate. And moreover, a king's very access to choice meant that any restraint was self-imposed. He had to choose simplicity from a position of abundance, which in itself is a luxury. We should always acknowledge that medieval technology too limited kings in certain ways. For example, heating a huge stone castle was never fully efficient. In winter, even the king might feel a chill if he moved far from the hearth, and castle windows, if they were glazed at all, were draughty by modern standards. Also, kings were as vulnerable as others to disease and poor medical care when ill, though they could afford the best physicians and potions, but the best physicians and potions of the medieval times, well, good luck with that. In short, a medieval king's life, while luxurious, still had the rough edges of the era. The late Middle Ages, that is 1300 to 1500, give or take in either direction, saw European monarchies consolidate power, and despite intermittent crises like plagues and wars, they enjoyed great periods of wealth. This era is famous for the flowering of courtly culture, the age of chivalry, elaborate court etiquette, and the patronage of the arts by royals. If early medieval kings sometimes camped in tents alongside their warriors, late medieval kings more often dwelt in opulent palaces, surrounded by sophisticated courtiers. The contrast between the life of a king and the life of a peasant, or even a minor noble, grew to be more and more pronounced. So let's consider some specific facets of late medieval royal life that show how luxurious it really became. High fashion for kings. That's one of the first things. By the 14th and 15th centuries, kings and their courts were kind of trendsetters in fashion, often wearing styles so costly that beggared belief. Tailors or cloth merchants enjoyed royal patronage, supplying silks from Italy and even cloth of gold woven with imported gold thread. Striking example is King Edward IV of England, who lived from 1461 to 83, who reigned from 1461 to 83, renowned for his extravagant wardrobe. Surviving wardrobe accounts record how Edward spent lavishly on velvets, satins, damasks, and furs. In 1480, for instance, his treasury paid for rich fabrics to outfit not only the king, but also his young sons. The king's eldest son, the Prince of Wales, was also given a gown made of white cloth of gold tissue at age 10, and his younger son received multiple gowns in colored velvets and damasks with fur linings. These records show bolts of purple silk, fine green satin, and ermine fur provided in quantities just to make a single child's garment, items far beyond the reach of the ordinary man's lifetime earnings. But for the king himself, such expenses were routine. He had robes of state glittering with pearl embroidery, doublets of Italian brocade. Even footwear could be luxurious. One might find a king wearing leather shoes with gold leaf, or jeweled buckles during ceremonies. A notable trend was the use of personal badges and emblems made from precious materials. King Richard II, 1377 to 99, gave livery badges of his emblem, the White Hart, made in silver and enamel to favored courtiers. And at his court he introduced richly embroidered heraldic attire for special occasions. The Burgundian court, ruled by dukes related to the French royal family, vied with kings in richness. They were famed for clothing so elaborate that contemporaries joked a Burgundian duke carried an estate on his back, meaning the cost of his outfit could equal a noble's land income. Sumptuary laws often had to be updated in vain attempts to curb the aristocracy and wealthy burghers' attempts to imitate royal fashions. For example, laws forbidding cloth of gold or certain furs to anyone below princely rank were meant to keep true luxury exclusively to the royalty and highest nobility. Which isn't very fair, isn't it? I mean, if you can afford it, why make laws against it? I mean, that's just silly, I think. Well, we've moved on now, I suppose. Well, during the later Middle Ages, kings increasingly distinguished between fortified military castles and luxurious residences or palaces. Many royal castles were renovated to include comfortable living quarters and decoration, effectively turning them into palatial homes when the king was in residence. If you want to know more about castles in general, what it was like to live in them, well, made a video about a week back on that, which, yes, castles are not the nicest place to live. You'd want to be in one of your country homes if you were the king. Well, let's take, for instance, in France. The old fortress of the Louvre in Paris was gradually transformed in the 14th century by King Charles V, also known as Charles the Wise. He turned it into a splendid royal residence. It had a library, ornate private apartments, and gardens. Charles even constructed a new palace in Paris called the Hotel Saint Paul. which became one of the most sumptuous courts in Europe in the late 1300s, filled with art offering relatively modern comforts. It had glazed windows and a system of tile stoves for heating. Back in England, King Edward III undertook one of the grandest building projects of the Middle Ages by practically rebuilding Windsor Castle into a Gothic palace, complete with an enormous new royal chapel, St. George's Chapel, by the way, richly decorated halls and chambers, and some expensive parks to go along with it. The scale of spending was unprecedented. Edward II, the third, sorry, poured more than £50,000, which is a staggering sum for the time, into Windsor's reconstruction over several decades, employing the finest craftsmen from across the realm. Windsor Castle's new St. George's Hall and the King's private apartments were marvels of their day. One room was described as having 20 large windows to bring in light, a time when luxury glass was expensive. And another chamber was painted azure, blue and vermilion, with gold stars on the ceiling. The Queen's rooms at Windsor included one lined entirely with mirrors on the walls, creating a kind of glittering effect, a true novelty in the 14th century. Edward III's palace improvements even extended to early plumbing. By 1351, he installed England's first known indoor plumbing for a bathroom, with 2 taps of bronze, one for hot and one for cold water. Well, he even had his own private bathrooms throughout the building, too. Not bad for 1351. A lead boiler and pipes allowed heated water to be channeled directly into his tub on command, an indulgence definitely far ahead of its time. This development was so notable that contemporary accounts remark on the running hot and cold water as a marvel. Late medieval kings similarly beautified and modernized their residences. King Langley in Hertfordshire was fitted with a luxurious bathhouse by Edward III. That's King's Langley in Hertfordshire. And his successors continued to improve comforts at Westminster, the Tower of London, Eltham Palace, and other sites. The notion of permanent capital cities was still fluid. English kings, for example, would move seasonally between places, Westminster or Tower of London, Windsor to the west, Nottingham or York on progresses, etc., both to distribute the burden of feeding the court and to be seen by subjects. But wherever they went, they expected prepared lodgings. Harbingers were sent ahead of the travelling court to secure and set up accommodations with furnishings, bedding, and supplies. In the late Middle Ages, a kind of portable luxury developed. Kings travelled with tapestries, precious tableware. They even brought the furniture with them in some cases. For example, inventories from the 15th century Burgundian court show the Duke travelling with a luxurious folding bed and rich hangings to ensure he slept comfortably in any castle he stopped at. Likewise, when an English king planned a journey, wagons would carry his best bed, wall hangings, and the plate needed to dine in state wherever he was. The ability to transport luxury in this way meant that, unlike a common traveller who suffered the hardships of the road, a king could expect a degree of comfort and ceremonial grandeur, even while moving around the realm. By the end of the Middle Ages, royal palaces were increasingly centres of culture and pleasure. They included manicured gardens with fountains and labyrinths for leisure strolls, menageries of exotic animals to amaze the guests, and tilted courtyards for jousting tournaments. One famous example, the early 15th century French King Charles VI maintained a House of the Deer, a royal park with domesticated deer and other creatures, and his queen, Isabeau, had a rose garden and even baths in her residences. Monarchs in Iberia and Italy also built splendid palaces influenced by both Gothic and Moorish luxury. The Alhambra in Granada, built by Nasrid Muslim kings but inherited by Catholic monarchs after 1492, and the palaces of Italian city-states show that across Europe, late medieval rulers vied to create earthly paradises in their homes. But if one were to walk into the late medieval royal court, you'd notice not just the beautifully dressed king and queen, but the orchestrated bustle of their household staff and courtiers, all operating under strict protocol, of course. By this era, formal etiquette governed interactions at court. Courtiers learned how to bow deeply to the monarch, how to speak only when spoken to, and how to participate in court ceremonies that were often sumptuous displays in themselves. For example, at the court of Burgundy, a kind of cult of chivalry and elegance prevailed. Courtiers took pride in elaborate courtesy, addressing the duke or king with flowery honorifics, and participating in nightly banquets, followed by dancing and music. The luxury here was in the culture, refined conversation, often in French, which was the language of courtly life, patronage of poets and chroniclers, and the expectation that everyone at court appeared splendid and comported themselves with grace. Kings like Charles V of France used ceremony to reinforce their dignity. Charles famously seldom appeared in public without being robed or surrounded by a procession of great lords and officers, emphasizing that he was above the ordinary man. Late medieval kings had created honorary positions that were luxuries themselves or favors. For instance, the Knight of the Chamber or Gentleman of the Bedchamber, who had the privilege of attending to the king in his private rooms, or the Master of the Hunt, who organized the king's hunting expeditions, obviously. But these roles came with prestige and often fine prerequisites, like the permission to wear the king's badge decorated with jewels or gifts of expensive horses. The existence of such positions indicates just how structured and lavish royal life had become. Even recreational activities like hunting or listening to music had officials in charge to ensure that they were carried out in a grand manner. And indeed, leisure activities themselves were luxurious and formalized. Consider hunting. Medieval kings did not simply tramp in the woods with a rifle. Firearms were only just emerging in the late 15th century and not used for sport, by the way. Instead, they conducted grand hunts with trained hounds or falcons. They maintained kennels of dozens of hunting dogs of various breeds, each looked after by kennel masters, and they owned numerous trained falcons and hawks, with specialist falconers employed to care for these valuable birds. When a king went on a hunt, it was like moving a small army. Noble companions, mounted beaters to flush out game, packs of dogs with horns baying, and often sumptuous picnic meals prepared to refresh the king out there in the forest. The ability to devote such resources to sport was a sure sign of a life of privilege. Tournaments were another leisure pursuit that turned into extravaganzas. Jousting knights at royal tournaments wore incredibly costly armor and outfits, and gold inlaid and silver plate armor, and crests with plumes. The king might sponsor a tournament, where he himself presided in cloth of gold, and the whole event could stretch over several days of feasting and pageantry. For example, in 1390, Richard II of England staged a lavish tournament in London, where, according to the chronicler Jean Froissart, 60 knights in elegant attire took part in the jousts. Late medieval kings were also often patrons of the art and learning, which is a kind of luxury, not in the sense of comfort, but in the sense of spending resources on cultural endeavors. Kings maintained royal scribes and illuminators to produce gorgeous manuscripts, illuminated books with gold leaf and sumptuous illustrations, either for their own libraries or as diplomatic gifts. King Charles V of France was notable for building a large royal library, collecting hundreds of manuscripts on history, science, and classical knowledge, many translated into French by scholars that he supported. The possession of a library of beautifully bound books, when each book had to be copied by hand, by the way, and often lavishly decorated, that was a princely luxury that symbolized refinement. Likewise, kings commissioned works of art, tapestries narrating their victories, portraits, jeweled reliquaries, and older pieces for their chapels, and music for their chapels and courts too. The court chapel of a late medieval king, comprising skilled musicians and singers, was another facet of luxury. For instance, the Burgundian Duke Philip the Good had an illustrious chapel of musicians, and late medieval monarchs, like the kings of England and France, competed to attract the best composers and performers in Europe. These musicians provided music during church services and entertained during banquets. By 1500, courts were effectively cultural centers, and this too was now part of the royal lifestyle, to live amid music, poetry, art, and elegant discourse, a life not just of physical comfort, but aesthetic and intellectual stimulation. A particularly vivid indicator of a king's luxury in the late medieval period was the collection of exotic curiosities and pets they could keep. We touched earlier on Charlemagne receiving an elephant. Well, this trend continued. Kings prized rare animals as living wonders. Late medieval kings maintained menageries. The Tower of London became home to a royal menagerie as early as the 13th century, and by the late Middle Ages housed lions, leopards, and other creatures given as gifts to English monarchs. For example, in 1252, slightly earlier than the late period but worth noting, King Henry III of England received a white polar bear from the King of Norway. The sheriffs of London were instructed to buy fish for the bear and allowed it to swim in the Thames River on a leash, a spectacle that must have astonished contemporaries who had never imagined such an animal. A few years later, Henry was given an African elephant by the King of France, Louis IX, the first elephant England had ever seen, and he built a special 40-foot-long house for it at the Tower. Moving into the late medieval era, kings continued to acquire curiosities. Giraffes, big cats, monkeys, eagles, other creatures. They all found their way into the royal collections through diplomatic exchanges. These animals were luxuries, in that they served no practical purpose except to amaze and symbolize the global reach and wealth of the king. They often required dedicated keepers and costly upkeep. Feeding a lion or elephant in medieval Europe was certainly no small feat, which again, only a king could afford that. Well, by the end of the Middle Ages, as the Renaissance dawned, the trend was ever upward. Kings like Henry VII of England or Charles VIII of France in the 1490s were already building more modern-style palaces and spending huge sums on tapestries, jewels, and royal ceremonies. Monarchies in this period were poised to become even more powerful and wealthy, but our focus remains on the medieval context. So how do we sum up the late medieval scene? Well, I suppose we can say it was opulent to a degree that could easily overwhelm a visitor. A courtier from a modest background entering the royal court might be struck by the gleaming armor and silk, the rich foods he had never tasted, the music echoing in the great halls, and the innumerable attendants. Yet to truly understand what living this life entailed day by day, we should take a look into the routines and personal experiences of a king's life. How did all these luxuries integrate into his daily schedule? Or was it like to wake up as a king, to spend a day in his shoes, or rather his velvety slippers? But despite all the grandeur, all the public spectacle, much of a king's life was spent in more ordinary daily activities. Sleeping, eating meals, attending meetings, albeit executed with extraordinary style and attended by others at every turn. Fortunately for us historians, a few medieval sources give detailed accounts of a king's day-to-day routine, allowing us to virtually shadow a king through his schedule and see how luxury accompanied him at each step. One excellent account comes from Christine de Peasant, a learned woman at the French court, who in 1404 wrote a treatise about the ideal monarch by describing the real habits of King Charles V of France. Christine had insider knowledge of Charles's household. Her father had served at his court, by the way, and her description provides a rare, vivid window into how a medieval king structured his day. So let us walk through a typical day for King Charles, as she describes, and by doing so, show the elements common to many medieval kings' lives. He would rise early, usually between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning. It was customary for medieval aristocrats to wake with the sun, or even before, and a king was often no sluggard in bed, since much business was yet to be done. A king's personal servants would enter his bedchamber quietly at the appointed time, likely having already warmed the room if it was winter by stoking the fireplace. As the king awoke, he would find a basin of clean water, soaps or perfumes, and linen towels prepared to him to wash his hands and face. This itself was a luxury ritual. A personal attendant would often hold a bowl of scented water for the king, and another would offer a soft towel, perhaps embroidered with the royal badge. After cleansing and dressing in a modern gown or appropriate attire for the day, the king typically said his prayers or had a short private worship. Charles V, like many medieval monarchs, heard a short service called the morning hours from his chaplain soon after rising. In fact, devout practice structured the day. Kings and their households paused for religious observance at set times. Immediately upon waking, Charles would pray, and then usually converse in a genial manner with his close servants. Christine de Peasant relates that Charles would chat and even joke with those helping him dress, a small detail showing that within the privacy of his chamber the king could be affable and informal with trusted attendants. Dressing was an important affair. The king's outfit had to match the day's agenda. Formal for ceremonies or court gatherings, simpler, though higher quality still, for days of fewer public duties. The wardrobe staff would have laid out clothing options, undergarments of fine linen, hose for tight-fitting leg coverings, likely of silk or the best wool, a tunic or doublet, and over that perhaps a rich mantle or coat. Servants combed and styled the king's hair, or his beard too if he wore one, ensuring he looked every inch the monarch. If the king expected to appear before subjects or ambassadors that day, he might choose more splendid garments and jewelry. A mirror of polished metal or glass, the latter was a luxury item in itself in medieval times, would be held up so he could inspect his appearance. By around 8 o'clock, Charles would be fully dressed, according to the demands of the day's program, and ready to emerge and start getting work done. Most kings heard Mass every morning. Around 8 a.m., Charles went to the palace chapel to attend a solemn Mass which was celebrated daily with elaborate music. In a royal chapel service, one would hear beautiful polyphonic singing echoing off the stone walls. Kings could afford talented choirs and organists, and see gleaming sacred vessels on the altar, often donated by kings as acts of piety and display. After Mass, typically the king performed one of his key roles. the giving of an audience or justice to his people. It was a traditional duty, and also a performance of accessibility for medieval kings to hear the occasional petition directly. In the luxurious context of Charles' polished court, we see this simple interaction. A peasant woman kneeling with a plea, or a guild representative offering a written petition. Luxury here was not material but institutional. The king as the ultimate dispenser of justice, literally passing under the palace arches to listen mercifully to those lowly commoners. But even this scene had its hints of grandeur. The king would be flanked by some officers or heralds, and those petitioners allowed near him were conscious of his high status. Charles, in Christine's telling, responded kindly to reasonable requests on the spot, and referred more complex cases to his masters of requests for examination. This practice was partly benevolent, partly political theatre, demonstrating the king's wisdom and mercy before his subjects, not suspects, excuse me. But it is worth noting that not all kings made time for such direct interaction daily. Some preferred to delegate it, but many did appear occasionally to maintain a presence as the good lord of the land. Following Mass and any immediate audiences, a king would typically attend to matters of state. Charles, for example, held a meeting with his royal council on appointed days in the late morning. The council was composed of the highest nobles, clerics, and ministers, essentially a government cabinet. Interestingly, Christine remarks that Charles' council meetings were often brief, perhaps around an hour, which some historians would think thought it was due to his fragile health. But during that time, key decisions and reports were addressed. For other kings, council sessions might be longer or at different times. But the pattern holds. Each day, some hours had to be given to administrative duties, reading correspondence, signing letters or charters. Sometimes kings signed documents with their own hand. Other times a clerk did it, and the king just sealed it. Receiving foreign envoys or ambassadors, too, that was another responsibility, or consulting on policy or military matters. The king's life of luxury was supported by constant management of the realm's affairs, and while he had ministers to do the heavy lifting, and the final decisions always rested with him, or at least he had to guide everyone. By around 10 or 11 a.m., medieval kings usually took their first main meal of the day, often called dinner, with a lighter supper in the evening. Christine de Peasant notes that Charles went to the table around 10 o'clock, if his schedule allowed. So how did a royal meal proceed on an ordinary day? Well, likely it was with great etiquette and moderate fanfare. The king sat not in the huge great hall unless it was a feast day, but in smaller dining chambers or parlors, often with just close family or a few select nobles. Nonetheless, the formality in service was elaborate. Servants brought ewers of water and a basin for the king to wash his hands before eating, a necessary ritual and mark of courtesy. The meal might consist of several courses, but interestingly, Christine claims that Charles' meal was not long, for he did not favor elaborate food. He preferred easily digestible dishes, saying rich, heavy foods upset his stomach and memory. So in his case, the luxury was tempered by moderation. He ate perhaps simpler fare than one might expect. Roast or boiled meats lightly seasoned, some fine bread, and wine diluted with water. He drank only a small quantity of wine, and that of a clear, light type. While this might reflect Charles' personal restraint, other kings certainly indulged more. For example, earlier in the medieval period, King Henry I of England was rumored to have died from overindulging in lamprey eels, a rich delicacy, and many kings held vast feasts. But even when not gluttonous, kings dined with a quality and style unmatched elsewhere. The best of meat and the best of fish. The bread was a fine white loaf, whereas the commoner ate brown rye bread. With the midday dinner completed, by perhaps noon or shortly after, a medieval king's afternoon could be divided between official business and leisure, in varying proportions. Charles would typically hold a sort of informal court in the early afternoon. Christine describes how after his meal, the king would be joined in his court by a large number of people, foreign ambassadors, noblemen, knights, often such a crowd that one could scarcely turn around. This was a kind of open reception, where news was exchanged and supplicants or officials could approach. In this period of a couple hours, the king might receive reports of battles or political developments, grant favors, sign letters, make appointments, this kind of thing. It was all face-to-face interactions. And it was in these hours that a king dispensed much of his patronage, promising the next vacant church living to a certain cleric, awarding a pension to a faithful knight, hearing an envoy's proposals from a neighboring kingdom, and responding with courtesy or cunning, as the case required. Yet, even this press of governing was a sort of choreographed luxury. Those present wore their finest, deferential forms of address were used, and everyone acknowledged that only the king's court could so many important and richly arrayed individuals be found in one room. Well, after dealing with such matters for an hour or two, Charles, who was in frail health, made it a habit to withdraw for a short rest or nap, usually an hour long. Later in the afternoon, refreshed, the king turned to recreation and more private pleasures. Charles, who was scholarly, might spend time in his study or enjoy looking at his collection of jewels and precious curios in the company of close friends. Christine de Peasant specifically notes that Charles would relax by examining beautiful objects, a very gentle pastime befitting a prince who loved learning and art. Other kings with different temperaments chose different diversions. Many went hunting or hawking in the afternoons, if weather and circumstance allowed for it. For instance, a king might ride out with a small party to hunt deer in a nearby royal forest, or fly his falcons at game birds. This served both as sport and as a practice of his knightly skills. In the late Middle Ages, as court life became more sedentary, some kings preferred indoor games too. Chess was hugely popular among royalty and nobility. It was considered the intellectual man's game. And we know that King John of France of the 14th century and others were fond of chess and tables, a backgammon-like game, that is. Gambling games with dice or cards also found their way into courtly pastimes, though kings had to be cautious. A king losing large sums at dice could be seen as a little bit problematic. As dusk approached, the king would prepare for the supper meal. In summer this might be late in the evening, but in winter quite early. Kings often dined earlier in the evening than we do today, perhaps 5 or 6 p.m., because the nights were long. Supper was usually a lighter meal than the midday dinner, though still with multiple dishes and courses by any normal standard. In many courts, supper could be an intimate family affair, unless formal banqueting was called for. Charles, for instance, took his place rather early for a high meal, Christine says, implying he liked to get supper done with and not make it too heavy. After supper, kings spent a little time in casual recreation with those closest to them. Charles would chat with his barons and knights companionably. Other kings might enjoy hearing a storyteller recite a romance, or have a jester perform antics to provoke laughter. Many royal courts did employ a fool or a jester, who, dressed in motley, might have amused the king with clever wordplay, or perhaps some physical comedy in those relaxed hours. This kind of entertainment was yet another perk of kingship. To have skilled entertainment always on hand to brighten one's mood, well, that's, certainly something not everyone gets. But as the day closed, the king would finally retire to his bedchamber. And here again, ritual and comfort went hand in hand. There was often a formal process of the king's coucher, going to bed ceremony, in the presence of select attendants. High-ranking members of the household might help the king undress. In some courts it was an honor to hand the king his nightshirt, or to take his jeweled tunic to put away. The bed itself was a major luxury item. Kings slept on grand four-poster beds draped with embroidered hangings that could be closed for warmth and privacy. The mattress was filled with feathers or down, that is, multiple layers of featherbed could be stacked for extra softness, and luxurious sheets of fine linen or even silk adorned the bed. In winter, thick covers and fur blankets kept the king nice and warm. It is noted in castle inventories that braziers or bed warmers were used in cold weather. Servants would warm the bed with metal pans filled with hot coals. Also, the chamber would be prepared, shutters closed or curtains drawn, a small night lamp or candles left safely to provide a dim light. Possibly a ewer of water or spiced wine sat nearby just in case the king got thirsty at night. Always, every contingency accounted for by the diligent servants. And thus ended a typical day. Naturally, not every day was typical. There were hunting expeditions that lasted all day, military campaigns where luxury was scaled down. Well, of course, there was great feast days, too, where the schedule was dominated by ceremonies and banqueting. Yet even those special days fit into the overarching pattern that kings surrounded themselves with comfort, ceremony, and service at all times. The Tower of London, a fortress that has seen 1,000 years of blood and betrayal. From its very foundation, the Tower of London was designed to inspire dread. This stronghold, part palace, part prison, still looms on the River Thames as a witness to the darkest chapters in English history. Oh, if walls could talk, what stories they would tell. Those stones have echoed with the cries of prisoners, and even the clash of steel. Well, today we're going to tell the story of the Tower of London from start to finish, all the way from the Norman times up into our modern day. And of course we won't be sparing any of the gritty details. There's plenty of them. So if you'll spend the next hour with me, we can go back to the very early times and trace where the Tower of London began, and by the end we'll have a good understanding. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. I am your host, and off we are for another English history video. Now I'd like to begin the customary thank you to everyone who keeps this entire channel ad-free. That is those who support on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, who check out the merch store, and also those who leave the occasional donation through Super Thanks and the PayPal link. You have my utmost respect and thanks for that. If you'd like to join that prestigious club, well, the links are in the pinned comment, video, and channel description if you want to go there. Otherwise, just do the usual algorithm boosting things, like, comment, subscribe, click the hype button, and tell your friends about this ad-free sanctuary in our ad-drenched modern age. In any case, let us begin now. The history of the Tower of London. Well, not many buildings can trace their foundations back almost 1,000 years. But the Tower of London is certainly one of them that can. In fact, our tale begins in 1066. If you're familiar with English history, you'll know that that's a rather important date, to say the least. After William the Conqueror defeated the English at Hastings and was crowned king, he set about securing his new realm by force. And nowhere was more important than in turbulent London, which at the time, and still is, England's largest city. William ordered a mighty castle built on the southeast corner of London's old Roman walls. This would become the Tower of London. According to a Norman chronicler, William's men completed certain fortifications in the city against the restlessness of the huge and brutal populace. Apparently they weren't too happy about being conquered by a Norman king, who, by the way, didn't even speak English. Certainly ruffles a few of the locals up. Well, in other words, the tower was raised to overawe and even intimidate the unruly Londoners from any thought of rebellion. And it seemed to have worked. It was a pretty stark symbol of Norman domination looming over a conquered people. And then there was the White Tower, a great square keep. That was the first stone structure. But they didn't begin this right away in 1066. That was begun around 1078. At up to 90 feet tall, and with walls 15 feet thick, it was an engineering marvel, rather, of its day. The English labourers forced to build it must have looked on in quite a bit of despair at the blueprints of that one. And of course, being forced to do this for a foreign conqueror, well, certainly not the best work conditions, I suppose, how to keep them motivated. Well, whips notwithstanding. Although we don't know if they were using that sort of thing, I am just commenting. In any case, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle complained that King William, quote, sorely burdened the unhappy people with forced labour on castles. Now the details of how they forced them to do this are somewhat left out, but I think we can use a little bit of imagination. Now the White Tower was clad in bright canstone from France, giving it a ghostly glow, and that's where it got its name, because the stone was this glowing white, and inside this tower were sumptuous chambers for the king. But below, they left that space open for a dark dungeon. So from the outset, the tower served a kind of dual purpose. A royal stronghold, sure, but also a feared prison. William's successors expanded the complex. In 1097, King William II, that is William Rufus, reinforced the tower with a stone curtain wall, and that replaced the earlier wooden palisades. And do remember that most early castles were wooden. Don't think that everything was stone. That's a bit of a Hollywood misnomer. More towers and defensive walls followed in the 12th and 13th centuries, and that created a concentric fortress. So by the 1200s, the tower had grown into a small fortified city with multiple layers of walls, a moat, and of course the numerous intimidating towers. Kings like Henry III and Edward I poured huge sums of money into strengthening it. They knew that holding the tower was key to controlling the kingdom. And to this day, actually, the general layout of the Tower of London complex remains just as those medieval builders left it. From early on, the tower earned its grim reputation. Of course, you don't build something like that to loom over the locals without, wanting them to feel a kind of dread at it, make them nervous. The first known prisoner was one who was actually the Bishop of Durham, Ranulph Flambard, and quite ironically, he was one of the very men who helped design parts of the White Tower. Bit of a twist of fate, isn't it? In 1100, King Henry I accused Flambard of extortion and locked him in a cell at the top of the tower. Flambard, who was a reportedly wily character, managed the tower's first escape. Kept in relative comfort, he hosted a feast for his guards. He got them drunk on wine, and then he lowered himself by a rope smuggled in a wine cask. Of course, when the jailers awoke, the prisoner had vanished into the night. I'm sure someone would have lost their job over that. And the escape, well, it was so unbelievable that one chronicler half jested the bishop must have used witchcraft to get away. Well, this early escapade established a pattern, too. For the next 900 years, the tower would confine an endless parade of traitors, heretics, princes, and pretenders, some of whom vanished mysteriously. But a lucky few, like Flambard, managed to cheat fate. Probably best that he got his escape attempt in early. They built the prison before they planned out the measures to prevent people from escaping. I don't know, maybe a high window just wasn't enough. So moving on from those early days and into the high Middle Ages, the tower continued to grow both in physical size, but also in its dark reputation. King Richard the Lionheart, the quintessential English king, dug a moat around the castle in the 1190s, and additional outer walls were built. And what's a castle without a moat, right? I want a moat around my house. Well, I live in an apartment, so that's probably not possible. Maybe one day. Well, the tower became not just a fortress and prison, but also a royal residence at times, complete with great halls and a chapel. It's a little bit strange, too, that kings would want to live right on top or next to the prison, but that's just the way it is. Yet even as kings added their domestic comforts, they never forgot the tower's primary role as a powerfully armed garrison in the heart of the capital. In those uneasy times, monarchs took refuge behind its walls, and their foes were often imprisoned inside. One remarkable aspect of the tower in medieval times was its royal menagerie of exotic animals. So believe it or not, medieval kings kept captive wild beasts as symbols of their might, and the tower was kind of like a zoo. As early as the 1200s, Londoners could glimpse at strange creatures behind the tower's walls. In 1235, Henry III received the 3 leopards, likely lions. He got these from the Holy Roman Emperor, and by 1252 he even acquired a great white bear, very probably a polar bear from the King of Norway. So imagine that spectacle, a polar bear in medieval London. The poor thing, though, chained onto the tower grounds. I don't think they would have built it much of a nice enclosure, that's for sure. The sheriffs of London were instructed to buy the bear a long rope and muzzle, and it was regularly led down to the Thames River to swim and catch fish for its supper. Crowds, of course, would gather and marvel at the pale bear from the frozen north. A few years later, in 1255, Henry III accepted an African elephant as a gift from the King of France. A special wooden house was built for the elephant near the tower gates. Of course, people flocked to see that creature too, the first elephant ever in England, which Matthew Barris, a monk and chronicler, dutifully sketched. Now, the poor elephant sadly did not survive long in the tower. It died after a couple of years, likely because its keepers had absolutely no idea how to care for it. One report even claims they tried giving it wine, believing water was bad for elephants. I don't know where they got that idea from, but these royal beasts must have added to the tower's mystique, there's no doubt about that. To common folk, the fortress was not only a place of dread, but also of wonders. Lions prowling in cages, a bear fishing in the Thames, an elephant trumpeting around in its pen. But by 1300, the Tower of London was an imposing concentric castle, upgraded to withstand the latest threats. It bristled with archery towers and stone battlements. Kings stored their treasury and regalia here for safekeeping, the most secure place in the whole country. It was said that whoever controlled the tower controlled the kingdom's riches and capital city. So unsurprisingly, during the civil conflicts that rocked medieval England, the tower was often the prize for both sides, a kind of capture the flag. If you don't have the tower, you don't have anything worthwhile. Yet the fortress was not invincible. In 1381, during the infamous Peasants' Revolt, the tower was breached for the first and only time in its history. But not by a foreign army. No, not by Vikings, not by the French or the Spanish, but by the English. And not an English army, just a mob of angry English commoners. King Richard II, who was only 14 years old, by the way, had taken shelter inside the tower with his mother and advisers as tens of thousands of rebels swarmed London. But why were they so angry? Unfair taxes. All sounds familiar. While Richard went out to parley with the rebel leaders, a horde of peasants stormed through an undefended gate. The garrison, perhaps they were sympathetic or just simply terrified at the numbers of the peasants, offered no resistance. They just let them through. They don't get paid enough for that, I'm sure. Rebels poured into the courtyards, cheering and just making a mess of things. One contemporary chronicler, Jean Froissart, describes how these men made themselves at home in the royal quarters, even lounging on the king's bed and jokingly stroking the beards of the tower guards as if they owned the place. It almost sounds like a medieval January 6th sort of thing. You know, it's kind of like that. But the main targets were hiding inside, the king's ministers, whom they blamed for their misery. Oh, and just quickly, when I say January 6th, I mean the White House in the United States when that happened. I think it was in 2020 that happened, I think so. In any case, the rebels found the Lord Chancellor, Archbishop Simon Sudbury, cowering in the chapel of the White Tower, praying for sanctuary. He did not find any. They dragged him out to Tower Hill. Then they seized Sir Robert Hales, the royal treasurer, as well, and in a frenzy of revolutionary justice, the mob cut off the heads of Sudbury, Hales, and several other royal officials. On that summer day, Tower Hill ran with noble blood. A pretty gruesome scene. According to reports, it took 8 blows of a sword to sever the archbishop's head. The rebels stuck the severed heads on pikes and displayed them atop London Bridge as a warning. Even the tower's formidable walls couldn't prevent that atrocity, and that's a reminder that the tower's power ultimately depended on the loyalty of those within. I'm sure security upgrades were made after that incident. Now, incredibly, King Richard II survived the revolt by bravely confronting the rebels elsewhere and diffusing their anger, at least temporarily. It was certainly a gamble, though, the scene of Richard floating down on that barge while everyone's jeering him. It really could have gone either way. But the events of 1381 certainly became part of the tower's grim legend. Never again would an enemy force the gates open by sheer intimidation. The tower resumed its role as a fortress and prison, but now with a few different kinds of heads decorating the spikes. Well, with that bloody fiasco all done for, During the later Middle Ages, the tower imprisoned a who's who of high-ranking captives, and saw some quietly chilling crimes too. The wars and power struggles of the 15th century often ended for the losers behind the tower's bars. The fortress became a royal dumping ground for overthrown kings and unwanted heirs. And one example is King Henry VI, the pious but unlucky king who was deposed during the Wars of the Roses. In 1471, Henry was held in the Wakefield Tower at the Tower of London after his forces lost a battle. On the night of May 21st, Henry was found dead in his chamber. Now, the official story claimed that he died of melancholy, but no one really believed that. It was widely suspected that he was murdered, likely stabbed or strangled on the orders of the new king, Edward IV. Well, legend has it that Henry was at prayer when his killer struck. And if true, the Holy King's blood was spilled on the tower's stone floor and adding another royal ghost to its ranks. In fact, a lot of people said that Henry's spirit was later rumored to appear in the tower on the anniversary of his death, but it's hard to prove that one. Still hard to prove it otherwise, though. A decade later came the most notorious mystery of all, the fate of the princes in the tower. In 1483, King Edward IV died, leaving his 12-year-old son, Edward V, as his heir. The young prince and his 9-year-old brother Richard were lodged in the Tower of London, supposedly for their protection, under the care of their uncle Richard, the Duke of Gloucester. But Uncle Richard was, well, he was ambitious, to say the least. So that summer, Richard Gloucester seized power and had himself crowned King Richard III. And the two princes, well, they just vanished into thin air. They were never seen again. It was whispered that the princes had been quietly murdered inside the tower to eliminate any threat to Richard's rule. Thomas More, writing a few decades later, gave a pretty vivid account too. He alleged that King Richard hired men to creep into the prince's chamber as they slept and smother them with pillows, and then burying their bodies in a stairwell. The truth will never be known for certain, but bones of 2 children were discovered buried in under a tower staircase in 1674 during some renovations. Seems like a smoking gun, right? Those remains, which are likely the poor princes, were eventually interred in Westminster Abbey. The disappearance of the princes in the tower, well, that's perhaps one of the great unsolved crimes. But it seems pretty obvious. I suppose it's a bit too late for a trial now. But it forever cemented the tower's reputation as a sinister place, where innocent blood could be shed in secret. And to this day, the story chills all who hear it. Think about it. A 12-year-old and a 9-year-old, 2 young boys, betrayed and quietly killed by their own uncle, nonetheless. It's pretty horrible. Hard to justify that one, certainly. In any case, by the end of the 1400s, the tower had seen kings, queens, and nobles locked in the cells, and occasionally even killed there. But believe it or not, darker days lay ahead as the tower entered the tumultuous Tudor era, when royal tyranny and religious upheaval turned the tower into a factory of misery. The 16th century, the age of the Tudors, that was when the Tower of London really reached the peak of its infamy as a prison and execution ground. As one chronicler of the time noted, by the reign of Henry VIII, the fortress was used, quote, more as an armory and house of munition, and thereunto a place for the safekeeping of offenders than a palace royal. The Tudor monarchs, Henry VIII, his children Edward VI, Mary I, and Elizabeth I, all made ample use of the tower to incarcerate their political rivals, and many of them met a dreadful fate, either just outside its gates on Tower Hill, or within the tower precincts itself. Henry VIII in particular, who was doesn't have the best reputation, I'm sure you already know. Well, he turned the tower into a feared place of torment and death. During his volatile reign, dozens of notable figures were imprisoned in the tower on trumped-up charges of treason or heresy. Many paid with their heads, too, and the most famous victims were two of Henry's own wives. He had 6 of them in total, by the way. In 1536, Anne Boleyn, Henry's second queen, was arrested on made-up charges of adultery and treason. She was brought by boat through the grim Traitor's Gate into the tower, and there in a cold room she wrote despairingly of her unjust imprisonment. Her final letters are pretty sad. There's a weird resignation to them as well. She's sort of just not begging for her life, just, I guess, lamenting it. Poor Anne. Well, regardless, on the morning of May 19th, 1536, she was led to a scaffold on Tower Green. Within the fortress walls, Henry granted her the mercy of a private execution away from the gawking crowds on Tower Hill. Anne Boleyn showed remarkable composure. She joked with her executioner, and reportedly even gently adjusted her gown so the swordsman would have a clean strike. With one swift swing of a French sword, the executioner severed the queen's head. Her last words were a prayer for the king. Anne's head and body were buried in an unmarked grave in the nearby chapel of St. Peter and Vincula. Inside the tower, that is. And it is said that on certain nights the ghost of Anne Boleyn walks the tower's corridors, clutching her severed head under one arm. Henry VIII was not done with Anne, I'm afraid. There were a few more. In 1542, he sent his 5th wife, Catherine Howard, to the tower on charges of infidelity. The teenage Catherine reportedly screamed for mercy as she was dragged away, knowing exactly what she was in for. And she, too, was beheaded on the Tower Green and buried right next to Anne. Another victim was Henry's distant cousin, Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury, who at age 67 resisted Henry's attempts to destroy her family. Imprisoned in the tower, the elderly lady met a truly horrific end in 1541. The inexperienced headsman actually missed his mark multiple times. One account claims Margaret, dignified to the end, refused to kneel meekly and was chastised by the axeman, who hacked her to death in a gory, botched execution. The brutality of Margaret Pole's death certainly shocked people even in that brutal age. But not all Tower prisoners under Henry were executed. Some endured torture and starvation instead, which is not good, but, you get what you're given, don't you? The Tower's reputation as a torture chamber largely comes from this period, although torture was not as routine as later legend suggests. There's been a little bit of romanticizing about that it was this just 24/7 bloodbath. It wasn't quite like that. In any case, when it comes to torture, it required royal permission, and it was mainly employed in cases of treason or heresy, when the crown wanted information or confessions. Between 1530 and 1550, Several prisoners were subjected to agonizing tortures in the tower's lower regions. 3 infamous devices in particular struck fear into the hearts of prisoners. The first was the dreaded rack, that framework that would slowly stretch the victim's body, dislocating joints, tearing muscles. Introduced to the tower in the late 1400s, the rack earned the nickname the Duke of Exeter's Daughter, after a constable of the tower who built a particularly vicious version of it. Prisoners who experienced the rack often had limbs rendered useless for life, and that's if they even survived. For example, the Jesuit priest Guy Fawkes, arrested for the gunpowder plot of 1605, was racked in the tower so severely that when forced to sign a confession, he could barely hold a pen. His signature on that document is a barely recognizable scrawl, a picture that tells 1,000 words. Then there was the Scavenger's Daughter, an ingeniously cruel device invented during Henry VIII's reign, essentially the opposite of the rack. Let me explain. It was more of a metal frame that compressed the body into a suffocating crouch. The victim's head was forced down to their knees and bound tightly. Blood would pool and noses would burst under the pressure. Few could endure this ordeal for long. It was used mainly to extract information quickly through extreme pain. Then there's the manacles and the little e's. Some prisoners were simply chained to the walls or suspended by iron gauntlets, manacles they called them, on their wrists until their shoulders almost tore from the sockets. A tiny closet-like cell known as the little e's was another punishment, so small that a prisoner could not stand up. They could neither sit, nor could they lie down fully. It forced them into a perpetual crouch. Prisoners left in little e's for days emerged broken and cramped up. Not very comfortable at all. And let's talk about one notable victim of the time, of torture, that is. Anne Askew, a young gentlewoman accused of heresy for her Protestant beliefs under Henry's Catholic-inclined regime in 1546. This was a little bit in earlier times. Well, she is one of the few women on record tortured in the tower. Anne Askew was stretched on the rack so savagely that she was crippled. When she was taken out to be burned at the stake as a heretic, she had to be carried in a chair, because all of her bones and joints had been pulled apart to the point where she could not walk or even stand. Her story, recorded later in John Fox's Book of Martyrs, illustrates the extremes of cruelty inflicted within the tower's walls. Under Henry VIII's son, Edward VI, the tower saw fewer new corpses, but politics soon returned. In 1553, after the young King Edward died, Lady Jane Grey, a teenage girl used as a pawn in a power grab, was locked up in the tower. She was named Queen, too, but she only lasted 9 days. Jane was deposed by Edward's Catholic sister, Mary Tudor. Now, Mary I, who was also called Bloody Mary, kept Lady Jane locked in the gentleman's jailer's house. Despite Jane's youth and relative innocence, they ultimately ordered her execution to remove any threat. And so on February 1554, the 16-year-old Jane Grey was beheaded within the tower grounds. The tragic teenager supposedly said, "I pray you will dispatch me quickly," to her executioner, and blindfolded herself before placing her head on the block. There's a very famous painting of that, which is quite sad too, the execution of Lady Jane Grey. Her young husband, Guildford Dudley, was also executed on the same day on Tower Hill. And just like that, another 2 youthful lives added to the tally. Queen Mary I was fiercely Catholic and filled the tower's cells with Protestant opponents. Ironically, one prisoner was her own half-sister, Princess Elizabeth, the future Elizabeth I. Elizabeth was sent to the Tower in 1554, accused unjustly of supporting a rebellion. As she arrived by boat under the grim arch of Traitor's Gate, she reportedly murmured, "Here lands as true a subject as ever landed at these stairs." Imprisoned in the bell tower, the princess feared she would never leave alive. She etched a desperate poem on her window and insisted on sleeping on the floor as a sign of her unjust captivity. After 2 tense months, Elizabeth was finally released. You see, Mary dared not execute her sister without proof of treason. It just wouldn't have looked very good. But had things gone a little differently, the tower might have witnessed the execution of Queen Elizabeth herself. Well, when Elizabeth did become queen in 1558, the tables turned. Oh, how the turntables! During her long reign, the tower's dungeons filled with Catholic recusants and political plotters against her. Elizabeth's government used the tower as an interrogation center for conspirators, especially in the 1570s and 80s, when fear of Catholic plots ran high. Many Catholic priests caught secretly ministering were tortured in the tower before being put to death elsewhere. Put to death. What's death? I don't know. Well, one remarkable story is that of John Gerard, a Jesuit priest who was captured in 1597. Now, Gerard was subject to the manacles. Remember, that's suspended by his wrists from a beam for hours at a time. Though enduring excruciating pain, his own account describes bleeding and numb arms, he refused to betray his co-conspirators. Gerard then accomplished a daring escape. He managed to secretly communicate with friends outside by writing in invisible ink, orange juice, that is, on scraps of paper. With help from sympathetic accomplices, he escaped the tower by crawling along a rope slung across the moat one dark night. It was one of the few successful escapes in the tower's history, and it also managed to humiliate Elizabeth's jailers. John Gerard lived to tell the tale in a memoir, recounting the tower's terrors from a survivor's perspective, and I bet that would have been a bestseller. But not everyone was so fortunate. The tower claimed one more under Elizabeth's rule, albeit kind of posthumously. You see, in 1601, the Earl of Essex, once Elizabeth's favourite, later leader of a failed revolt, was beheaded on Tower Green after being held in the tower. A special scaffold was built inside the fortress, as his popularity with the London crowd made a public execution quite risky. And it wasn't just one stroke of the axe required, but 3 rather, to finish him off. The aging Elizabeth thereafter was said to remark grimly on how many heads had fallen on her account, and indeed by 1600 the Tower of London had indelibly become the place of off with his head in the English psyche. And so here we are at the dawn of the enlightened 17th century. But unfortunately, it just brought new dramas. In 1605, under King James I, the tower received a pretty infamous group of inmates. Guy Fawkes and his fellow gunpowder plot conspirators, who had attempted to blow up the Parliament House, which doesn't win you any friends in the nobility. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Fawkes was tortured on the rack in the tower's dungeon until he revealed the details of the plot. After a few days, he was so weakened that signature looked like a child's scribble. Fawkes and the others were later executed by the grisly method of hanging, drawing, and quartering. Not at the tower, though, but their interrogation and suffering there became part of the tower's feared law. Despite its grim reputation, the tower also was considered a secure haven for crucial assets, and the most crucial of all was the crown jewels, symbols of monarchy. They'd been stored at the tower since medieval times. We should say that during the English Civil War, that's in the 1640s, the original medieval jewels were actually removed and melted down by parliamentarians who sold off or destroyed the regalia after executing Charles I. The crown jewels on display today are replacements made for the restoration in 1661. While the tower's arsenal of weapons was also vast, it was effectively the national armory. When civil war erupted between King Charles I and Parliament in 1642, the tower again became a strategical linchpin. Initially, London citizens and the city militia who were sympathetic to Parliament rather than the king seized control of the tower, not letting the king inside. Charles' supporters plotted to take it back, and at one point even pointed cannons at the tower's battlements, ready to fire on the city if needed. Well, however, no large-scale battle unfolded at the tower, probably for the best. It remained under Parliament's control throughout the conflict, serving as a prison for royalists. After the war, with Charles I executed and the monarchy abolished, several of the king's leading supporters, and some of the judges who condemned him, were themselves imprisoned in the tower after the tides of fortune shifted. The restoration of the monarchy in 1660 under Charles II saw some vengeful bloodshed linked to the tower. A number of the men who had signed Charles I's death warrants were hunted down. Some, like Sir Thomas Harrison, were locked in the tower before being gruesomely executed, drawn and quartered at Charing Cross. Others were already dead, and in a macabre twist, the new king had their remains exhumed and displayed. Even the skull of Oliver Cromwell was briefly mounted on a spike above the tower's gates as a posthumous punishment. Yet, the Restoration era also brought one of the tower's most legendary capers, providing a rare note of dark humor amid all of the blood and death. Probably needed one after that. This was the escapade of Colonel Thomas Blood in 1671, the man who nearly stole the crown jewels. Now, Colonel Blood himself was an Irish adventurer with a history of audacious schemes. Disguising himself as a clergyman, Blood befriended the elderly jewel house keeper at the tower, one Talbot Edwards. Over several visits, Blood ingratiated himself with the Edward family, even proposing a fake marriage between his nephew and the keeper's daughter. On May 9th, 1671, Blood made his move. He and his accomplices arrived early in the morning, and Edwards obligingly let them into Jewel House to show them the crown jewels. But the moment they were inside, Blood whipped out a hammer and smashed the 77-year-old Edwards over the head, knocking him senseless. In a frenzy, he grabbed the imperial state crown and flattened it with a mallet to hide under his cloak. Another accomplice stuffed the royal orb into his pants. They even sawed off the royal scepter in half because it was too long to carry. Well, the gang tried to dash out of the tower with the loot, but miraculously, the dazed Edwards regained consciousness and raised an alarm, shouting out treason, murder, and Blood and his men were tackled at the gate by guards. Even after he was seized, the brazen Blood refused to speak to anyone except the king. And here the story takes on an even stranger turn. King Charles II was apparently so amused by Blood's sheer audacity that not only did he pardon him, but granted Blood a pension and befriended him at court. Well, didn't see that coming. The keeper, Edwards, who fortunately survived his injuries, was rewarded with a tidy sum for his ordeal, though probably not as much as Blood's annual pension. The crown jewels were recovered, dented up a bit, but intact. And since that day, no one has ever come quite so close to stealing them. The Colonel Blood affair added a rogue's tale to the tower's history, showing that not every tower story is one of solemn tragedy. Some are pretty outrageous, or almost comical. In any case, by the late 1600s, the tower's role as a royal residence had faded entirely. Successive monarchs found its lodgings to be cold and damp compared to the newer places. But its role as an armory, garrison, and prison remained. The Office of Ordnance had its headquarters there, churning out weapons of war. The famous Line of Kings display, a row of wooden horses with medieval kings' armor, was set up in the tower as early as 1652, a precursor of the tower as a tourist attraction, maybe. And as gunpowder weaponry in modern prisons evolved, the tower's military importance slowly waned. The 18th century saw fewer political prisoners, but a handful of notable figures still passed through its gates. In 1716, after a failed Jacobite rebellion, the defeated Scottish lords were brought to the tower. The Earl of Derwentwater and others who were held before being publicly beheaded on Tower Hill, among the last executions of nobility by axe in England. The very last of such executions was on Tower Hill in 1747, when an 80-year-old Simon Fraser, Lord Lovat, lost his head for leading a Jacobite uprising. An immense crowd actually gathered to watch, and legend says the shock of the beheading caused a scaffold stand to collapse, killing several spectators too. Shouldn't have stood so close, though. In any case, through the 1700s, tourists could visit certain areas of the tower by giving a small tip to the yeoman warders. The tower's dark reputation only grew in popular imagination. Novelists and playwrights spun lurid tales about it. This Gothic fascination with the tower reached new heights in the Victorian era. The Victorians, loving both history and horror, restored parts of the tower to a pseudo-medieval appearance, and spread romanticized stories of its past. Writers in the 1800s nicknamed it the Bloody Tower and Traitor's Gate, cementing those ominous labels. But real changes were happening too. The royal menagerie that had delighted and sometimes alarmed visitors for 6 centuries came to an end. By the early 1800s, the collection of animals at the tower, lions, tigers, all sorts, were considered a hazard and somewhat antiquated. Well, in one incident in 1830, a guard was reportedly attacked by a leopard. In another, a lion got loose from its cage. Accounts vary. Some say a soldier was bitten by a monkey, too. The Duke of Wellington, then Constable of the Tower, decided that enough was enough. And in 1835, the menagerie was closed for good. Most of the creatures were transferred to the new London Zoo in Regent's Park. After they departed, the old lion tower and cages were torn down, and no longer would the roars of lions echo through the tower at night, though their ghostly presence lives on in legend, apparently. Meanwhile, parts of the tower that had fallen into disuse were remodeled. The Victorian authorities, keen on preservation, undertook renovations to make the castle look a bit more medieval. They removed some later buildings, uncovered old archways, and rebuilt battlements. The tower was becoming as much a monument and a museum as a military site. The public could tour the Grand Armory's displays of weapons and armor. Guidebooks from the 19th century reveal that visitors were especially interested in the tower's dungeons and the stories of prisoners. The more gruesome, the better. And that's certainly not changed. One ghost story from this era reflects the tower's chilling aura. In 1816, a guardsman on duty near the Jewel House swore that he saw a spectral bear emerge from the darkness and charge at him. Terrified, he thrust his bayonet at the creature, and when he did, it passed straight through and vanished. The guard was later found in a state of shock and died within a couple of days, reportedly from fright. Contemporaries speculated that perhaps the ghost of one of the tower's long-dead menagerie bears were haunting the site. Sounds pretty fanciful, but such tales found very eager ears. The tower's ghosts have been a persistent part of its lore. Anne Boleyn wandering around headless, the two little princes gliding down a staircase hand in hand, the white lady who waves from a window, and other phantoms seen by soldiers on lonely night watches. Now, whether you believe in that or not, the fact is the fact, and the fact is that these stories took root, and it shows how deeply the tower's bloody history had impressed itself upon the public mind. Well, despite all of that, the tower in the 1800s was generally peaceful. It served mainly as an armory, an archive, and of course a tourist attraction. However, it still had a garrison of troops, and at times of civil unrest it was put on alert. During the Chartist protests of 1848, agitating for political reform, the tower was prepared for potential trouble. But nothing came of it. By the late 19th century, the tower's days as a functioning prison were nearly over, but not quite. In 1885, a last jailbreak occurred. The Irish nationalist leader, Charles Parnell, was locked briefly in the tower for contempt of Parliament, but only symbolically. He was likely held in pretty comfortable quarters and soon released, kind of like a house arrest situation. It seemed the tower's awful chapters of incarceration were a thing of the past. However, the 20th century would prove that even in modern times, the tower had a little bit more blood to spill. And so here we are in the 20th century, where the tower enters its role as primarily a tourist attraction and historic monument. Yet remarkably, its long tradition as a prison and execution site did not end until World War II. Now, during World War I, 1914 to 18, the tower was used to hold several German spies captured in Britain. At least 11 of these enemy agents were executed by firing squad at the tower, a chilling throwback to older traditions. Not the axe this time, no. They were shot in the stone courtyard of the tower, and their bodies buried on site. The first was Karl Hans Lodi in 1914, and others followed in the war's later years. Tour guides still point out the shooting post where these executions occurred. World War II brought one more flurry of grim activity. In 1941, a German spy named Joseph Jacobs was caught after parachuting into England. He was injured upon capture and taken to the tower, and after a short trial for espionage, Jacobs was executed by firing squad on August 15, 1941, and he was the last person ever to be put to death at the Tower of London. He met his end seated in a chair because of his broken ankle, as the rifleman took aim. It was a pretty somber finale to the tower's long, bloody record of executions. Now also, in 1941, the tower briefly held perhaps its most high-profile prisoner in centuries, Rudolf Hess. That is the deputy of Adolf Hitler, who flew to Scotland on a quixotic peace mission. Hess was brought to London and confined in the Tower for a few days in May 1941. He thus became the Tower's final state prisoner. One can only imagine his thoughts, pacing in the same stone room where medieval kings and traitors had languished. But Hess was soon moved to a more conventional military prison, but the symbolic weight of the Tower's walls surrounding a top Nazi leader was not lost on observers. World War II also saw the Tower damaged by German bombing. In the Blitz of 1940, several buildings in the Tower complex suffered hits. The medieval chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, where so many executed folk lay buried, had its roof blown off by a bomb. They fixed it up later. Still, never really the same. For the first time in centuries, the Tower's mighty walls shook from explosives rather than siege engines. During the worst air raids, the Tower was closed to the public, and the crown jewels were secretly moved to a safer location, probably out in the countryside somewhere. Now, most evocatively, the famous Tower ravens nearly all perished or flew away due to the bombing chaos. According to legend, if the ravens leave the Tower, the kingdom will fall. Ooh, that sounds like some kind of grim prophecy, doesn't it? Alarmed that only a single raven survived the Blitz, Prime Minister Winston Churchill ordered that new ravens be brought in to repopulate the Tower, ensuring the legend and morale lived on. And to this day, at least 6 ravens are kept at the Tower at all times, well fed and trimmed of wing feathers to discourage any wanderlust on their behalf. After 1945, the Tower of London was officially retired as a prison. The days of old were finally over. Its last use in that capacity had been to hold a handful of British soldiers who went AWOL. Notably in 1952, one of the notorious Cray twins, that's Ronnie Cray, was held at the Tower for a few days for failing to report for military service. But those were minor footnotes. The great era of prisoners and executions had ended. And in the post-war years, the Tower began to embrace its identity as a monument to history. It became a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and one of Britain's most visited tourist destinations. Each year, millions of visitors wander through those gates, marveling at the crown jewels in the glittering vault, peering into the eerie torture chamber in the White Tower basement, and standing on the Tower Green, where queens and nobles knelt before the axe. The yeoman warders, nicknamed beefeaters, now serve mostly as tour guides, regaling visitors with tales of ghosts and gore, though they remain ceremonial guardians of the Tower, of course. These warders still wear the splendid Tudor-style uniforms, adding to the sense that one has stepped back into a blood-stained past. Every night they perform the centuries-old ceremony of the keys, locking up the fortress for the evening in a ritual unchanged for hundreds of years. And thus the Tower's story has come full circle. Once a feared fortress and prison, now a carefully preserved museum. But even in peace, the shadow of its horrible history lingers. In the courtyards you can almost sense the whispers of the prisoners long gone. And in the chapel, right below your feet, lie the bones of the executed. From Anne Boleyn to poor Lady Jane Grey. Ravens hop along the lawns, perhaps on watch for the ghosts of the headless queen. Who knows? Well, in any case, that is it for me tonight. I hope you enjoyed our video about the Tower of London. Certainly a quintessential medieval place, isn't it? Really is. And not just a medieval place, but also a Renaissance place, a Tudor place, A modern place. A Victorian place. Every era sort of has its own stories for the Tower of London, and I'm so glad that it's still there. Well, I don't know about you, but I certainly remember watching those old Technicolor films about medieval times. And they always had these grand castles. They looked brilliant, real inviting. They had these grand banquet halls, the luxurious bedrooms, statues and artwork all over the place. And everybody was drinking, feasting, and just having a great time. Certainly sounds like the place to be. Well, the reality is quite the opposite. And I'll tell you a little story just to start off. It was the year 1255, and Queen Margaret of Scotland fell ill and despondent within the thick walls of Edinburgh Castle. She wrote desperate letters back home, and her doctor, who was sent to attend her, was himself overwhelmed by the castle's bitter cold, and he died on his journey back to England. Margaret was barely a teenager at the time, and she complained that she felt like a prisoner in that fortress. She hated the huge, drafty castle and the harsh climate that came with it. Now, this episode is a far cry from that romantic image of those Technicolor films, and indeed life inside a medieval castle, especially during the High Middle Ages, was rife with hardship and discomfort. While castles were symbols of power and refuge in times of war, they were frequently cold, dark, unsanitary, filled with rats, and just downright miserable places to live. Albeit very safe ones. And so today, we are going to talk about why living in a castle was actually pretty terrible. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to everyone. Good to have you back here with me. Now, all of this channel is ad-free. That's every single video, so you don't have to worry about being interrupted. And this is because we're supported, rather than by ads, than by the people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate or go to the merch store. But if you want to support, you're already doing it. It's good to just have you with us. If you like, you can tell your friends, do the like, subscribe, and comment and hype button thing, but otherwise just enjoy the content. In any case, that's enough about that, and let's begin our journey into the misery of castles. Now, if there's one thing that I want you to remember, it's this. It's that the castle was not built as a holiday retreat. It was built as a fortress. It was war purpose. First and foremost, they were military structures. They were designed to withstand sieges and intimidate enemies. Providing cozy living quarters, well, that wasn't really the priority. The architecture of a castle, thick stone walls, narrow windows, lofty battlements, it prioritized defense over comfort. Castles were often built on high hills or exposed cliffs to gain a strategic vantage point. And that lofty location meant strong winds and cold temperatures battered the castle walls, and the interior spaces could be terribly drafty. The great halls and towers of stone keeps were notoriously damp and chill, especially in the wet climates of northern Europe. In the early Middle Ages, many castles weren't even made of stone, by the way. The Motte and Bailey castles of the 11th century were wooden fortifications atop earth mounds. And these timber castles were quick to build, but they certainly had their own problems. They were extremely vulnerable to fire and the elements, and they offered very little insulation from the weather. There are accounts, too, of attackers simply burning wooden castles to the ground, and of the inhabitants suffering as rain and wind pierced the thin walls. It's no wonder that King William I, that is, William the Conqueror, began replacing wooden castles with stone ones as soon as he could. Yet even stone construction, while sturdier and more fire-resistant, created a stark and unyielding living environment. The stone walls might not burn, but they trapped cold and dampness inside. Because castle design emphasized fortification, comfort was always an afterthought. Little effort or expense was devoted to what we today call infrastructure for living. For example, there was no central heating system, obviously, no plumbing, and often very limited natural light. Building a castle was enormously expensive and labor-intensive, requiring the efforts of hundreds of masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and laborers, not to mention tons of stone and wood. Virtually all that effort went into the castle's defensive features: the high curtain walls, massive gatehouses, moats, and strong towers. There was no equivalent effort to install anything beyond fireplaces for a bit of warmth and comfort, or sanitation beyond simple latrines. Medieval nobles seem to have accepted that discomfort was simply part of life, particularly life in a fortress. Once again, you're trading safety for comfort. Now, a castle was a military base and seat of power. If you wanted luxury, you might retreat to a manor house in a safer region, or a hunting lodge in summer. But in troubled times, the castle had to be home. It is telling, too, that nobles and even kings were often itinerant, moving from castle to castle rather than staying put. A traveling household would pack up beds, tapestries, carpets, and even plants in pots, and carry these comforts from one residence to another. Now, this does suggest that no single castle had everything needed for comfortable living. When a lord was absent, a castle's rooms were shuttered and largely empty. And when the lord arrived, servants hurried to furnish and warm the chambers as best as they could. Most castles, at any given time, actually housed a relatively small permanent household, just a garrison and a few staff, so large sections of the building might be unused and moldy. The noble family would occupy the castle only for part of the year before moving on. This peripatetic lifestyle was partly practical, as not to overburden the food resources of one estate, but on the other hand, it also meant that they did not have to endure the drawbacks of any single castle for too long. In other words, even medieval lords rotated their living quarters, implicitly acknowledging that staying in one cold, isolated castle indefinitely, well, that would be quite unpleasant. But one of the greatest complaints about castle living certainly was the cold. An old stone castle in winter is basically like living in a refrigerator. The thick masonry walls made it safe against enemies, sure. Well, that also meant the interiors were very difficult to heat. In a typical castle great hall, the primary source of warmth was a fire in the hearth. In earlier medieval times, this was an open fire, right in the center of the hall, with the smoke rising to a hole in the roof. People would gather around it, but if anyone a few yards away they might still be shivering. By the late 12th and 13th centuries, architects began to incorporate wall fireplaces with chimneys in castles. These fireplaces, essentially large stone fireplaces built into the wall, improved heating somewhat, but they directed smoke outside too, and radiated heat into the room more effectively than a central fire pit did. But even so, a single fireplace could not effectively heat a vast hall or multiple adjacent rooms. But castle dwellers found different ways to cope with the persistent chill. They relied on portable braziers, metal pans holding coals, that is, to bring heat to specific spots. They hung tapestries on the stone walls to serve as insulation as well as decoration. These heavy woven hangings helped cut down on drafts. In some castles, certain rooms were actually fitted with primitive insulation. Historical records mention nailing fur or leather, for example wild boar skins, to the walls, and then covering them with wood paneling. Well, this would somewhat reduce the cold radiating from the stones. Floors might be covered with thick carpets or layers of rushes and straw to provide some thermal padding underfoot. And then there was clothing, too. That was used as a form of portable insulation. People wore multiple layers of wool, linen, and fur. Even indoors, one might wear a hat or a hood and wrap up in a cloak to keep warm. The design of beds in medieval castles also reflects the need to stay warm. Nobles slept in great four-poster beds with curtains on all sides. At night, the bed curtains would be drawn, creating a small canopy chamber where the body heat from the occupants could build up, much like how a modern tent works. Beds were often raised on platforms or had several steps leading up, both as status symbols, but also because higher air is slightly warmer, since hot air rises, of course. Piled with feather mattresses, fur blankets, and quilts, these beds were islands of relative warmth in an otherwise cold room. And so it's no wonder that people sometimes preferred to conduct business or receive visitors while still in bed. It was the coziest place of all. And then there was darkness. That was another constant feature of castle life, going hand in hand with the cold. Because castles had few and very small windows, interiors were poorly lit by natural light. A medieval castle room might have only narrow slits, or a couple of tiny openings to the outside. During daylight, that yielded a dim, moody light at best. On cloudy days or late afternoon, rooms could be almost as dark as night. To light the spaces, people used candles, oil lamps, and torches. Candles were usually made of tallow, animal fat, that is, which gave off a faint light and a distinct odor. Imagine the smell of like an old frying pan. You know what I mean? That's pretty much tallow. I still cook with tallow, though. It's better for you. Trust me. Maybe I'll get a tallow sponsorship on the channel. Who knows? Well, a wealthier household could afford some beeswax candles, which burned brighter and cleaner, but even those were pretty precious. There were no bright electric lights. At night, the castle would be illuminated by just a few flickering flames. Open flames also posed a fire hazard, so lighting was kept to what was necessary. We find in castle architecture little niches or lamp rests built into walls, where a lamp or candle could be placed safely. But even so, the level of illumination was low. Tasks that required good light, such as embroidery or reading, were mostly done near windows during the day. After sunset, most people in the castle probably stayed near the great hall fire or went to bed, since not much could be done in the gloom. The impression of a medieval castle at night is of deep darkness punctuated by pinpoints of firelight. A very rudimentary and shadowy environment, at least by our standards. Now, windows, or lack thereof, were a major cause of both darkness and cold. Early in the Middle Ages, windows in castles didn't have glass. They could be closed with wooden shutters to block the wind or the rain, but then the room would have no light, so you'd have to choose which one you wanted. Alternatively, they could be left open and covered with a translucent material like oiled parchment or cloth. Neither option was ideal. It wasn't until the 14th or 15th centuries that glass window panes became common in castles. And even then, the glass was typically set in leaded frames as many small pieces, kind of like a mosaic, rather than a single clear sheet. These early glass windows were expensive luxuries, A rich lord might install glass in his private chapel, or solar, a private room, but not throughout the entire castle. It's just too expensive. So when they did appear, glass windows did make a huge difference in comfort. They let light in while keeping some of the cold out. King Henry III of England, in the mid-1200s, was a pioneer in this regard. He ordered glazed windows and decorative wall paintings for his castles to make them more attractive and comfortable. But still, for most castles of the High Middle Ages, the norm was no glass, meaning every window was an energy hole. In winter, people often kept shutters closed and lit a candle at midday, sacrificing light for a bit of warmth. So we can say that a castle's interiors were often cold and shadowy, that's for sure. People adjusted their daily routines accordingly. They clustered around fires, followed a schedule more tied to daylight, and they would wake with the sun and retire early in the evening. They adapted their architecture by adding fireplaces, chimney vents, tapestries, and bed curtains. Clever solution, sure, but only partly effective. It was still drafty and dim. Hell, even on a bright summer day, stepping from the courtyard into the castle's great hall could feel like entering a cave. Stone seems to hang on to the chill quite long. And on winter nights, even layers of blankets and a roaring hearth fire couldn't fully dispel the chill from those walls. Well, the next thing, of course, is the situation with hygiene and sanitation. Another serious challenge. You see, medieval people did not have the benefit of modern plumbing or even the understanding of germ theory. And castles, being large communities, well, they had to manage waste and water in basic ways, which were often quite unpleasant. Take the toilets, for instance. Known in castles as garde-robes or privies, a garde-robe was typically a small chamber built into the thickness of an outer wall, with a simple hole in a stone seat. You could imagine that would be quite cold, too. Oof. Well, this hole led to a chute or shaft that emptied out the waste. In many castles, that shaft dropped everything straight down outside the wall, often into the moat or a ditch at the base of the castle. So anyone walking close to the castle walls would know where the privy outlets were by the smell and refuse on the ground. Other castles had cesspit arrangements. The shaft ended in a pit or a vault that periodically had to be shoveled out by the workers. Neither solution was exactly sanitary by modern standards, but it was hard to avoid the smell. The word garde-robe literally means guard-robe in French, and one explanation is that people hung their clothes in these toilet closets because the foul odors were believed to repel the moths and fleas, thereby protecting or guarding the robes. It's a telling detail that medieval folks were willing to tolerate the smell if it helped kill the insects and vermin in their garments. Castle designers did what they could within the knowledge of the time to mitigate the odor. They often placed latrines in towers or locations that caught the least breeze from inhabited courtyards. Some garde-robes were set over running water, a stream or river under the castle, so that waste would be carried away, effectively an early form of a later sewerage management, albeit just using gravity and water flow. Many privy rooms had small ventilation windows to allow fresh air. The floors of these rooms might be covered with rushes or straw infused with sweet-smelling herbs to mask the scent and soak up any liquids. Additionally, the walls were sometimes whitewashed with lime plaster, which has antibacterial qualities and could reduce the foulness in the air. But despite all these measures, castle latrines were certainly malodorous places. One 13th century nobleman, after visiting a particularly notorious castle, quipped that the only thing harder to endure than its dungeon was its privy. Well, for wiping, since toilet paper didn't exist yet, people just used natural materials. Common choices were straw, hay, grass, moss, or leaves. The wealthy might use scraps of linen. Archaeologists have even found smooth ceramic pieces, which they call pessoi, borrowed from the ancient Roman practice that might have been used to scrape oneself clean. Well, none of these options sound very comfortable. In any case, afterwards these materials would be tossed down into the cesspit or moat with everything else. But aside from garderobes, people also relied on chamber pots for convenience. At night or in bad weather, rather than trekking through chilly corridors to the privy, a noble might use a chamber pot kept in their room. Basically a bowl or a bucket, often with a lid. Servants in the morning had the unenviable duty of emptying all the chamber pots, usually by dumping them into the nearest outside cesspit or over the wall. It was easy for corners of the courtyard or the bases of towers to effectively become open sewers because of this. Water supply, too, in a castle was crucial but challenging. A good castle had its own well inside the walls to provide fresh water for drinking and cooking. If the well water tasted bad or was insufficient, water would have to be fetched from outside, another vulnerability during sieges. For washing and cleaning, large barrels or cisterns might collect rainwater. People did not bathe or wash clothes with the frequency we do today, partly because clean water could be scarce and heated water was a luxury. And when it came to personal hygiene, medieval attitudes differed from our own, but they were not entirely oblivious. People knew the value of cleanliness to some extent. They washed their hands before meals as a matter of etiquette and health. Dirty hands were known to corrupt food and offend company. Daily washing, at least of the face and hands, was customary for the nobility. Bathing the entire body was less frequent, but not unheard of. Bathhouses existed in many medieval towns, where men and women, often separately but sometimes together, could go for a soak in a large tub. Within castles, a noble might have a wooden tub brought to his or her chamber for an occasional bath. Servants would heat dozens of buckets of water over the kitchen fire and lug them upstairs to fill these tubs. The wealthy used fragrant soaps or oils in the bath too, but still drawing a hot bath was a special event, maybe done once a week, maybe monthly, but certainly not daily. It just wasn't practical. But yes, people would still wash the sensitive areas, the face and all the rest. Many people probably got by with sponge baths too, wiping down with a damp cloth for everyday cleanliness. Don't believe that stereotype that people were just never bathing and didn't care about hygiene. It's a bit of a anti-colonial slur, I suppose. Well, one reason frequent bathing fell out of favor in the medieval West compared to, say, the Romans was a concern that it might actually be unhealthy or immodest in some areas. Some devout individuals believed that too much bathing was a sign of vanity, or it washed away the natural protective oils of the body. And there were even some extreme ascetics, like certain saints or church figures who refused to bathe for months or years as a form of pious suffering. Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury, for example, was found after his death to be wearing a hair shirt swarming with vermin as part of his penance. Of course, such extremes were not the norm for people, but they gave an idea of how cleanliness could be seen in a spiritual light. Most people did bathe at least when they could, and certainly laundered their clothes, but the absence of running water made this a bit of a difficult task. And speaking of laundry, the castle laundry had a tough job too. Clothing, especially undergarments and linens, had to be hand-washed in tubs, often with harsh lye soaps, and then wrung out and hung or laid to dry. which in the cold, damp castle could take a while. Stains were scrubbed with ash or urine. Now, by the way, ammonia and urine helps lift stains, the medieval laundry's secret ingredient. Given this effort, underclothes might be changed and washed once a week or so, while heavy outer garments were cleaned less frequently. Instead, outer clothes were brushed and aired out, or perhaps spritzed with perfume. All these factors contributed to a baseline of odor that modern people would find quite offensive. A castle had many smell sources, whether it be human waste, body odor, smoke from fires, stale cooking fumes, damp from the stone and rushes, and just the general scent of too many people living too close together. There are medieval references to sweetening the air, burning incense or sprinkling floors with flower petals during festivals, which indicate that they were aware of unpleasant smells and tried to counteract them. However, with the best will in the world, a medieval castle could never smell clean in the way a modern house does. At least I hope your house smells clean. Well, of course, where cleanliness was lacking, pests were not far behind. Castles were no exception. They couldn't defend against that. In fact, their large stores of food and numerous inhabitants made them veritable magnets for various vermin. Rodents were a perennial problem. Grain stores, kitchens, and pantries attracted mice and rats. These creatures would nibble on stored grain, gnaw through sacks, and leave droppings practically everywhere. Cats were kept in castles specifically to hunt the mice. Many illuminations, that is, paintings in medieval manuscripts, show cats stalking rodents in kitchens or dining halls. A literal medieval form of pest control. In fact, that's pretty much the reason why we domesticated cats in the first place. Terriers and other small dogs might also help catch rats. But despite the feline and canine patrols, it's pretty much impossible to steal a castle against determined rodents. A rat can squeeze through surprisingly small cracks, and medieval buildings were full of them. Thus, rats in the cellar or scurrying behind walls at night wouldn't have been an unusual sight. Aside from the damage to food, these rodents carried fleas and diseases. We certainly know in hindsight that black rats and their fleas contributed to spreading the Black Death in the 14th century, for example. Medieval people did not understand all this, though, but they do know that where rats went, disease often followed. Certainly put two and two together on that front. And in general, they were just unpleasant to look at, so no one really wanted them around. And then there were insects. They were another bane of the castle dweller. Fleas, lice, bedbugs, they were the most troublesome. Nearly everyone had to deal with lice at some point, hence the use of fine-toothed combs found in archaeological sites. People also tried preventative measures. For instance, they wore linen undergarments because linen could be boiled and washed, and that would kill the eggs, whereas wool, which was worn on top, was harder to clean thoroughly. Even castle dwellers changed their linen shirts and shifts regularly for this reason. They might sleep naked, or in a clean shift, and have their bedding laundered to avoid pests. Nonetheless, in an era without pesticides or modern hygiene, complete eradication of lice or fleas was unattainable. A poem from the 12th century humorously describes a knight being bitten by fleas and lamenting that his lofty status cannot save him from these lowly tormentors. And fleas were rampant, partly due to all the animals, dogs, cats, horses, chickens. They all lived around the people. A castle's hounds, for example, were usually kept in kennels, but likely brought their share of fleas into the wards. Rushes strewn on floors provided hiding spots for insects, especially if they weren't changed frequently. There are records of people fumigating rooms by burning certain herbs or incense to drive out bugs, a practice that would temporarily stun some insects, maybe. Then there were the bed bugs, which infest mattresses and wooden bed frames. They might have also been present. Medieval beds were not like the modern ones. They were often made of straw-filled ticks, that is, mattresses resting on wooden slats or rope webbing. These provided plenty of crevices for bed bugs. We don't find explicit references to them in medieval texts as often as lice and fleas, but given the environment, we can pretty safely say they lurked around. Bites and itchiness must have been part of the background discomfort. So, to combat the pests, people employed herbal repellents. Sweet-smelling plants like lavender, mint, penroyal, and wormwood were known to have some insect-repelling qualities. Women would sometimes tuck lavender sprigs among stored linens. Cedar chests were used for clothing storage to deter moths. The previously mentioned practice of hanging cloves in the garderobe to smoke out fleas is another example of medieval pest control. Additionally, bathing and washing did help reduce personal parasites. Nobles who could afford to bathe more frequently and wear freshly laundered clothes would have to suffer less from these things than peasants who had one set of clothes caked on for long periods. But still, even kings and queens occasionally scratched flea bites. There is one anecdote that claims Queen Isabella of France in the 14th century was so annoyed by fleas in her chamber that she had her ladies make little fur gloves for her dogs, because she suspected fleas were coming from the dogs sleeping on her bed. Whether or not that story is true, it does show that infestations were a normal concern. But beyond the small pests, castles sometimes had bigger nuisances. Bats. They might roost in the attics of towers. Bats could fly in through open rafters or arrow loops and build nests in roofs. And then there was the ubiquitous fly in summer, drawn to kitchen waste and latrine areas. Without window screens, swarms of flies would buzz in the kitchen and the great hall, requiring servants with fly whisks to keep them off the food during meals. Any food left out was an open invitation to rodents and insects. So castles stored food in pantries with heavy doors, and they put leftovers in covered containers when possible. But, given that pantries were not 100% rodent-proof, and that medieval preservation, salting, smoking, drying, still left food smelling attractive to critters, a certain amount of spoilage and contamination certainly happened. People might have regularly found mouse droppings in their grain or weevils in the flour. They often just sifted out what they could and used the rest. Standards of purity were not what they were today. They were more born out of necessity. So all in all, castle residents lived in a much closer contact with animals and insects than we do. Not through choice, just the way it is. Cats patrolled the granary, dogs lay by the hearth, or on beds carrying fleas, and the human body itself often hosted its own parasites. It was an itchy, grimy existence. Well, given the cold, damp, and unclean conditions, it's not surprising that health could be a concern in the castle. And while a castle offered protection from external threats, it could incubate internal ones. Illness and disease. Respiratory issues were likely pretty common. The constant inhalation of wood smoke from hearths and torches in poorly ventilated halls, that would have led to coughing and lung irritation. In later periods, it's noted that servant staff who worked around fires often developed chronic coughs, and you can imagine similar effects in medieval times, that's for sure. Well, the cold itself could aggravate illnesses. Spending winter days in freezing indoor temperatures weakens one's resilience. The combination of chill and crowding meant that colds and flus would sweep through households in winter. Chronicles mention noble families where multiple members succumbed to chest ailments during harsh winters, perhaps pneumonia or bronchitis, exacerbated by their living environment. The dampness in many castles, especially those in rainy climates or built near water, contributed to joint pains and rheumatism. Medieval medical texts talk about arthritic complaints and advise keeping warm and dry to avoid them. Easier said than done, I suppose. An older person living in a castle would feel those aches intensely. In fact, we even have letters from medieval periods where elders beg their relatives to move them to a warmer manor house, as they simply cannot bear the conditions any longer. Contagious diseases could spread quickly in close quarters of a castle household. Servants slept together. People ate from common dishes, and hygiene was limited. Perfect conditions for illnesses like influenza or gastrointestinal bugs to run rampant. If one person caught a fever, it might infect many others in the castle. During the Black Death of the 14th century, there are cases of entire castle households being wiped out, showing that walls could not keep the plague out. Even in less catastrophic times, childhood illnesses like measles and pox, and adult illnesses like dysentery and typhoid, found fertile ground in the semi-unsanitary castle environment. One striking example of health risk was the story we began with. Margaret of Scotland's physician literally died after experiencing the cold conditions of Edinburgh Castle. While that might be an extreme case, it certainly shows that even those tasked with care could fall victim to the environment. If a trained doctor couldn't endure a castle's climate without fatal illness, what hope did the ordinary servants have who lived there year-round? Now, nutrition in castles, that was a double-edged sword too. On one hand, nobles ate better than peasants. Plenty of meat, fish, bread, and ale, and often in quite lavish quantities. But on the other hand, their diets were not balanced by modern standards. They ate a lot of protein and carbohydrates, but fewer fresh vegetables and fruits, especially in winter, and that could lead to deficiencies. There are records of garrison soldiers in some castles suffering scurvy symptoms after long winters with no greens. Scurvy, by the way, being caused by lack of vitamin C, and it wasn't understood then, but some chroniclers describe the bleeding gums or weakness typical of it. The noble family might have access to preserved fruits or winter apples and nuts to mitigate this, but still, winters could be nutritionally monotonous. Now, interestingly, overeating rich foods created its own health issues. Obesity and gout, a form of arthritis from rich diet, made appearances in castle life. Some monarchs, like Henry VIII, later became famously gout-ridden. But even in the 13th century, we hear of overindulgence causing dropsy or swollen limbs. Without a modern understanding of cholesterol or blood pressure, medieval people noticed that life of excess could make one ill or sluggish. A sensible lord might order lighter fare if he felt bilious or unwell from too much feasting. Nonetheless, feasting was a big part of castle culture, and that meant heavy food and lots of drink. Drunkenness and its hazards, accidents, fights, well, there were also a risk within the castle walls too. And accidents were an ever-present risk. These were large multi-story structures, with hard surfaces everywhere. Falls from horses in the courtyard, tumbles down steep stairs, or something as simple as slipping on an icy stone floor could cause serious injury. And if you broke a bone or suffered a head injury, medieval medical care probably couldn't do much for you. A broken leg could be a life-threatening event if it became infected. Castles did sometimes have resident doctors, or at least someone handy with herbs and first aid, but by and large trauma care was minimal. Fire accidents deserve a mention too. If a fire broke out, people could be burned or suffocated by smoke. Castles were constructed to be fire-resistant in their stone shells, but interiors had wood floors, beams, and plenty of flammable furnishings. There are chronicles of devastating castle fires. For example, in the 13th century, a fire in Windsor Castle's residential wing caused major damage, and one can imagine the chaos and casualties of such an event. Even smaller incidents, like a curtain catching fire from a candle, could lead to burns or at least damage and terror. And here's something that they didn't mention in the old sources. Mental health. Not categorized as such in medieval times, that was also impacted by castle living. The isolation and confinement, particularly for women or hostages kept in castles, it could lead to a melancholy or a sense of oppression. Margaret of Scotland's homesickness, that's a case in point. A young woman, far from home, stuck in a castle, grew so distraught that her family feared for her well-being. Religious mystics aside, though, most medieval people did value community and the outdoors. Things a castle could certainly limit. Being snowed in for weeks, or besieged for months, that would take a psychological toll. Even the anticipation of attack, knowing one's castle might be targeted, was an underlying stress. People in castle communities often lived with the knowledge that tomorrow might bring war to their doorstep, an anxiety that must have hovered, especially in frontier or disputed regions. Well, let's move on, and we see a few different issues. Unfortunately, it just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? Remember that despite their size, castles were not spacious in a modern sense when it came to living accommodations. Space was allocated based on hierarchy, and privacy was a rare commodity. Most people in a castle lived in close quarters with others, and personal space was extremely limited. The lord and lady had private chambers, a solar or a great chamber, but even those were not entirely private. Those rooms were usually occupied by the lord and lady along with immediate attendants. A lady in waiting might sleep on a truckle bed, which is a low bed, pulled out at night in her mistress' room. A lord might have his squire or bodyguard, dozing just outside his door, or at the foot of his bed. Servants routinely came in and stoked the fires, delivered meals, cleaned, and helped with dressing. Privacy in the sense of being utterly alone was virtually unheard of for high-status individuals. They were constantly observed or accompanied. For the castle staff and garrison, living conditions were communal by necessity. Men-at-arms might bed down in a shared barrack-style room or in a great hall. At bedtime in a busy castle, the great hall could transform into a dormitory for dozens of people. Imagine the floor covered with straw pallets or folded blankets where knights, squires, and servants all find a spot to sleep. Only the lord's closest circle might have separate bedrooms. Even those held more than one person quite often. Junior servants and guards sometimes slept in makeshift spots, perhaps in the kitchens for warmth, in gatehouses, while on duty, or in lofts above stables. They slept wherever space was permitted, like college students, basically crashing out wherever they can, but with even fewer comforts. This crowding meant that noise was constant, and that privacy was just non-existent, a foreign concept. If you lived in a castle, your personal conversations could easily be overheard. It was normal to conduct even sensitive business with others within earshot, relying on loyalty or secrecy. If a noble couple wanted a truly private conversation, they might just walk outside the castle walls, or send everybody away from their chamber. But even then, someone might be lurking around. Privacy as we think of it, a closed door, assurance of solitude, was a luxury not afforded to many. So it is telling that when widowed noble women attained sole control of a castle, they sometimes created more secluded apartments or retreats for themselves, taking advantage of their rare independence to carve out some personal space. The lack of privacy also extended to basic activities like sleeping and personal care. It was not uncommon for multiple people to share beds. Servants or children often bunked together. The idea of a private bedroom was limited mostly to the lord, lady, and perhaps some high-ranking guests. Everyone else, communal quarters. Even bathing, as noted, could be a semi-public event with attendants scrubbing your back or others using the same tub water after you. With many bodies in enclosed spaces, noise and smells from others were part of daily life. Snoring companions, people talking in their sleep, babies crying if there were children around, not to mention the body odor of the many unwashed individuals sleeping in the same room. An assault on the senses. One can read medieval letters where a person complains about being kept awake by the noise of others in the hall or the smell of a neighbor with evil humors. These complaints remind us that medieval people weren't immune to irritation. They just had to tolerate the circumstances that we would likely not tolerate. But here's something interesting. Castles could at times feel both overcrowded but eerily empty, depending on the circumstance. When a large retinue or guests were present, every corner was filled with people, and the castle bustled. But when the lord's family was away, the castle might be left with a skeleton crew. Large areas could fall silent. Dust accumulated in unused chambers. A certain loneliness, described in some accounts by castle caretakers, called castellans by the way, who remained to keep the place running while others were gone away on their different errands. They speak of the wind whistling through the empty halls, once filled with laughter and voices, or of feeling uneasy going alone into quiet sections that were normally busy. The architecture of a castle, with its echoing stone, could amplify that loneliness when the population was low. All the difficulties of castle living that we have discussed so far occurred during ordinary times, when things were at their most ideal. But when a castle came under siege, everything multiplied and compounded. A siege turned a castle from a refuge into a trap. The very walls that kept attackers out also locked the defenders and any hapless non-combatants inside, often with dwindling supplies and mounting horrors. One of the first problems in a siege was food and water. A well-prepared castle stored a good amount of grain, salted meat, and ale in the cellars. But no matter how well stocked, if a siege went on long enough, rationing would set in. Historical records of sieges are full of references to starvation and thirst. During sieges in the Crusades, for instance, there are tales of defenders eating horses, dogs, and even rats when things got dire. Nothing wrong with eating a horse, though, I tell you. A horse is a good meat. Don't judge me. When I was in Japan the first time, I got taken to a horse restaurant, and I couldn't say nay to that. Well, anyway, in a famous 13th century siege of Chateau Galliard in France, the garrison expelled the women and children from the castle, hoping the besiegers would let those non-combatants through. But instead, the poor souls, hundreds of them, were trapped between the walls and the enemy camp and slowly starved. A tragic illustration of how a castle could become a coffin for those inside or nearby. But closer to our High Middle Ages focus, we have the siege of JSTOR Castle in 1469 in England. Slightly later medieval period, but very illustrative, as mentioned earlier. Well, Margaret Paston, and her people endured a siege where their supplies ran out. Letters from that siege describe how they were, quote, in sore lack of victuals and gunpowder, and how men lost heart when they realized that no one was coming to rescue them. Ultimately, starvation and exhaustion forced them to surrender. A siege could thus nullify a castle's value. A mighty fortress is useless if the people inside it are too weak from hunger to fight. Sanitation and disease in a siege would become even worse than usual. If using the latrine was dangerous because of enemy arrows, people would resort to indoor buckets, quickly turning living quarters into foul, stinking pits. Garbage could not be taken out. Bodies of those who had died from disease or bombardment might have to be hastily dumped over the wall, or even left lying in courtyards during intense conflict. Contaminated water sources were a big issue too. Attackers sometimes poisoned wells or rivers feeding the castle. Even without enemy action, water in cisterns could grow stagnant. Illnesses like dysentery, often called the bloody flux back then, ran rampant in siege conditions due to bad water and filth. The misery of a siege inside the castle might become so great that defenders lost the will to resist. Psychologically, sieges were extremely taxing too. People inside a castle during a siege lived with constant fear and anxiety. The sounds of siege, the thud of catapult stones hitting the walls, the crackle of fires if parts of the castle were set alight, the war cries of attackers and the responding shouts of defenders, they all created an atmosphere of relentless tension. Sleep would be scarce and always interrupted. One medieval account of a siege mentions defenders so tired that they fell asleep standing up during brief lulls in combat. And so imagine the stress. You know that if you fail to hold out, the attackers might kill everyone, or at best take you captive and ransom you off. That pressure could lead to some desperate acts. There are stories, perhaps embellished, of people in castles contemplating taking their own lives or killing their own families to save them from what invading soldiers might do once they got through the walls. Even for non-combatants, a siege turned daily life into a nightmare. Women, children, the elderly, and servants often sheltered in the innermost parts of the castle, like the keep. Crammed into basements or great halls, they had to endure thirst, stuffy air, and the terror of the noise of battle around them. We have a few first-person snippets from medieval ladies describing how they prayed constantly, or tried to keep morale up among wounded men or frightened servants during sieges. One can picture a mother trying to calm a crying child with songs or stories while the walls shake from battering rams, all the while wondering if the next day will be their last. Sieges could also lead to extreme overcrowding. If villagers from the surrounding area fled into the castle at the onset of the attack, a common practice, by the way, the population inside might double or triple suddenly, and all those extra mouths might make provisions run out faster and increase the mess and hygiene issues. Medieval strategists often debated whether it was wise to let common folk into the castle during a war. Morally, it seemed right to protect them, but practically, it just made everything more difficult. Many did allow it out of feudal duty or compassion, but it meant the castle became an even more congested space under siege. Ultimately, when a siege ended, a castle that held out might be saved, but it would likely be a very grim, weakened place for a long while after. And if the castle fell to the attackers, then the suffering truly peaked. Victorious troops often looted and killed in a conquered castle as a reward for their struggles. One hopes that many inhabitants might be spared for ransom or mercy, but medieval warfare is medieval warfare, so don't hold out hope for too long. A castle was no safe haven in that context. it could become the scene of a massacre, or be burned by the enemy, just to make a point. And so, from the outside, the medieval castle inspires awe, with its towering walls and great halls. But as we have learned, the lived experience inside was far from glamorous. It meant coping with a host of hardships: the bone-chilling cold, the perpetual darkness, rudimentary sanitation, vermin underfoot and overhead, and the constant communal living with very little reprieve. A castle was a fortress, yes, but for its inhabitants it could also feel like a drafty stone cage. But over centuries castles did evolve. By the late Middle Ages, many castles were incorporating more comforts: better chimneys, glazed windows, larger living quarters separate from the drafty great hall. Eventually, the fortified castle gave way to the unfortified stately home, essentially when gunpowder made castle walls obsolete. Nobles seized the chance to build residences for comfort and show rather than defense. But in the high medieval era, the defensive mindset ruled. Comforts were only added sparingly, and always within the limits of not compromising security or draining too much wealth. But you have to remember that medieval people themselves were resilient and adaptable. They had ways to make the best of castle life: rich, spicy foods to enliven a limited diet, colorful decorations to brighten the gray walls, and music and storytelling to pass those long dark evenings. A winter in a castle might be grim, but at least you had feast days and entertainments. Despite all the misery, people laughed, loved, and lived their lives in these castles, despite all the discomfort. And they likely developed certain hard lines and hardiness, rather. When you've never known central heating, you simply wear your cloak and get on with it. In any case, thank you so much for joining us today as we go through the misery of the medieval castle. Certainly no Game Boy colors back then, I can tell you that much. We begin with a quote taken from an anonymous Irish monk in the margins of a 9th century manuscript. The art of writing is difficult for one whose cat, Pan-Gurban, is hunting mice. Such casual yet insightful glimpses into monastic life reveal the unique blend of spirituality, scholarship, and just the practical daily tasks that characterized medieval Irish monasteries. Indeed, we can imagine the scene just the same as we busy ourselves at home with our work. Those small interactions, a pleasant disturbance. From the early ascetic communities of the 6th century, inspired by figures like Saint Columba and Saint Brendan to elaborate the scriptoria of the later medieval period, Irish monks left a very interesting mark on the European cultural and intellectual identity. So we will discuss today the lives of those medieval Irish monks. It's more about the daily routines and those small little details and anecdotes rather than some great sweeping historical event today. But I think that you will agree by the end of our time together that these monks, far up in the north, certainly made a great impact of their own, and we are certainly quite in their debt. But before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If you're new here or you yet to click the subscribe button, I invite you to do so if you feel inclined. And this video, along with everything else in the playlists on the video library of this channel, is uninterrupted. It's all ad-free for your enjoyment. This is due to the support we receive on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the YouTube super thanks, and PayPal donations, along with the merch store. And once again, your word of mouth is much appreciated, so spread the word about the channel if you like it. And if you want to find any of those links I just mentioned, well, you can navigate yourself to the pinned comment or video description, or the channel description. Now, with all that being said, welcomes out of the way, let us begin the lives of medieval Irish monks. The roots of monastic life in Ireland reach back quite far, actually. The dawn of Irish Christianity in the 5th century. According to the old tradition, St. Patrick not only converted the Irish to Christianity, but also planted the seeds of monasticism. In his own writings, Patrick marveled that, quote, the sons of the Irish and the daughters of the chieftains are to be seen as monks and virgins of Christ. Well, in other words, by Patrick's time, the devotion to a religious life had become so strong that many young men and women of Ireland's noble families were already renouncing worldly prospects to embrace monastic vows. Early Irish monasticism was heavily influenced by the Desert Fathers, those hermits of Egypt and Syria who sought God in deep solitude. The first Irish monks often imitated these models of extreme asceticism. They became hermits, also known as green martyrs, withdrawing to remote forests, lonely islands, mountain tops, to concentrate on prayer in solitude. Legend holds that some would stand in cold streams reciting psalms, or live in tiny cells barely larger than their bodies. This was their form of spiritual martyrdom, a bloodless sacrifice of worldly comfort, all for the love of God. By the late 5th and early 6th centuries, however, the solitary impulse gave way to communal monastic foundations. Pioneers like St. Bridget of Kildare and St. Finian of Clonard established early monasteries that became centres of prayer and learning. Bridget's community at Kildare, founded in the mid-5th century, was remarkable as a double monastery. That means both monks and nuns, reputedly overseen by Bridget as an abbess. Finian's great monastery at Clonard trained a generation of holy men known as the 12 Apostles of Ireland, who went on to found monasteries all over the island. And around this time, St. Columba, 521 to 597, founded monasteries in Ireland and later on the island of Iona, spreading the Irish monastic tradition to Scotland. Dozens of monasteries sprang up across Ireland in the 6th and 7th centuries, in what is often called the Golden Age of Irish monasticism, and during this period, Ireland earned the sobriquet, the land of saints and scholars. Definitely quite a good achievement if you get that as a devout Christian. Monasteries, rather than dioceses, became the organizing centers of the Irish church structure. Unlike back on the continent, where bishops governed territories, in Ireland, powerful abbots often wielded more influence than the bishops did. Monasteries formed networks or federations linked by their founding saints. For example, all the houses founded by Columba on Iona and in Ireland saw themselves as one big family. The Irish Church thus developed along monastic lines, relatively independent from direct control by distant Rome. And it was this independence that allowed Irish monks to maintain a certain creative freedom in religious practice, but also in art and scholarship. Crucially, these early monasteries were not cloistered enclaves completely cut off from society. Rather, they were more like small villages or settlements dedicated to a godly life. Typically, a monastery was enclosed by an earthen or stone circular wall called a velum, symbolically separating sacred ground from the secular world. Within the enclosure stood a cluster of buildings, a central church or oratory, living quarters, often in the form of beehive-shaped huts or simple wooden cells, a refectory, which was a dining hall, perhaps a scriptorium for copying manuscripts, then workshops, storehouses, and some of them had perhaps a little guest house for travellers. After all, need some hospitality. Well, the circular layout reflected the Celtic sense of community and continuity. From the largest famous monasteries, as at Clonard, Glendalough, Bangor, down to the tiny hermitages on windswept islands, a vibrant monastic network blanketed Ireland by the 7th century. One feature that sets the Irish monks apart was their fervour for learning and books. In a time when much of Europe was chaotic after the fall of Rome, Irish monastics devoted themselves to studying scripture, theology, and even classical literature. So they hand-copied countless manuscripts, preserving not only Christian writings, but also works of Latin and Greek antiquity. Well, this has led one historian memorably to claim that the Irish, quote, saved civilization by sheltering that learning during the Dark Ages. Of course, there are arguments that can be made for and against. But, hyperbole aside, there's certainly no argument against monks being famed as scholars. They certainly were. As for the monasteries themselves, they ran scriptoria and schools, teaching novices, and sometimes local children to read and write. An Irish monk named Columbanus, 543 to 615, sometimes carried this scholarly monasticism to the European continent, founding influential monasteries in Gaul and Italy. Wherever the Irish went, they established libraries and promoted literacy. And by the 7th century, Ireland was exporting missionaries and scribes who rejuvenated Christianity in Britain and beyond. A remarkable feat for an island that had itself been pagan just a couple of centuries earlier. Of course, they did retain a few of the old customs. Well, it's important to note that early Irish monasticism had its own customs and rules, distinct in some ways from the Mediterranean monastic rules like that of St. Benedict. For example, Irish monks observed a different tonsure, that is, shaving the front of the head from ear to ear, and originally followed a different calendar for Easter, practices that later brought them into conflict with Roman norms. At the Synod of Whitby in 664, the Irish missionaries in Northumbria famously debated the Roman Church on these issues, and eventually they conformed to the Roman practice. But within Ireland, diversity on practice persisted for quite some time. Each major monastery often had its own set of guidelines or a rule shaped by its founder. Unfortunately, many of the early Irish monastic rules have been lost or were written down much later. However, a rule attributed to St. Columba and the rule of St. Columbanus, which is recorded in the continent, give us an insight into the rigorous discipline expected of monks. These rules emphasized constant prayer, manual labor, study, strict fasting, and obedience. In fact, Columbanus's monastic rule was notoriously severe, prescribing harsh penances for even minor faults, such as a certain number of lashes for frivolous words or small disobediences. This severity reflected the Irish penchant for asceticism. The monks strove to be white martyrs, mortifying their flesh to attain spiritual purity. And so, by the 8th century, concern had arisen that some monasteries had grown wealthy or too relaxed, leading to internal reform movements. One such renewal was the Caeli Dei, the Clients of God, or the Culdé movement, led by figures such as St. Maul Ruan of Tallaght. Now, the Caeli Dei sought to revive the strict spiritual focus of monastic life. They emphasized personal austerity, frequent prayer vigils, and the purity of conduct. The rule of the Caeli Dei urged monks to live as if God was always in their presence, with practices like nightly vigils, prolonged fasts and minimum sleep to discipline the body. Now this shows that medieval Irish monasticism was certainly not static. It had cycles of reform and laxity. Yet through all changes, certain core ideals held: separation from worldly life, communal prayer, scholarship, hospitality, and service. From the early hermits, inspired by St. Patrick, to those great abbots who ended up advising kings, Irish monks certainly became a cornerstone of Ireland's culture and identity well into the Middle Ages. Well, if we're going to choose one word, just a single word, to define the daily life of an Irish monk, it would be discipline. The entire day was structured around religious devotion, a rhythm of prayer and work meant to sanctify each hour. The framework for this was the divine office, a set of canonical hours of prayer practiced by monks. In an Irish monastery, a typical day began quite early, often before sunrise. Monks were expected to rise from their simple beds as the bell or wooden clapper called them to the first prayers. In many monasteries, the first office was the matins, also called the vigils, in the very early morning, sometimes even in the middle of the night. After a brief rest, this would be followed by the lauds at dawn, greeting the new day with praise. There's even a medieval Irish text that instructs monks to let thy vigils be constant from eve to eve, under the direction of another. That is, keep watch in prayer each night, but with the guidance of superiors to prevent excess. This is a reminder that while prayer was constant, it was also communal and orderly. Throughout the day, monks gathered at specific times for the other canonical hours: prime, early morning; terce, mid-morning; and sext, noon, along with none, mid-afternoon; vespers, evening; and compline, night prayer before retiring. Each of these offices involved the chanting of psalms, reading scriptures, and singing hymns. The Irish monks, like their brethren elsewhere, loved the psalms. Many aspired to chant all 150 psalms in the course of a week or even a day. On especially devout occasions, some practiced the custom of cross-vigil or cross-vigil, praying in the dark, standing with arms outstretched in the form of a cross for hours. This penance was meant to imitate Christ's passion. One early Irish rule exhorts, "Let your prayer be until your tears come, or until your perspiration comes if tears do not." In other words, don't stop. Just pray with such fervor that you are moved to tears, crying, breaking down with emotion, or at least break a sweat in your great effort. Now, silence and simplicity were also hallmarks of the monk's personal discipline. The rule of St. Columba succinctly commands, "Speak not except on business." Unnecessary chatter was discouraged. Weren't there to socialize. Monks communicated in quiet tones or sometimes developed hand signals to convey needs without words. This cultivated an atmosphere of contemplation. Humility was also enforced. Monks addressed their abbot and each other with respect and saw obedience as a primary virtue. The abbot or prior was like a spiritual father, whose instructions must be followed promptly and without any complaint. Don't think, just do it. A saying from the Irish monastic tradition goes, "Yield submission to every rule that is of devotion." So monks trained themselves to accept rules not as arbitrary restrictions, but as offerings of love to God. Now then, there was fasting. That was a regular part of the routine. It was very common for monks to limit themselves to one meal per day, especially outside of feast days. In early Irish monasteries, the single meal was often taken in mid-afternoon, around the 9th hour, roughly 3 p.m. The monastic rule of the Columbanus, for instance, prescribed that monks ordinarily eat once a day in winter and twice in summer, when the days were longer and labor was a bit more strenuous. And of course they would fast on certain days. One account notes that in times of plenty, monks ate at 3 p.m., except during times of famine, implying that during scarcity they might even eat even less, or perhaps at irregular times. Well, at least they'd probably be used to it with all that fasting, I suppose. And as for the diet, it was, as you can imagine, quite simple. Grains, as barley and oats in porridge or bread, vegetables from the monastic garden, onions, root crops, cabbage, and perhaps a few legumes. Many Irish monks abstained from meat entirely as an act of asceticism. Meat was seen as a luxury, you see. Well, instead, protein came from dairy, milk, cheese, butter, or occasionally fish if they were near water. On the remote Skellig Michael Hermitage off the Irish coast, for example, monks survived completely off fish, seabird eggs, and what hardy vegetables they could cultivate on the cliffside plots. Clean water had to be collected from rainfall or brought from the mainland, and every drop of that was precious. So one can imagine the monks climbing the steep stone steps of Skellig Michael, hauling water and seaweed for their gardens, sustaining their body as frugally as possible while nourishing the soul with constant prayer. Not easy. Not easy at all. Well, the amount of sleep a monk enjoyed too was limited. A common guideline in strict communities was to, quote, "sleep not till thou feelest desire." In other words, don't indulge in excessive rest. The night was punctuated by the midnight or pre-dawn prayer vigil, breaking the sleep cycle. Monks might sleep in their habit, or on simple mats, sometimes even on the floor or on boards to avoid comfort. Some particularly zealous ascetics would sleep very little, or even keep vigil all night on certain holy eves. And of course, moderation was needed to maintain health, hence most rules allowed a few hours of rest, but the ideal monk was always ready to rise for prayer at the appointed time. The image we get is of a community always watchful, dividing the day into sacred segments. Time itself was sanctified by this routine. Every 3 hours or so, everything had to stop for worship. Personal prayer and study filled the intervals between these communal duties. After the first prayers of the morning, a monk might retire to his cell for private meditation, or what is called lectio divina, the slow, reflective reading of scripture. Monks often memorized large portions of the Psalms and Gospels, reciting them silently as they went about tasks. In line with the biblical injunction to pray without ceasing, Irish monks cultivated an inner rhythm of prayer that continued even when they were not at formal services. One early hermit's rule advises, cherish every practice of devotion greatly. And we also see an emphasis on praying for others, constant prayers for those who trouble me, and fervent prayer for the souls of the departed were encouraged. Irish piety included a strong devotion to praying for the dead. Monasteries would sing the office for the dead with great fervor, as if every deceased person were a particular friend of theirs. The Irish liturgical calendar even had a special focus on All Souls, and 8th century Irish practice was to devote much of November, as around the Celtic feast of Samhain, to prayers for the departed faithful. But despite the intensity of their spiritual exercises, the monk's day was not meant to be dour or joyless. The routine itself provided stability and a certain peaceful rhythm. Monks took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, renouncing worldly ties, but in doing so they sought a closer relationship with God and freedom from the burdens of material life. Many writings from monks showed that they derived deep contentment from their way of life, For example, an anonymous 9th century Irish monk living abroad in a monastery in what is now Austria jotted down that little poem about his cat that we mentioned in the introduction. It continues on. In this delightful little poem known as Pangurban, the monk compares his own scholarly pursuits to his pet's cat's hunt for mice. Pangurban and I at work, adepts equals cat and clerk. His whole instinct is to hunt, mine to free the meaningful pent. Well, he describes how each of them finds bliss in their simple tasks. The cat pouncing on a mouse and the monk joyfully pouncing on a tricky idea that finally yields its meaning. He writes, I love books, silence, my little cell, and my work, finding happiness in the quiet concentration of the monastic night, alone, yet together with his companion. Now that's pretty touching, I think. Certainly a glimpse into the monk's inner life that shows amid all that discipline that there were moments of gentle pleasure and even humor, that the monk and his cat are kindred spirits in the silence of the scriptorium, personal reflections, revealing the human side of monastic life. They were not unfeeling automaton robots, but they were just real people who could experience contentment, frustration, and affection within the cloister. Just like you and me, but a lot more disciplined. Now the motto of Western monasticism had long been ora et labora, pray and work. And the Irish monks certainly took that to heart. When they were not engaged in formal prayers, they were expected to be busy at work, either manual labor or intellectual labor. Idleness was seen as the enemy of the soul. The rule of Columba explicitly instructs that each day should be divided into 3 labors: prayer, work, and reading. Furthermore, it specifies a 3-fold division of work. First, attending to one's own assigned tasks and the practical needs of the monastery. Second, sharing in communal duties, that is, helping your brethren with their work. And third, to help the neighbors, that is, works of charity or service for the outside community, such as teaching or caring for the poor. This structure ensured that a monk's day was well balanced and that no area, whether that be manual, spiritual, or intellectual, was neglected in any way. But speaking of work, what kind of work did the monks actually do? Well, a bit of everything, really. That's what was required to run a largely self-sufficient community. Many monasteries had fields and gardens, so farm work was common. Monks tilled the soil, planted and harvested crops, and tended orchards. In pastoral areas, they herded sheep or cattle. An Irish monastery often kept a cow for milk and a few chickens for eggs, though meat was usually off the menu. Dairy produce was rather vital. The agricultural skills of monks in medieval Ireland were noted to be quite advanced for the time, employing crop rotation and irrigation methods. They grew barley, oats, rye, and vegetables, producing enough not only for themselves, but often a surplus that could be traded or given as alms to the poor. Monks also engaged in various crafts and trades within the cloister. Every monastery needed certain goods and was a hub of craftsmanship. Monks became blacksmiths, tailors, masons, carpenters, whatever they needed to become as the requirements arose. And Ireland, famous for its metalwork, monks were involved in creating exquisite religious objects, many of which we still have in museums: the chalices, the reliquaries, handbells for calling the faithful to prayer. The splendid Ardagh chalice of the 8th century, for instance, is thought to have been crafted by monastic artisans skilled in metalwork and insular art. Even such labor was considered a form of prayer. Working patiently and skillfully was a way to glorify God through one's own creativity. But perhaps the most celebrated work of Irish monks was their scholarly and artistic labor, especially the copying of manuscripts. In the scriptorium, you see, typically a small, cold room with slits for windows, monks sat hunched over wooden desks, laboriously writing on parchment with quill pens. They made inks from natural substances, oak gall for black, ochre for yellow, lapis lazuli for brilliant blue, etc., and illuminated manuscripts with intricate interlaced designs and sacred images. The fruits of their toil include some of the greatest treasures of medieval art. For example, the Book of Kells, circa 800 AD, an illuminated gospel book of astounding beauty, believed to have been created by Irish monks. Page after page of the Book of Kells features ornate initials, Celtic knotwork, and vibrant illustrations of gospel scenes, a testament to the countless hours of patient concentration by its monk artists. Such a project could only be completed in a setting where devotion and craft went hand in hand. The monks saw their artistic skills as gifts offered to God himself, decorating the world of Scripture as beautifully as possibly was. It was to them a high act of devotion. Still, you must not imagine that every monk was a master artist. For many, manuscript copying was painstaking drudgery. We know this because the very manuscripts themselves carry the voices of the weary monks. In the margins of some manuscripts, Irish scribes left behind candid notes about their feelings. These are called scribal marginalia, and they're very often quite endearingly human. One monk scribbled in a certain manuscript, "Writing is excessive drudgery. It crooks your back, it dims your sight, it twists your stomach and your sides." Another, after finishing a long text, joyfully wrote, "Now I've written the whole thing. For Christ's sake, give me a drink." Yet another complained simply, "It is very cold." We even find a tiny note, "Thank God it will soon be dark," suggesting a monk straining to finish his copying by the last light of daylight. Voices from 1,000 years ago. It certainly makes us grin a little bit, and perhaps empathize. The life of a scribe could indeed be uncomfortable and monotonous. Cold winters with no modern heating meant numb fingers. Bad lights meant eye strain. Quills had to be continually trimmed and ink replenished. The humor and frustration on these notes shows that monks, despite their sacred calling, experienced very relatable fatigue. Of course, they were committed to their tasks, but they were not above longing for a break or commiserating with their own aching hands. After all, we're all human, right? Well, in addition to copying religious texts, these Bibles, commentaries, lives of saints, etc., Irish monastic scribes recorded secular knowledge as well. They compiled annals and chronicles year by year, noting important events, battles, deaths of kings, Viking raids, strange portents in the sky, essentially creating the first written histories of Ireland. The Annals of Ulster, Annals of Innisfallen, and others are examples of chronicles likely kept or initiated by monastic scholars starting in the early medieval period, though surviving manuscripts do date a little bit later than that. Monasteries also preserved poetry, mythic tales, and lore tracts by writing them down in manuscripts, thereby rescuing much of the pre-Christian oral traditions in Ireland for posterity. And ironically, the Christian monks became somewhat guardians of Ireland's pagan heritage, transcribing epic sagas and genealogies alongside biblical texts. The Masonic scriptorium, therefore, was not only a place of religious labor but a crucible of culture, where Ireland's collective memory was inked into vellum. But apart from writing, many monks were involved in teaching too. Monasteries often ran monastic schools that educated not just novice monks but sometimes lay people, especially boys of the local nobility, were sent for education. An Irish monastic education included Latin grammar, study of scripture, theology, and also more general subjects like history or even rudimentary science of the day, etc. Computus, that is the calculation of Easter, and knowledge of the calendar, things like that, still relevant within a theological context. For instance, the monastery of Clonmacnoise, I think that's how you say it, was famed for a center of learning, producing scholars and even poets. Teaching younger students or newly joined novices, that was a daily duty for learned monks, and one can picture an elderly monk, wax tablet in hand, patiently instructing a circle of youths in the Latin alphabet, or drilling them in the Psalms. Community life in the monastery also entailed routine tasks that everyone took turns doing. Monks would rotate through duties such as cooking, cleaning, baking bread, brewing ale, caring for the sick. And yes, brewing. Irish monasteries, just like those in continental Europe, often brewed their own ale or beer as a nutritious drink. You see, watered ale was far safer than just ordinary water in many cases. Brewing or baking were important to sustain the community, and these two were done in a spirit of mindfulness. Seasoned monks might also be appointed to roles like the cellarer, that is, the manager of the food stores, or the almoner, distributing alms to the needy at the gate, or the infirmarian, that is, looking after the ill brethren. But despite the workload, Irish monks did have moments of rest and what we might call recreation. The rule of St. Benedict actually allots some leisure for free time. And it is likely the Irish did similarly, even before formal Benedictine customs arrived. Monks could take walks within the enclosure, tend small personal gardens, or engage in holy reading on their own. On feast days and Sundays, the schedule lightened somewhat. Work was minimalized, and there might be a communal talk or joyful liturgy with incense and singing in full measure. The bonds of brotherhood were strong. The medium of communication might have been formal and the lifestyle austere, but monks formed deep friendships and shared the pursuit of holiness. One can imagine them on a rare sunny afternoon, I suppose, having finished work up, perhaps sitting under a tree within the cloister, quietly conversing about scripture or sharing a rare joke. Who knows? Scenes like that aren't really recorded, aren't they? But we can kind of use our imagination when we have those little marginal notes. Like we said, they're not robots. In any case, the integration of art into daily life was another striking feature. We've mentioned illumination and metalwork. To this we should also add sculpture and building. Irish monks carved the famous high crosses, towering stone crosses adorned with biblical carvings that stood in their monastic courtyards or graveyards. Monasteries like Monasterbois and Clonmacnoise still have their majestic high crosses, which were likely carved around the 9th or 10th centuries by monastic artisans. Creating these large stone sculptures would have been a communal effort, taking many weeks or months of hammering and chiseling. The crosses often served didactic purposes. The carvings of the gospel scenes could be read by the faithful, who might not read letters but could understand stories in stone. Thus, artwork in general was just another extension of the monk's teaching mission. But finally, it's worth mentioning the musical aspect of monastic work. Singing the office was daily work too, choir practice, in a sense. Irish monks were known to chant the Psalms with dedication, and they also composed hymns and sacred music. The tradition of plainchant, the Gregorian chant, took hold and merged with local styles. Monks would memorize complex chants for masses and feast days, effectively acting as both clergy and choir. The sounds of their singing echoed off the wooden rafters or stone walls of an abbey church every single day. And they even devised unique musical notations to preserve their sacred melodies They're called neumes in Irish manuscripts. Now, in this way, the monastery was also a place where music and learning and manual craft all blended seamlessly. Of course, it's all for the service of God. The average day might seem repetitive, praying the same psalms, hoeing the same fields, copying another manuscript line by line. But this repetition was believed to build spiritual perfection, much like a craftsman honing a skill through constant practice. Every little task, no matter how menial it was sanctified by the monastic mindset. Well, though monks sought to separate themselves from the world, medieval Irish monasteries were not isolated fortresses. Let me explain. Well, they were deeply embedded into the social, economic, and even at some points political system of Ireland. So to understand a monk's life fully, we must see him not only as in the chapel, scribbling down that manuscript, but also in his interactions with the outside community. Many monasteries functioned as villages or small towns in their own right, and often they were the nearest thing to an urban centre in early medieval Ireland. Local people would come to the monastery for various reasons. For example, monasteries served as places of worship for lay people in the area, especially before the system of parish churches was fully developed. The monks would administer sacraments to the nearby faithful, baptisms, the Eucharist, and so on. On Sundays or feast days, villagers might attend Mass at the monastery church, standing in the outer area while the robed monks chanted within the chancel. Thus a monk might preach or offer pastoral counsel to ordinary folk, not just to his fellow monks. Monasteries also provided hospitality to travelers, pilgrims, and sometimes just the poor. One of the time-honored monastic customs was to receive guests as Christ himself, with warmth and charity. Irish monasteries, situated along the early roads or pilgrimage routes, often kept a guest house or at least spare space to lodge visitors. A monk, as a guest master, would be assigned to welcome strangers, offer them a simple meal and lodging, and care for them. Many a weary traveller found shelter on a rainy night at the gates of a monastery, that's for sure, where the monks would wash their feet and share their humble fare. And this hospitality was not just altruistic, it was religious in its duty, and an opportunity to practice Christian virtues and charity. There's an old Irish monastic saying, "Follow almsgiving before all things." So monks gave from their surplus to those in need, distributing bread or clothing to the destitute at the gate. In times of famine, which was unfortunately not uncommon, monasteries opened their granaries to feed the hungry when they could, even if it meant the monks themselves would have to tighten the belt. Of course, there were also teachers and healers for the communities. Monastic schools educated many who later became secular priests, poets, or judges. Through teaching Latin and letters, monks were indirectly shaping the next generation of Irish leadership. Additionally, monks had knowledge of herbal remedies and basic medicine gleaned from texts or tradition. A sick peasant might be brought to the monastery infirmary to be cared for with herbal poultices or prayers, perhaps a mix of both. And some monasteries maintained hospitals for the ill, some even for lepers, centuries before any secular institution did so. Now, caring for the sick, that was seen as a work of mercy that all monks should embrace. And in fact, later in the 12th century, the newly arrived Augustinian and Cistercian monasteries in Ireland established hospices and infirmaries as standard parts of their complexes, continuing on this tradition and service. So the relationship between monasteries and the political powers of the day was quite complex. On one hand, monks withdrew from worldly affairs. On the other, monasteries were often founded or patronized by kings and chieftains. It was common for an Irish noble family to have a kind of proprietary interest in a monastery that their ancestor had endowed. Abbots themselves were sometimes drawn from the aristocracy. Some abbots were even the younger sons of kings, and this could elevate an abbot to the status of an important political figure. For example, the abbots of Armagh or Clonmacnoise wielded influence akin to that of princes, arbitrating disputes among clans or even advising kings. There is a notable incident from early times, and that's the story of St. Columba, who as a young monk became embroiled in a dispute over copying a manuscript. The feud between Columba and his former mentor over the ownership of the copy supposedly led to the Battle of Culdremne in 561. Though the true causes of that conflict were likely a bit more political, the legend shows how entangled monasteries could become in clan affairs. Columba, who was guilt-ridden, went into exile to Scotland after this, turning his energies to missionary work. Well, in more positive terms, monasteries could be peacemakers and neutral ground in a rather violent age. Their sacred status often protected them, though not always. Couldn't really help those Viking raids, I'm afraid. Rival kings might meet on monastery grounds to escape revenge, relying on the monks' protection. Some kings, after long warlike lives, retired to monasteries to repent and seek peace in old age. Now, economically, monasteries, were significant landholders and producers. A large monastery could own extensive tracts of land, which it farmed, of course, and they employed or oversaw lay workers, local farmers or serfs who worked monastery lands, or artisans who helped in construction. Thus, a monastery might effectively be the center of a small agrarian economy. Surplus produce could be traded back into local markets, and monks introduced new agricultural practices. For instance, some evidence suggests they improved breeds of cattle or innovated in dairying. They were also involved in milling grain. Some monasteries even built water mills and other processing of goods. In Ireland's relatively decentralized society, a large monastery could kind of function as a commercial estate. However, the wealth generated was ideally used for charitable purposes and for maintaining the religious community. Accumulating riches for personal use, well, that was against their vows. Still, by the later medieval period, there were certainly a few monasteries that had grown quite wealthy and comfortable, which of course drew quite a lot of criticism from reformers. Culturally, the monks helped forge the fusion of Christian and Irish identity. They reinterpreted the old Celtic festivals in Christian terms, etc. Imbolc became St. Bridget's Day, Samhain became All Saints and All Souls' Tide, etc., kind of preserving the continuity with the past. Monastic scribes writing epic tales ensured that pre-Christian Irish heroes like Duke Elaine and Finn MacColl were not forgotten, albeit recorded now by Christian hands. The monasteries also cultivated music and art that influenced the wider community. The lilting chants of monks likely inspired early forms of Irish sacred music, some of which seeped into folk tradition. Monasteries held periodic fairs and feasts on patron saints' days, which became community celebrations. For example, a monastery might celebrate the feast of its founder saint with a great liturgy and then an outdoor fair where locals could come, enjoy games, get to know each other, trade, and just hang out with the monks. A good day out, I suppose. And so for several hundred years, Irish monasteries and monks flourished relatively undisturbed. But in the year 795, a terrifying new threat appeared. Vikings from Scandinavia. The first recorded Viking attack in Ireland struck the island monastery of Lambay off the coast of Dublin in 795. What followed was a century of intermittent assaults that tested the resilience of the Irish monastic life to the extreme. Vikings, who were pagan Norse seafarers, saw the wealthy monasteries as lucrative targets. Monasteries often held precious objects, golden chalices, ornate gospel books, jeweled reliquaries, gifts from kings, or just products of their own craftsmanship. And they also kept storehouses of food and goods. And importantly, monasteries were ill-defended, soft targets. The very ethos of a monastery was peace, not war, so they typically had no soldiers or fortifications. At most, maybe a ditch or a wall to keep out cattle thieves. So the annals recount, with grim regularity, the plundering and burning of monasteries throughout the 9th century. Famous centres like Iona, Armagh, Glendalough, Kildare were all raided, some repeatedly. Many monks lost their lives or were carried off as slaves. You can imagine the terror in a small coastal community seeing the longships beach on the shore, the alarm bell ringing frantically, monks scrambling to hide the holy books and chalices, perhaps burying them or secreting them away in tree hollows, while others simply just fled for their lives into the woods. Well, there are accounts of monks being martyred for refusing to leave precious relics behind. The Vikings, who were unfamiliar with Christianity and just hungry for treasure, showed very little mercy. The monastic ideal of hospitality was turned on its head. These guests were not welcome pilgrims. They were like demons from hell. So in response, some monasteries took measures to protect their valuables. The Round Tower, a tall, narrow stone characteristic of Irish sites, was likely one such measure. These towers could be up to 30 meters high, with a small door raised several meters off the ground accessed by ladder. When raiders approached, the monks could grab the relics, books, precious items, climb into the tower and pull up the ladder. The tower's tiny windows and thick walls made it hard for attackers to penetrate, though in some cases the Vikings simply just set fire to the wooden door and smoked the monks out. But still, towers provided a fighting chance to safeguard the holy treasures. Notably, the splendid Book of Kells, after a Viking raid on the island of Iona, was moved inland to the monastery of Kells for safekeeping in 806 AD. But likewise, the beautiful gold and silver Ardagh chalice and the other sacred vessels were often hastily buried to hide them. Some of these were never recovered by the original monks due to massacres, only to be found by farmers centuries later by accident, but, well, at least we found them, right? In any case, Viking raids disrupted monastic life severely. Monks had to abandon some sites entirely. Iona, for example, was raided multiple times. Many monks were slain in 806, and eventually the community relocated a large portion of its operation to Kells in safer territory. It was an era of trauma, and for many, they had a sense that God was either punishing or testing them. Yet the monasteries proved to be resilient. Some abbeys struck agreements with local warlords for protection. Others simply endured and rebuilt when the Vikings passed. By the early 10th century, Vikings began to settle in Ireland, founding towns like Dublin, Waterford, Limerick, and many converted to Christianity when they did so. As they settled down and assimilated, the direct threat to monasteries began to wane. The final decades of the 10th century saw a revival of some monastic centers and relative peace restored. The famous Battle of Clontarf in 1014, where the Irish king Brian Boru defeated a coalition of Vikings at the cost of his own life, became legendary in part because it symbolically ended the Viking Age in Ireland. After that, Viking incursions ceased to be a major factor, and monasteries could breathe easier. However, the Irish monastic world that emerged by the 11th century was not the same as before. The constant emergency of the Viking period had affected learning and discipline. Some places were never recovered their former glory, rather. Yet, new growth also occurred. There was a movement to reorganize and reform the Irish Church along more continental lines. And that brings us to the 12th century church reforms and the introduction of new monastic orders in Ireland. By the 1100s, the Irish Church's independence was waning as it came into closer contact with Rome and as Norman influence increased. In 1155, the Pope even granted King Henry II of England a mandate to bring the Irish Church into conformity with Roman practices. Well, even before the Normans arrived militarily, native reformers like St. Malachy of Armagh were seeking to regularize monastic life. Malachy introduced the Cistercian order into Ireland, establishing Mellifont Abbey in 1142 as the first Cistercian monastery. The Cistercians were a reformed offshoot of the Benedictines, known for a return to austerity, strict enclosure, and an emphasis on manual labor and simplicity. They were called white monks because of their undyed habits. Well, soon, other continental orders followed. Augustinian canons, Benedictines affiliated with French or English abbeys, Franciscans and Dominican friars in the 13th centuries, though friars are technically mendicants, not monks, but in any case it further diversified Irish religious life. Let's not get too technical. But for an Irish monk in the 12th century, these changes meant that the old, loosely federated family-run monasteries were gradually absorbed into the Europe-wide networks with standardized rules. The broad focus of monastic life remained prayer, work, and study, but it was now under more hierarchical oversight. The introduction of the Rule of St. Benedict, in its Cistercian interpretation especially, meant fixed schedules, uniform liturgy, and a bit less of the uniquely Irish eccentricities that they used to have. For instance, the Cistercians emphasized total silence in the cloister, except for designated talking times, and they focused on agriculture to a high degree, draining swamps, breeding cattle. Mellifont Abbey became famous for its sophisticated farms. The older Irish monasteries that didn't join new orders either declined or in some cases also adopted the Benedictine rule to keep up. Some Irish abbeys even became headed by Norman or foreign abbots, especially after the Anglo-Norman invasion of Ireland in 1169-70, when Norman lords actually took control of parts of the country. Perhaps that's a story for another time. In any case, these lords brought their preferred orders with them. For example, the Benedictine Abbey in Dublin, St. Mary's, was established under Norman rule. But what did these reforms mean for everyday life? Well, in practice, a 13th century Cistercian monk at, say, Jerpoint Abbey lived a life very much like a Cistercian in England or France. He rose before dawn, chanted the full complement of officers, worked the fields, ate 2 simple meals, and observed silence and cloistered stability. The earlier Irish traditions of peregrination or distinctive tonsure were gone. Uniformity with Rome, that was the norm now. However, one should not think that the old Irish spirit just vanished overnight. Many monasteries, especially in the more remote Gaelic-held regions, retained Irish abbots and some local practices for some time. There were even a few explicitly Irish reform movements like the Abbey of St. Mary's at Tallaght, which revived severe ascetic practices in parallel to the Cistercians. But overall, by 1200, the monastic landscape of Ireland was a mix of long-established houses, some now centuries old, and new, foreign, introduced abbeys, all, of course, coexisting. One notable new development in later medieval monastic life was the rise of the mendicant friars, Franciscans, Dominicans, Carmelites, Augustinian friars, who arrived starting in the 13th century. Now, though they're not monks per se, i.e. friars differ in the fact that they often work among the populace and take vows of poverty individually, they did establish friaries, which are monastic-type communities in Irish towns. This added an urban dimension to religious life that earlier rural monasteries did not have. An Irish townsman in the 14th century might see a brown-robed Franciscan friar collecting alms, or hear them preaching in the market square, something his 8th century ancestor, living near Clonmacnoise, would have never encountered. The friars were generally welcomed, and they complemented the older monastic institutions by focusing on preaching and direct ministry to the laity. But as the Middle Ages waned, some of the older monasteries struggled. Ireland in the 14th and 15th centuries faced new turmoils, intermittent warfare between Anglo-Norman settlers and Gaelic clans, general economic difficulties, and the pervasive challenge of the Black Death hitting Europe in the mid-14th century. Monasteries, like all communities, suffered losses from plague, and sometimes lacked recruits, and there are records of some abbeys falling into disrepair or the monks becoming negligent of the strict rule. Yet, other houses showed vigor and continued to produce works of learning. For example, the Annals of the Four Masters, a renowned chronicle of Irish history, were compiled in the early 17th century by Franciscan friars drawing on monastic records, and that indicates that even up to the very end of the medieval period, and just beyond, the tradition of chronicling and scholarship very much persisted. And indeed, you can still find, whether they are still running or perhaps in somewhat well-maintained ruins or archaeological sites, these old monasteries dotted around Ireland. Of course, nowadays we generally don't write that much by hand, and the religious orders are not as strict, but we certainly still have them. The quiet of the countryside, up with the dawn, tools down at sunset. The schedule of a simple life. Not much happens around here, and if change comes, it comes so slowly, if in a lifetime at all. For most people in the Middle Ages, this was the normal scene of life, far removed from the noise of those trumpets accompanying the knights of shining armor, or the ladies in silken gowns in those great castles. No, the reality of daily life in medieval England was a little more monotonous than that, but certainly not without its eccentricities. Medieval England was overwhelmingly rural. In fact, over 90% of the population were peasants living in villages and farming whatever land they had. Yet the lives of these ordinary men and women are often overlooked. We always talk about the kings, the castles, the battles, but history is a bit deeper than that. And so today, that is exactly where we go, not to these great, grand events, but to the smaller things. A guided tour through a village, long abandoned, and all those souls that lived within. And I think we can discover a little life, a simple life, difficult and constrained by feudal duties, but is also one of community, tradition, and ultimately, great resilience. We'll span the entire medieval period, but we will stay within England. Talk about how peasants lived, using archaeological and historical evidence, and we'll try and piece together a picture in our mind of what a day for a medieval peasant might actually look like. Well, before we begin, I'll issue the normal welcome to the channel. It's good to see you all here. Here we go again, back to medieval England today. It seems to be geographically a place of quite a lot of interest and quite quintessential when we talk about the medieval period, particularly in a Western cultural scope. In other videos we will go to other parts, perhaps. Let me know what you want to see in the comments. Of course, I will remind you to do the like and subscribe thing, and also this video is completely ad-free like everything else. So this is made possible due to the contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and of course the donations on the PayPal and super thanks. This is all available in the pinned comment and links in the video and channel description. That's if I've not forgotten to put the pinned comment in. Fingers crossed. Well, with introductions out of the way, I think we can get to our topic for today, how medieval English peasants actually lived. So relax and we may begin. And so here we find ourselves in the medieval village, and the peasant having his place in a society. When we say village, what do we mean? Well, it is effectively a small world of its own, a cluster of thatched cottages and barns amid the strips of cultivated fields, with the parish church and often a manor house at the centre. We'll get to that a little bit later. But here the peasants lived under the system of manorial feudalism that bound them to a lord. Now, most were unfree serfs, which were also called villeins, who owed heavy obligations to the lord of the manor, though a minority were actually free tenants, who paid rent in cash or kind for their land. Think about things like if they were farming a certain crop, they would give a certain crop of that to make up for any coin they would not give. That's a pretty typical arrangement. And that was that the peasant family held and farmed some lands for its own sustenance, but in return owed labor and dues to the lord. In many parts of England, villages operated an open field system of agriculture. The arable land was divided into large fields, which were then subdivided again into long strips. Each household's holding consisted of strips scattered across different fields, a kind of a way to share both the good and bad land. Not all soils are created equal, I'm afraid. Well, the system forced neighbors to cooperate. They ploughed and sowed according to an agreed schedule. By the High Middle Ages, a three-field rotation prevailed in many regions. For example, one field planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, and one in spring with oats, barley, or peas. But the third field would be left fallow. Over-farming the soil, well, that's not good for anyone. In any case, this helped maximize yields, but also required coordination among villagers. Now, of course, we go straight into agriculture, and we have to talk about that because, well, that is the life of a feudal peasant, of course. We cannot go past that. And talking about it, in the first place, well, it's certainly a good place to set the scene. You can't have a peasant without farming, of course. Now, for the unfree peasant, there were also feudal obligations. Let me explain. A villein, that is the unfree peasant, owed the lord labor services on the lord's own land. Now, typically they'd work for the lord for 2 or 3 days each week, perhaps more at busy times. During harvest and planting, the lord could demand boon days, that meaning extra work from all of the peasants to ensure the lord's crops were brought in first, perhaps in exchange for a meal, some ale, something like that, a big sack of onions, whatever it is. Now, beyond labor, peasants also paid numerous dues and fines. They paid a yearly rent, often in grain, eggs, or other produce for the small lands they were allowed to farm for themselves. But they also had to pay special fees on life events. For example, a serf who wanted to, let's say, marry someone from outside the manor needed the lord's permission, and they paid what is called a merchet, that is a marriage fine. When a serf died, the family owed the lord a heriot, often the best beast. As a death duty, could be the finest cow, finest ox. Serfs were typically required to use the lord's mill and grind their grain, and his oven too to bake bread. Of course, using that, they'd have to pay a portion of flour or loaves of bread as a fee. You can see how it's a pretty good deal for the lord, of course. But even gathering firewood or pasturing pigs in the lord's forest, regardless if he was using it or not, that might incur a small charge. Of course, we have to remember that all of this depends on what the lord is going to charge. You could have lords that were a little bit more tolerant, and ones who were a little bit more, let's say, entrepreneurial. Now, virtually every aspect of a peasant's livelihood in general was still subject to the lord's control, or perhaps a toll imposed upon them. A serf couldn't freely leave the manor or sell his oxen without permission. Everything had to go through the higher-ups. So in effect, the law regarded the villain's person as goods, as the lord's property, not the peasant's property. A state of affairs that most people naturally resented, and which they constantly sought to alleviate. I'm sure you can imagine people saying back in the day, well, it's not a perfect system, but it's the only system we have. They invented other systems. Spoiler alert. Of course, peasants, not all of them were equal. Not all equally oppressed, at least. A free peasant, also called a freeman, well, they owed no labor duty at all. Instead, he paid a fixed rent, and he could move about or marry without seeking the lord's consent. Free tenants were, however, a minority in most villages, but some regions, especially frontiers or newly settled lands, had more of them. There were gradations even among unfree peasants, though. A substantial tenant with 20 to 30 acres lived more securely than a cottager with only a couple of acres, who had no labor for others to survive. But still, all peasants were low in status, at least compared to the nobility, and they lived with few comforts. Now, over the centuries, these feudal bonds did gradually loosen. By the 14th century, many lords found it convenient to accept money payments in lieu of labor, a practice called commutation. And that basically means that if a peasant could scrape together a bit of money, maybe selling their own goods at the market for a surplus rather, he might pay a fixed sum instead of performing days of labor, buying back his time and allowing him to spend more time on his own farm. Now, the catastrophic population loss of the Black Death actually accelerated this trend. We talked about that in the Black Death videos and the aftermath of the Black Death in medieval England video. You see, far fewer workers were available, and the surviving peasants, well, they gained quite a bit of bargaining power. Wages for farm work rose, and lords increasingly had to persuade rather than compel peasants to work. If they didn't like the conditions, well, they would just pack their bags and they would get a job anywhere else. A labor crisis in the favor of the laborers. Well, some serfs even fled their manors to seek freedom in the growing towns, where a common saying held that town air makes free after a year and a day. And over time, in general, social attitudes and legal judgments began to favor liberty over bondage. By the late 15th century, serfdom in England was largely dying out. Most peasants had become tenant farmers, free in a nominal sense, paying rent for their land rather than laboring under these ancient obligations. They were still poor, don't get me wrong, and, well and truly subordinate. It's not real freedom in the modern sense, if you've even got that. But the personal bondage that characterized the early medieval serfdom was well and truly coming to an end. In short, through quiet transformations and the occasional rebellion here and then, the English peasantry gained a greater measure of freedom as the medieval period drew to a close. That's all good and well, but what exactly were they doing between the rebellions and between the transformations? Let's take a look at the daily work of peasants. Now we can understand that. Step into the shoes, or lack of. Well, when we talk about the daily work, we pretty much look at it in the cycle of seasons and just the general demands of agriculture. Typically, as we mentioned in the introduction, the day begins at first light, either at sunrise or at the cock's crow. Men and women would rise from pretty simple beds, after maybe a quick bite of bread or a little bit of porridge, modest breakfast if any. Time to set out to the fields. Now, work usually started at first light because there were only so many hours of day that they had, and there was plenty hours of labor to be done, labor that can only be done in that precious daylight. Tasks depended on the seasons, of course. Ploughing, sowing, weeding, reaping, threshing. In the fields, peasants often worked communally. For example, several households might pool their oxen to pull a heavy plough. One family alone might not own a full team. You see, it took perhaps 8 oxen to haul a large plough through heavy clay soil. One man would guide the plough, another drive the oxen, while others might follow with harrows to cover the seed. As you can imagine, this is not quick work, rather it being slow and strenuous. In fact, an English poet in the 14th century, William Langlet, gives an image of a poor ploughman at work, hood and shoes full of holes, his hair and toes sticking out, body smeared with mud as he trudges behind the oxen. And that's pretty accurate. Shows the hardship of physical toll on a medieval farm. In any case, the morning had passed, and by midday, peasants would pause for their main meal, or perhaps just a short rest. Now, this would be kind of their dinner. It might be taken at home if the fields were nearby, or more often they would just sit down in the field and partake in a short meal together. We can imagine a group of field laborers seeking shade under a tree at the edge of a field, perhaps, sharing a few bits of bread, cheese, perhaps some weak ale, bought by one of them in a leather jug. They wouldn't be drinking much water. Ale was the drink of choice. Sometimes other watered-down beers and things like that. In any case, after this brief respite, it was back to work until the sun went down. The workday might last until sundown, especially in summer when the days were long. In winter, though, darkness, of course, falls a bit earlier. But winter days were filled with other tasks, like mending tools, twisting rope, or perhaps weaving baskets by the hearth. Really, you've got to spend your time doing something, don't you? And days before electricity, well, you may as well just sit there at the fire and make things. In any case, each season, as we mentioned, had its labors, and medieval calendars often showed the work of the months. Now, what I mean by that is in spring, roughly March and April in England, fields had to be ploughed and sown with barley, oats, peas, and other crops. Ploughing was also a major task. Peasants drove teams of oxen to pull the heavy wooden plough with its iron ploughshare to turn the soil after winter. It often required 8 oxen to pull a single plough, as we mentioned, so contributions, each coming together to make up a full team. After ploughing, the seed was sown by hand and harrowed, and, well, spring in general was also a time to plant peas and beans, repair fences, tend to sheep shearing, and have a little cottage industry. Wool, very important. Well, summer, that is June through August, that was a period of growing and haymaking. Meadows had to be mowed for hay. Peasants, being men, women, and older children, would cut tall grass with scythes and rake it into piles to dry. Now, hay was a crucial fodder for livestock in the winter. Of course, you would try and keep them inside, not to have them starve. Summer was also a time for weeding the crop fields and shearing sheep in late spring or early summer to gather wool to help the sheep stay cool as well. So by the late summer, the grain harvest arrived, the most intense period of work in the year. It was well and truly on for young and old when it got to this point. Harvesting wheat, rye, oats, and barley meant long days of reaping entirely by hand. Men and women stooped to cut the grain with sickles or scythes under that hot August sun. The Lord's fields also had to be harvested first if you were a serf. Only then could the peasant attend to his own small plot. Priorities had to be in order, of course, and the priorities were set by the nobles. Harvest was truly an all-hands-on-deck affair. Entire families, including children as young as 5 or 6, helped in whatever ways they could. Gleaning, that is, collecting stray stalks left behind, was often done by the very old or perhaps the very young. The timing was also crucial. A rainstorm or early frost could ruin a ripe crop, so the community made a collective effort to get everyone's grain safely in. After cutting, the grain was bundled into sheaves and carted to the barn, and it was there that it had to be threshed, beaten with flails to knock the kernels out of the husks, and then winnowed. That is, by the way, just kind of like tossing it in the air so the chaff blew away. It looks kind of like dust, almost. You know, separate the wheat from the chaff. That's where this comes from. In any case, these tasks often were quite extensive, and they often extended into the autumn months. Now, September to October brought other tasks as well. Some of the harvested grain, especially wheat and rye, was used as seed for the next year. Peasants ploughed and sowed their fields again in early fall to plant winter wheat or rye that would sprout before frost and be harvested the next year. Any animals that could not be fed through the winter might be slaughtered in the late autumn, and thus November was often actually called Martinmas Slaughter, where surplus pigs or cattle were butchered, the meat being salted or smoked for preservation. Autumn was also a time for collecting foods like nuts, berries, and mushrooms in the woods to add to the winter stores. Pretty much anything they could get to throw into that pottage mix. And then we hit winter, November to February. That was the quieter season for field work, and certainly not a time of leisure. In fact, well, it was not a pleasant time for anyone. With the ground hard or barren, peasants focused on indoor and maintenance tasks. They repaired tools, made carts, wove baskets, perhaps made or mended clothing. Women spent long winter hours spinning wool into yarn and knitting or weaving. But winter also was the season to haul timber or cut firewood from the woodlands. A back-breaking chore, but, well, would you rather freeze to death? Also, what else are you going to cook with? The fire doesn't come out of nowhere. As for the livestock, as we mentioned, they needed help throughout the winter. Cows and sheep had to be fed with whatever hay and straw had been stored, and their stalls mucked out. Every peasant learned to be pretty resourceful in winter. If you didn't learn, you died. For instance, making rushlights, that is, candles from animal fat or dried rushes, or carving new wooden bowls and utensils by the fireside. And though the days were short, the winter nights were long. Peasants often rose before sunrise to tend animals, and might gather around the hearth in the evening to tell stories, mend the nets or harnesses, or simply just to conserve a bit of warmth, another precious commodity. But winter was also a time when the community socialized more. Yeah, it was cold outside, but well, there was less field labor to do. We shall see that later many traditional village festivities took places in midwinter too. In any case, throughout the year every member of a peasant household had work suited to their strength. The men would do the heaviest ploughing, carting and woodcutting, while women performed a double burden of work, assisting in the fields during peak times, and doing endless daily chores of cooking, cleaning, and child-rearing, along with the dairying and spinning. Anything else they could find, really. As for the children, well, the ones as young as 5 were expected to help out. It might have been running to fetch water, these kinds of things, keeping an eye on grazing geese, scaring crows from the newly sown seed. By their early teens, peasant boys and girls were working almost as full adults, the boys in the fields, or learning a craft, and the girls would be around the home. But despite the long hours of toil, peasants did not work every single day. Sundays were the holy day of rest, when field labor ceased, and by church law, everybody attended Mass. In addition, the medieval calendar was filled with saints' feast days and church holidays, on which no servile work was supposed to be done. Many of these fell in spring or summer, giving brief respites from labor, while peasants certainly had to work extremely hard, especially in the peak season. There's a misconception that they never had days off. In fact, many of them probably had more days off than we do in our modern era, which is, well, a little bit scary. Between Sundays and various holy days, a medieval peasant might have upwards of 8 to 10 weeks off over the course of a year. Doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Though on those days they might still do light chores or tend animals, and not all lords honored every holiday. But think about it. If you take time off work, you probably end up cleaning the house at least 1 or 2 days out of that, so it's all in perspective. Nevertheless, these periodic breaks, Christmas, Easter, numerous saints' festivals, these kind of things, they provided a much-needed rest, and of course a time for community recreation, as we'll get to a little bit later. But let's get out of the fields. They had to go home eventually, didn't they? If the fields were the workplace, well, the homes were the humble shelters offering minimal comfort. But of course, you make it your own, don't you? Now, a typical peasant family lived in a small cottage, usually made of something called wattle and daub. If you don't know what that is, it's woven wooden rods that were kind of plastered with mud and straw. Rough timber with a thatched roof. We've seen it. Now, these houses were often just 1 or 2 rooms. Pretty simple stuff. The floor was beaten earth, sometimes covered with straw or rushes to absorb dirt, and there were usually no real windows. Perhaps a tiny opening with a wooden shutter, so indoors was pretty dim and pretty smoky. They hadn't quite figured out chimneys yet. In the middle of the main room was a hearth fire burning for cooking and warmth. Smoke from the fire drifted up and escaped through a hole in the roof, or through the thatch at least, which blackened the rafters, so there was something, but still not like a chimney in the modern sense. The atmosphere inside was perpetually smoky because of this, irritating to the eyes and lungs, but, well, people just got used to it. Now as for the furnishings, well, they were sparse and quite homemade. Simple stuff. A few stools or benches, a simple table made of boards laid on trestles, taken down when not in use most of the time, and perhaps a wooden chest to store clothing or grain. Those were the main items. At mealtime, the family would sit on benches at the trestle table and eat from wooden bowls or coarse pottery dishes, using wooden spoons. Knives were shared, and forks were unknown at the time. Cooking was done at the open hearth. There was no oven inside a peasant cottage. Villagers often had a lord's oven or a communal bake oven that everyone used. Instead, simple breads or cakes were baked on flat stones, in the embers or in iron pans propped on the fire. A heavy iron pot or kettle would hang over the flames, used to boil porridge or perhaps stew, the ubiquitous pottage that I've mentioned briefly but will discuss a bit more in the next section. The household wife would have to mind this fire constantly, both to keep the home warm but also to have hot coals for cooking. She likely also used the residual heat of the hearth for tasks like drying grain or herbs. Peasant families did many domestic chores indoors too. Women brewed ale in small batches, churned butter when they had milk, and spun wool or flax into yarn, often with what was known as a drop spindle. Spinning wheels were a bit of a later arrival, even though we do see them quite a lot in medieval artwork. Said those women in the silk dresses spinning at the wheel. They were a bit of a later invention. Now as for laundry, that was infrequent, but when they did do it, it was quite arduous. Clothes had to be soaked and scrubbed with lye. That is a harsh soap made from ashes. It's spelt Lye, by the way. And they would do this in a big wooden tub, and water for washing had to be hauled from the well or the stream, so there's the weight of that as well. The floor, strewn with straw or rushes, was swept now and then and renewed with fresh bedding, with fresh bedding straw only a few times a year. Now, inevitably, the house was dirty by modern standards. No one's really denying that. It didn't help that chickens and other small animals sometimes wandered in and out, and, well, that just adds to the mess without becoming too descriptive. At night time, the family slept on simple beds or pallets. A bed, if we're going to use that term, might just be a cloth sack stuffed with straw or wool scraps, laid on the floor, or in a crude wooden frame. They used coarse wool blankets or old fur cloaks for covers. Several family members often shared one bed for warmth, just out of practicality. And it was not unusual for husband, wife, and young children to all sleep together on a large pallet on the floor, with perhaps an elderly parent or a visiting relative curled up nearby. As for privacy, good luck with that. It was minimal if you were lucky, non-existent if you were like everyone else. A fire was typically kept smouldering through the night, banked under ashes or a fire cover, so it could be revived the next morning. Now, they had to have the homes double as shelter for animals as well. You see, in many cottages, one end of the building was sectioned off as a pen or byre for a cow, donkey, or a few goats or sheep, especially in winter when valuable animals needed protection from the cold or from thieves or wolves. Of course, back in those days, wolves were all over the place, so were the thieves. In smaller dwellings, the family's chickens or a pig might share this living space, wandering in freely. This gave the animals warmth and safety, and in turn helped warm the house slightly, but it certainly added to the odor. Imagine the smell. Well, fleas and mice were common problems. The continual smoke of the hearth ironically helped deter some vermin, keeping the rafters sooty and the air acrid. Cleaning was a Sisyphean task, if we could put it that way. One medieval writer humorously described how a peasant housewife would sweep out the dirt and straw from the floor, only for the chickens to come in and scratch it all around again. Definitely a task worthy of calling it a Sisyphean. Well, despite the cramped and smoky conditions, it was still a home, and I suppose it's not too bad when you got nothing else to compare it to. A place of family comfort, and it's certainly better than sleeping outside in the cold. In the evenings around the hearth, Parents would tell stories or sing to their children. Family members mended their clothes or carved little tools by firelight. And in winter, neighbors might drop in, share a little bit of warmth or a cup of ale, exchanging tales or gossip. Such moments provided what we can imagine as a bit of emotional relief from the grind of work. Yes, life is difficult, but we're all here together, and that's something at least. And so within those walls, just like our modern-day family life unfolded, children were born and raised, meals were prepared and shared, fights happened, laughter happened, all echoing off those smoky rafters. That humble cottage, serving as a backdrop for all of the peasants' joys and sorrows, from the cradle to the grave. Very, very human. And this is where we come to the next thing. Food. Probably the most important thing next to warmth. A lot of moving parts, sure, but it's pretty complicated to get the right amount of sustenance in that time. The diet was pretty simple, too, not to mention repetitive. The primary staple was bread. Medieval peasants typically ate coarse, dark bread made from cheaper grains like rye, barley, or oats, and wheat was the most prized grain. Unfortunately, it was often reserved for the lord or for market sale, so common folk usually baked loaves of what was called maslin, a mix of rye and wheat flour, or bread made from barley or oats. The result? A dense, heavy loaf, very unlike the modern, fluffy white bread, but I don't think many people are eating white bread anymore. It's a bit, you gotta go the multi-grain sort of stuff, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Well, a peasant household might grind its grain by hand, just get that rock out and start bashing it, grinding it on a stone, this kind of thing. Found plenty of those sorts of stones in the old medieval houses, that's for sure. Or perhaps they would take it to the lord's grinding mill, as if the lord had one, but of course you would have a fee charged with that as well. Then they would bake bread in a communal oven or at home on the hearth. Now this bread, along with pottage, a kind of vegetable stew or whatever you could find to put in it, formed the basis of pretty much every meal. Now the other daily mainstay was indeed pottage, a thick soup or stew cooked in an iron pot over the fire, hence the name pottage. Peasant wives became adept in making filling pottage out of really whatever was available, which could vary from day to day, of course. But if we can imagine a basic pottage, well, it might include oats or barley for thickness, some beans or peas, and garden vegetables like cabbage, onions, or leeks, all boiled together in water. They would season it with a bit of salt and herbs, like parsley, thyme, or sage. You could find them in a cottage garden. Most peasant families maintained a small kitchen plot to grow greens and root vegetables, and they kept a few chickens or eggs. If they were fortunate enough, they could have a cow or some goats for milk, and they would also churn a bit of butter, make simple cheese, valuable proteins and fats to their otherwise diet of starch. The pottage was usually meatless. If available, a scrap of bacon fat or maybe a ham bone might be added, but that was a rare luxury. Essentially, peasants ate a kind of vegetarian diet, but rather by necessity, rather, for much of the year, not by their own choice. The peasants' meals were, indeed, remarkably monotonous by our modern standards. Breakfast, if taken at all, might be just a little bit of leftover cold porridge, or bread, perhaps a little bit of cheese, but, well, if you were lucky, you'd have that. The main meal around midday, that'd be bread and pottage, maybe with a bit of onion, some curds, washed down with a bit of ale. and in the evening another round of pottage or broth might be served as a kind of supper. Now, even on workdays in the field, this little picnic would be a hunk of bread, piece of dried cheese or salted fish, and of course that flask of weak ale. So it wasn't like it was better on the weekdays or weekends. It was every day just the same. Still, a diet of high-fiber bread and beans, while pretty bland, provided the essential carbohydrates and a few proteins, especially when peas and grain were combined. Now, ale we've mentioned a few times, and that was the universal drink of medieval peasants. Not just in England either, but quite much the same case on the continent. Because clean drinking water was not always available, and because fermentation killed many pathogens, whether they understood that at the time, they just knew they didn't get sick when they drank it, ale was consumed in great quantities by everyone, and that includes children. The medieval ale was a barley-based brew, made without hops. You see, hopped beer would come a bit later, and it was usually quite weak in alcohol. It might be closer to a soupy sort of small beer, a real light one, often slightly sour or yeasty, and was meant for hydration and nutrition more than intoxication and celebration. According to various records, an adult peasant might drink a gallon or more of ale per day, though ale in this context was more like a low-alcohol porridge than the strong beers that we think of today. As for brewing, that was typically done by the women of the village, and at a household level. If you've heard the term alewife, well, that's where this comes from. Ale provided much-needed calories. It was sometimes even called liquid bread. Peasants would drink ale at every meal. It was safer than most water, certainly more filling. Of course, ale could be festive too. Stronger batches were brewed for holidays and celebrations. But the everyday ale was mild enough that peasants could consume it throughout the day and still labor on effectively. In any case, without ale, the medieval peasant diet would have been even more meager. At least with it, they got a few B vitamins and hydration along with their bread. Of course, they didn't understand all the nutrition back in those days, but they certainly understood when you didn't eat well or when you drank bad water, dirty things, you got sick, things like miasma theory and all the rest. They had an understanding of it, just not on a scientific basis, more of a practical thing. Now, vegetables, legumes, and dairy supplemented this diet when possible. Gardens yielded cabbages, beans, lentils, peas, turnips, garlic, beets, other crops when they were in season. A surprising variety. But peasants also foraged wild foods, berries and nuts from the woods, wild greens like nettles, dandelion, etc., for salads or pottage, and apples or pears from hedgerows. But the dairy products really were prized. Milk from a cow or a goat would usually be turned into butter or soft cheese, because fresh milk, well, that spoiled quickly, and many adults were somewhat lactose intolerant. Butter added fats and flavor to otherwise bland foods. Cheese, often a crumbly, fresh cheese, could be eaten with bread or melted into pottage, which, of course, thickens it up a little bit. Eggs from hens were another important protein source, used in cooking or eaten on their own when available. And all these elements, of course, had to vary by season. Spring and summer offered fresh greens, eggs, and milk, whereas winter diets, well, you'd be relying more on salted or dried foods, and of course, whatever was stored from the harvest. Well, and meat, of course, if you could get it, good for you. But of course, it's far rarer on the peasant table. Most peasants could only afford to have it every now and then. And it wasn't in that fresh form, it was usually in the form of salted or smoked meat. A common family might raise a pig throughout the year and slaughter it in the late fall. Pork was the primary meat of the peasantry because pigs were relatively easy to feed, and they could forage in the forest for acorns, that kind of thing. They also yielded a lot of fat. Salted pork and lard could last all winter. After the autumn slaughter, the family would have some fresh pork for a feast, but the rest was preserved with salt or smoke. That bacon or ham was then rationed carefully and used to flavor soups or accompany bread on special days. Fresh beef or mutton was pretty uncommon. Cattle or sheep were too valuable alive. Think about milk, wool, traction. They wouldn't butcher them unless the animal was old or injured. Chickens were generally provided eggs and were only eaten when they stopped laying them. So you might be thinking, well, why didn't they just go hunting? Good question. The problem with that is that forests were typically the lord's property, and that meant they were off limits. Poaching a deer or a boar could get a peasant harshly punished. Well, harshly punished, I don't mean a fine. Bad things happen. Nonetheless, peasants did catch smaller game. They just did it on the sly. Rabbits, hares, birds, or fish from the streams. No one could really stop them from doing that. They added a bit of meat to their diet every now and then. On Fridays and during Lent, the church forbade meat entirely. So those days peasants ate things like herring, if they could buy dried fish, or they simply went without meat at all. Many inland villages were far from the sea too, but eels from rivers and ponds were a common poor man's fish. Eels were actually so plentiful in medieval England that they were sometimes used to pay rent. You could imagine that, showing up to your landlord, giving him a big bag full of eels. I don't know how many months that would get you. I suppose it depends on how many eels you give them. Well, in any case, yes, food was there. You could get it. You could farm. You could do a little bit of trapping or fishing on the sly, but a lot of peasants always lived close to the brink of hunger. One bad harvest meant real hardship, and you were in trouble if you had two. That could even mean famine, as happened in 1315 to 1317 when incessant rains caused crops to rot and thousands of people across England starved. Bad times. In lean times in general, they stretched their food by mixing filler into bread, like peas, beans, or worse. Who knows what they could put in there, a little bit of sawdust for good measure, or by simply going without. Spring was often a hungry season, when the winter stores ran low, but the new crops were not quite ready to be harvested, and true famine, as in the years of 1315 to 17 as we mentioned, struck occasionally. Conversely, in the good years, while their diet was plain and monotonous, most peasant families could at least fill their stomachs with bread and pottage, and, well, that's enough to keep you alive. And of course, the lords knew it was enough to keep people in the fields working, just enough to work, but not enough to really have a good quality of life. Of course, only on special occasions or holidays did they taste a richer fare. It wasn't like they went their whole lives without having something nice, but they'd have to wait around a bit. Special things for special occasions. A village might collectively slaughter an animal for a feast, or bake some meat pies for Christmas or a wedding. Occasions where everyone could briefly eat to their fill. Good times, happy people, this kind of thing. But those were extraordinary days. On the ordinary days, a medieval English peasant just ate to survive, not to savor. A chunk of coarse bread, a bowl of vegetable stew, and a draught of weak ale. Those were the basics that fueled their labor. And what about peasant clothing? That's, of course, another topic of discussion when it comes to the appearance of a peasant. Well, it was above all practical, built for hard use, made from the materials at hand. The primary fabric, wool, abundant thanks to England's many sheep. Almost all outer garments, tunics, dresses, cloaks, hose, they were all made of coarse woolen cloth that was thick, warm, and hard wearing, if also a little heavy and scratchy. But for lighter or undergarments they used linen when possible, woven from flax, anyway, but linen was relatively expensive, so many poorer peasants had no linen at all, and they would just wear the wool raw on the skin. Colors were mostly natural or earth-toned. Wool straight from brown or grey sheep produced drab cloth. Some clothing was dyed with inexpensive local dyes, that is, dull yellows, greens, or russets, but bright and rich colors like deep blues, reds, and blacks were largely the preserve of the wealthy, who could afford such things. Thus, a typical peasant could be seen clad in dull browns, dusty greys, and washed-out greens. The better to hide the dirt, I suppose, and last a bit longer. A peasant man typically wore a knee-length wool tunic as his main garment. It was belted at the waist with a cord or leather strap and served as both a shirt and a coat. For his legs, he had woolen hose, that is, long stockings reaching up toward the thigh. On his feet he wore simple leather shoes if he owned them. Otherwise, he often went barefoot in warmer months to save his footwear for winter. In cold or wet weather, a man might layer a second tunic or a rough sleeveless jacket over the first, and on a woolen hood or cowl that covered his head, neck, and shoulders. But even so, his clothing only gave modest protection from the elements. After hours in the field, his hose were often soaked and muddy, and over time his garments became frayed, patched, and stained from hard use. A peasant woman's main garment was a long woolen gown, a basic dress that extended to her ankles. It was usually long-sleeved and loosely fitted, and she cinched it at the waist with a simple belt. Underneath, if she was fortunate, she might have a linen shirt. Otherwise, she wore the wool gown over the bare skin. When doing heavy work, she often hitched up her skirts and tucked them into her belt to keep them out of the dirt. A woman always kept her head covered in public, typically with a wimple or a kerchief, which was a linen cloth draped over her hair, and sometimes around the chin. This head covering protected her hair and satisfied the era's customs of modesty. For footwear, women had much of the same as men: low leather shoes or perhaps clogs when available, and bare feet when necessary. Because cloth was labor-intensive to make, each person owned very few sets of clothes. A peasant might wear the same tunic every day for most of the year, with perhaps a slightly less worn one kept for the holy days or festivals. Your work clothes and your party clothes, I suppose. Garments were patched and repatched and patched up again. Elbows and knees especially showed layers of mending. Washing clothes was difficult. As we mentioned, it required hauling and heating water, making soap from wood ash, so outer clothes were not washed often. Instead, people just wore linen undergarments when possible and washed those occasionally, and simply shook out or brushed off their woolen outerwear. As a result, peasant clothing was usually dingy, having the odors of smoke, sweat, and earth. Contemporary observers sometimes describe the country people as rough and rustic in appearance. We have one vivid portrait in William Langland's 14th century poem Piers Plowman, where a poor ploughman and his wife are depicted in patched and tattered attire, The man's hood's full of holes and old, through which his hair pokes out, and his shoes have broken toes sticking through. He is all smeared with mud as he follows the plough. And beside him there is his wife. She trudges with her skirts hitched up, wearing a threadbare smock. She has no proper shoes, only torn cloth wrappings, and her bare feet bleed from the cold ground. Well, it's a literary description, though part of an allegory, but it does match what we know from historical records. He doesn't seem to be dramatizing anything for dramatic effect. Many peasants truly had only very worn garments, and often went barefoot even in harsh conditions. Despite these realities, on Sundays, or at a village festival, they did their best to make themselves presentable. You gotta put on your best face, of course. Well, a man might have a cleaner tunic or a wide-brimmed hat decorated with a scrap of ribbon. And a woman, well, she might have a freshly washed headscarf or a dress with a bit of homemade trim. Small little touches of dignity. They might not be good clothes, but it distinguishes the best they had from the everyday rags. At least they weren't covered in dirt from the fields. Medieval peasant society was organized around the family, but that family unit existed within a larger tight-knit community. Most peasant households were typically husband and wife and the children living in a single cottage, simply because houses were just so small. But extended family members usually lived nearby in the same village, so a child might have grandparents or cousins a few huts away, but maybe not under the same roof. The average peasant married in their early or mid-20s, and couples would set up their own home as soon as they could manage it. Marriages were guided more by practical considerations rather than romantic courtship. A man needed a wife who could work hard and run a household, and a woman needed a husband who could support a family. The approval of the lord of the manor was required if the individuals were serfs. A lord might demand a merchet or a marriage fine, or even sometimes veto a match if it meant losing a valuable worker to another estate. In practice, most peasants married someone from their own community, or at least a close neighboring village. A medieval peasant wedding, well, that was a joyous and communal occasion. The couple exchanged vows at the church door with the priest's blessing, and then the village joined in a bride ale, that is a wedding ale feast featuring food, drink, music, and dancing for all. Children were plentiful in peasant families too, but childhood wasn't. It's not as we think of it today. It was more of a brief and perilous affair. Children were of course born at home, attended by local midwives, if they had one, or perhaps an older woman with a bit of knowledge. There was a very high risk of mortality. Many infants died in their first days or weeks, and childbirth was dangerous for mothers as well. Newborns were baptized within a day or two, with chosen godparents as sponsors, because if a baby died unbaptized, well, it was greatly feared that the soul could not enter heaven. The mother, still weak from delivery, typically did not go to the church for baptism. She stayed home recovering until a few weeks later, when she underwent a purification blessing called churching that marked her return to community life. Infancy was fraught with hazards too. Aside from disease, a crawling baby in a busy cottage could easily fall into a hearth or be accidentally smothered in bed. Once childhood grew past toddlerhood, they quickly became contributors to the household. By the age of 5 or 6, a peasant child was assigned small chores, fetching water with a little pail, scaring birds from the planted fields, gathering kindling, things like that. Perhaps they'd watch over the younger siblings too. Bit of responsibility. But there was no formal schooling for peasant children. They just learned by observation, watching their parents and elders and doing what they do. A boy would learn farming, woodcutting, or his father's craft by observing and helping, and a girl would learn cooking, spinning, childcare, and all the arts of managing a poor household from her mother. As for playtime, it wasn't entirely absent. They might be seen kicking a ball around with other village children, or something like that, playing tag. But by their early teens, peasant boys and girls were expected to basically be adults, and work as hard as adults. The village community itself was like an extended family, bound together by necessity and custom. Neighbors helped each other in times of need because everyone that knew misfortune, well, they knew it could strike anyone. If one peasant's barn burned down, or a cow died, others would organize a helping bee to rebuild the barn, or would share a bit of their own grain or milk to get that family through. Many tasks were done cooperatively. For instance, peasants had often pulled their oxen to plow the fields, as we mentioned. And of course, at harvest, the entire community helped reap and gather every family's crops in turn. But beyond the work, villagers shared in each other's life events and festivals. Not only weddings, but baptisms, funerals, the annual cycle of religious holidays, a bit of everything. Really, the church brought everyone together, too, especially on Sundays and holy days, and the churchyard or villages became a social hub after services. For recreation, men sometimes held contests of archery or wrestling on Sundays, and women often socialized while doing chores like spinning or washing clothes together. In the evenings, especially in the winter, villagers gathered at the alehouse or by a cottage hearth, singing songs, telling a few stories, and just relaxing. Village life, it was regulated by both custom, but also a bit of self-government. The Lord's Manorial Court periodically judged local disputes and minor offences with a jury of villagers. Typical punishments were small fines or things like stray livestock or breaking village laws. Serious crimes, though, they were quite rare in the village and were dealt with by higher authorities. In practice, most order was kept by peer pressure and custom. Everyone watched everyone else and held them to standard. If someone behaved disgracefully, for example, an abusive husband, the community might respond with a charivari, a cacophonous prank at the offender's door, banging pots and singing mocking songs to shame them into better behavior. Perhaps we need to bring that one back, This kind of informal social policing often proved to be quite effective in a world where one's reputation among neighbors was critically important, especially if it's your barn that burns down or something like that, and, well, that helping bee, all of a sudden people don't want to show up. Now that is a little awkward. Well, before we go, let's talk a little bit about the truly unpleasant parts, but also a bit of the resilience. You see, as you can imagine, I don't think I need to explain it to you or say it again. The life of a peasant was certainly not a fun affair. It was full of danger and hardship, as even beyond the everyday toil, and foremost among them was the threat of hunger. Peasants lived harvest to harvest, and if the crops failed, well, they had little reserve to fall back on. Bad weather, such as excessive rain or drought, could ruin the grain yield just like it did in 1315 to 17, where the Great Famine was caused by rains across Europe. Well, people in England at this time reportedly either starved to death or survived on acorns, weeds, and possibly even substitutes like tree bark. Even in less dire times, though, winter and early spring, the lean season before the new crops grew, often meant empty cupboards. Malnutrition was a chronic problem, leaving peasants weak or more vulnerable to disease. poor peasant might be driven to begging or theft to feed his children if his own stores ran out. Starvation was a very real spectre in the Middle Ages. It kept peasant communities in a state of perpetual anxiety about the weather and the harvest. And then there was the disease. Medieval peasants had no knowledge of germs and very limited medical care. A village might be visited by a wandering barber/surgeon, or have a local wise woman who knew herbal remedies, but nothing really resembling a real doctor for the poor. Epidemics could sweep through and kill indiscriminately. Of course, we all know about the Black Death of 1348 to 1350, which killed around half of England's population in a matter of months. Entire villages were emptied out. Those who survived were, of course, traumatized by the loss of family and neighbors. Other diseases also took a great toll. Periodic outbreaks of sickness, dysentery, fevers, things like that, swept through the villages and carried off the weak. Even injuries or infected cuts could turn fatal for lack of effective treatment. Peasant women faced the danger of childbirth without any real care, and many unfortunately died delivering children. So what was the life expectancy? Take a guess. 50, maybe. 40? Well, it could have only been around 30 to 40 years. But this is kind of skewed, because most children died so young, so the averages are kind of off. So we can put it between 40 and 50 years old, perhaps. You might be lucky enough to live to 60, but that would depend on your circumstance. In any case, those who did reach adulthood and avoid lethal diseases, if you managed to get to that natural death point where you could live into your 60s, but that was far from common. The labor, the poor diet, the lack of medicine meant that most peasants were old by our standards when they got to their 50s. That's if they lived that long at all. But peasants also bore the brunt of man-made hardships. Chief among them were the heavy taxes and rents imposed by lords and the king's government. Lords could levy special talligays or fines arbitrarily when they needed money, and the crown expected nationwide taxes, often to fund wars that landlords would just pass on to the peasants. In the late 1370s, for instance, King Richard II's government imposed repeated poll taxes to finance military campaigns. These taxes fell on humble villagers and provoked quite a bit of resentment. Coupled with long-standing grievances, like villeins being legally unfree and owing labor, this unrest erupted in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. It was in that year that thousands of peasants in southeastern England, led by figures such as Wat Tyler, and inspired by radical preaching, rose up in an armed people's rebellion. They marched on London itself, calling for an abolition of serfdom, lower taxes, and an end to corruption among the royal officials. And for a brief moment, the rebels terrified the ruling class. They even executed the king's treasurer and dragged out a few other hated officials too. King Richard II ultimately quashed the revolt. The rebel leaders were deceived and killed, and the peasants' demands were officially denied. However, the uprising was certainly a turning point. It frightened the nobility, and perhaps it accelerated the decline of serfdom. In any case, in the following centuries, things began to change, and, well, little by little, the peasants got their own back. And so for all these hardships, they demonstrated a remarkable resilience. They developed coping strategies. In times of dearth, they foraged on wild foods and tightened the belt. When epidemics struck, they turned to faith, organizing processions and prayer vigils for deliverance. Surviving community records show that peasant communities provided communal mutual support. If one family was going through hard times, well, people would try to get them back on their feet. They met adversity with a dogged practicality, replanting, rebuilding, and just getting on with it. Over time, some of the hardships did ease. For example, the late medieval decline of serfdom and the slight improvement in living standards after the plague reduced the population. But new challenges, such as renewed warfare or later the enclosure of common lands, would arise. Through everything, the peasantry endured. And the very fact that the English peasantry survived century after century of exploitation and disaster, well, that is a testament to tenacity and the capacity for hope. And so maybe we learn a little bit about perseverance and tenacity that we can apply to our modern day. Who knows? Maybe as well we can learn from the peasants and identify those people in our community that are having a bit of a rough time, and we can pull together and help them out. People are a little bit too scared to put their hands up and ask for help these days, so maybe it's up to us to ask the question first. Are you all right? What can we do for you? What can we do for each other? We just hope everybody remembers it when the other side's time comes. Breathe in the damp smell of human misery. A cramped cell, a gaunt prisoner. He huddles in the corner in his ragged clothing on top of a bed of straw, surrounded by scuttling rats. This haunting image of a medieval dungeon, it's one that's captivated our imagination in books and films for some time. But imagination is one thing, history is another. What exactly was the reality of life and death in a medieval English prison? From the early Middle Ages through the late 15th century, the English prison evolved from a rare makeshift holding pen into a grim institution of royal justice. Let's go back together today, and we'll speak of how prisoners lived and died, what they ate or didn't, how they were treated, and how the very notion of incarceration changed over time. And don't forget the damp cells and torture chambers, the corrupt jailers, the long-suffering inmates, and the broader justice system that consigned these people to their fate. It's a story of cruelty and despair, but also of order and reform, peppered with astonishing anecdotes of human endurance and ingenuity. Welcome to the channel. Well, it's good to be back for one of these more macabre topics. They seem to be quite popular. If you're new to the channel and you're still trying to figure out what's going on, well, nice to meet you. I invite you to hit the subscribe button if you've not yet done so. The like button too, and leave your thoughts down below in the comment. You wouldn't believe how good it is for the algorithm. Now, you will notice throughout the breadth of the video there are 0 ads. Not bad, Made possible, of course, by the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreons, and the occasional cheeky donation. Thank you all very much. Surprisingly, the kindness of strangers is, well, it's quite abundant. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed. Introductions out of the way. Let's go to jail. Well, we begin. The origins. In the early medieval period, the concept of long-term imprisonment as a punishment, well, it was largely unknown, at least in England. During Anglo-Saxon times, that is before the Norman conquest of 1066, there were essentially no dedicated prisons at all. Anglo-Saxon justice, well, it relied on fines, known as vergild or man price, or harsh corporal penalties like mutilation and execution. They weren't going to lock people away. Just get it over and done with. Off with a finger. Something like that. That ought to teach them a lesson. If a crime was committed, the offender or their family usually paid compensation to the victim's family. For serious crimes such as treason or violent offenses, the response was swift and brutal. An execution or a physical punishment. But not imprisonment. The very idea of maintaining a prisoner at the community's expense, well, that ran quite against the practical customs at the time. A person found guilty would be punished or made to pay. They wouldn't lock them up. Waste of taxpayer money, I suppose. In fact, early medieval law codes and chronicles barely even mention jails, and records suggest the Anglo-Saxons had no professional jailers or prison buildings in the way that later centuries would. But when necessary, a suspected criminal might be temporarily detained in a lord's house or a church crypt until a trial could be arranged. Or more commonly, they were bailed into the custody of kin. But the notion of a prison sentence, months or years behind bars, before the 12th century in England, it simply did not exist. All of this began to change after the 1066 Norman conquest. The Norman kings and barons brought new attitudes towards authority and fortification. They built great castles across England, and within these castles they created secure chambers and dungeons to hold those people deemed dangerous or important. In the 11th and early 12th centuries, imprisonment started to appear as a tool of political control. A rebellious noble or a high-ranking captive taken in might find himself thrown into a castle dungeon, not for a defined sentence, but as an open-ended detention at the whims of the king. For example, in the year 1100, the Tower of London received one of its first famous prisoners, Ranulph Flambard, the Bishop of Durham. Flambard had been a powerful minister to King William II. When King Henry I came to power, he accused Flambard of extortion and locked him away in the Tower. But this early incarceration did not last long. Flambard actually got out. How did he do it? Well, his plan was to get his captors drunk on wine, and then lowering himself from the tower with a smuggled rope. Clever idea. His escape became quite legendary, showing both the presence of these new Norman prisons and the fact that a clever prisoner with resources could still outwit his jailers. Nevertheless, by the early 1100s, the idea had taken root that castles could serve as prisons for the enemies of the realm. It was under King Henry II, reigning 1154 to 89, that a truly systematic network of prisons were established in England. Henry II's legal reforms revolutionized the English justice system. In 1166, through the Assays of Clarendon, the king ordered that those accused of serious crimes be held in custody, while royal judges travelled the circuits to try them. Crucially, this royal decree required that every county in England have a jail for detaining these suspects. If a county had no jail, the sheriff was now obliged to set one up, often by fitting out a room or cellar in an existing castle, or county sheriff's house as a holding cell. The Crown even bore the expense of constructing jails where necessary, reflecting how important this system was to Henry to have his reforms and suspects secured. Within a few decades, permanent prisons, usually called jails or castle dungeons, existed in every county. By the early 13th century, nearly all English counties had an official jail in operation. These early jails were often just repurposed keeps or gatehouses. For instance, the City of London began using the old Newgate, one of the city gate's towers, as a prison by 1188, following the mandate by Henry II. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, imprisonment had evolved from a rarity into an integral part of the justice system, albeit, initially, as a means to hold the accused before trial, rather than as a punishment itself. Now, if I were to tell you that the daily life and the conditions inside these jails were actually surprisingly humane, you would accuse me of being a liar. And you would be correct. It is a lie, because they were far from humane in any definition. Life inside a medieval jail was characterized by filth, discomfort, and insecurity. Most jails were impoverished spaces in old buildings, castle dungeons, gatehouse towers, or cellars repurposed to confine human beings. Comfort was the last thing on the build plan. Conditions, of course, varied from place to place, but a few common features stand out. The typical prison was dark, often windowless, or with only a tiny barred opening admitting scant light. Cells could be stone rooms, with nothing but straw on the floor, or sometimes just deep pits or oubliettes, accessible only by a hatch in the ceiling. Of course, think about what they make castles out of. Dampness. That was pervasive. It didn't help that many dungeons lay below ground level, so water would seep in, and prisoners shivered in the cold, clammy air. Torches or lanterns were a luxury, seldom granted, leaving inmates in near perpetual darkness, save for any daylight that might slant its way in. The stench in such a place, well, that was pretty famous too. With primitive sanitation, prisoners often had to relieve themselves in buckets, and as if they had a bucket. Sometimes they just had a corner, and in crowded quarters, waste could overflow or go uncollected, fouling the air. One account from London noted that female prisoners at Newgate had to walk through the men's chamber to reach a privy, an indignity only remedied in 1406, when officials added a separate tower with a latrine for women. Overcrowding itself was a chronic problem. Multiple inmates were crammed together in spaces scarcely large enough, especially during times of social turmoil or when courts were not in session and the backlog of untried prisoners grew. In 1419, the situation at Newgate became so dire, with the building decaying and many prisoners dying from the close quarters, rampant disease, and terrible sanitation, that the city authorities had no choice but to temporarily shut the prison down. Only after the wealthy Lord Mayor Richard Whittington left funds in his will was Newgate rebuilt with slightly improved facilities a few years later. Certainly gives a sense of how appalling conditions could become before anyone really took action. And so within the prison walls, daily life followed no strict schedule beyond what necessity dictated. Prisoners passed the time in idleness, misery, and desperation. There were no organized work or rehabilitation programs. Concepts like that, well, they were a few hundred years away, that's for sure. Most inmates simply just waited for their trial, their sentence, their family to bring aid, or in the worst case for death to just bring some sort of release to them. Those who had money, they might be able to bribe the jailer for small comforts, like a little bit more straw on the mattress, a blanket, or even a little freedom of movement. Those without resources, which was the majority of people, languished on the bare stone floors, often shackled in heavy irons. Chains and fetters were commonly used to prevent escape and to punish. One late 15th century complaint by a prisoner recalled having, quote, great fetters and bolts of iron fastened on his legs, and being locked into wooden stocks in a deep pit. As for clothing, jailers did not typically provide that either, so inmates wore whatever they had upon their arrest until it fell to rags. In winter, the cold could be deadly for those without cloaks. Conversely, in the summer, the unventilated cells turned fetid and stifling. Infestations of lice, fleas, and rats were all just a part of the furniture of the place, I suppose. Prisoners often suffered constant bites from vermin. Indeed, the scurrying of rats across the floor and even sleeping over prisoners at night was a ubiquitous horror. Some inmates trapped and even tamed rats out of sheer loneliness, while others no doubt saw them as agents of terror, nibbling at their meager bread, or worse, their skin. But what about if you had friends in high places? Well, for those of higher social standing, conditions could be mitigated. Medieval prisons didn't have a uniform standard. A wealthy knight or noble held captive might actually be lodged in the jailer's own house, or in a castle apartment, rather than the common dungeon. And such a privileged prisoner could even have servants attend him. Decent food, decent wine, and even a bed. For example, during the 100 Years' War, noble captives like the French prince Charles of Orleans, held in England as a prisoner of war for 25 years after 1415, actually had a pretty comfortable life, spending his time writing poetry and walking within the castle grounds. But don't be fooled. These were exceptions. The vast majority, common thieves, debtors, accused peasants, they experienced incarceration at its harshest form, chained in a dark, crowded chamber, sleeping on straw soaked in filth. They lived day to day under the watch of jailers who might be brutal or indifferent, and their survival often depended on what charity they could obtain from the outside. In this oppressive environment, time lost its meaning. One medieval proverb grimly advised, "Go to friends for counsel, to women for pity, to church for pardon, to prison for experience." Experience, yeah, that's one word for it. The prison was certainly a world apart. Ordinary rules of comfort and hygiene ceased to apply, and only the strongest in body and spirit could hope to endure for long. And speaking of endure, what was the menu like? Nice little buffet in the morning, perhaps? Well, not quite. Food, or lack thereof, one of the most critical factors indeed in a prisoner's fate. You see, unlike modern prisons where authorities are obliged to provide meals, medieval jails typically did not guarantee any inmates sustenance at all. If a prisoner had money or friends on the outside, they might eat tolerably. But if not, they might just starve right there in the cell. Jailers were not funded by the government to feed any of their charges. Instead, they often made food a source of profit, selling provisions to prisoners or charging fees for allowing outside food to be delivered. In many prisons, there was effectively a pay-as-you-go system. Those who could pay the jailer or prison cook could buy better food, but maybe a little bit of meat, ale, or cheese. But the penniless, of course, survived on scraps or nothing at all. One chronicler in the 14th century described the plight of inmates calling out through their cell grates to passers-by, begging for scraps of bread. It was not uncommon for local townspeople or charitable church guilds to distribute alms, and especially around religious holidays, precisely because without charity, they knew that those souls locked down there in the dungeon would simply wither away. We even find bequests in medieval wills leaving small sums, quote, to the poor prisoners in such and such a jail, for food or fuel in the winter, indicating a community awareness that prisoners desperately needed outside help. Now, for those with absolutely zero support, the default ration might be nothing more than the proverbial bread and water, and often not even on that regular of a basis. The bread and water diets were sometimes explicitly imposed as a form of punishment. For example, errant monks might be sentenced by their abbots to a week on bread and water in a cell. In prisons, receiving only a coarse loaf of bread and a jug of water per day was essentially the lowest sustenance level to keep someone alive, and even that was not guaranteed unless some ordinance required it. And so starvation was sadly a real killer behind bars. Many inmates grew emaciated over long months of confinement. Diseases like scurvy could develop from malnutrition and lack of any fresh foods. A jailer's ledger from one medieval castle prison lists an expense for straw and bread for the prisoners, suggesting that at least in some places, minimal rations were given. But the quality, well, that would be pretty poor. You can imagine it. Dry, blackened barley bread, and water that might be foul or brackish. No warm meals, no fruits or vegetables. It was a diet that barely sustained life. Well, those who could afford it supplemented this meager fare. Family members might bring home cooked food to the prison gates. Some jailers allowed prisoners to send out for tavern meals at the prisoner's expense, plus a hefty bribe to the guard for favor. Prisoners of means might sometimes actually dine relatively well. Historical anecdotes tell of imprisoned nobles who feasted while captive. Renaud Flambard's famous escape from the Tower in 1101 was facilitated by a banquet of wine and meat that he hosted for his guards, a luxury repast for a prisoner. But such cases only show the vast divide between rich and poor. While Flambard could fill his cup with wine, countless unnamed debtors and thieves were lucky to swallow a crust of stale bread a day. In some instances, starvation was not just a byproduct of neglect, but a deliberate tactic of cruelty. One of the most horrifying events of the early 13th century was King John's treatment of Matilda de Braose, that is, Maud de Braose also named, and her young son in 1210. This noblewoman and her child were held captive in a royal castle, tradition says Corfe Castle actually, as John's prisoners. John reportedly ordered that they be given nothing but a minimal daily ration, a small quantity of raw grain, and maybe a bit of raw bacon, and then no further food at all. After about 11 days locked in the dungeon, Matilda and her son were both found dead. According to a chronicler, the boy's corpse was discovered with the desperate mother's teeth marks on his cheeks. so maddened by hunger that she attempted to feed on her own child. A ghastly tale, that's for sure. It might be somewhat embellished, maybe not, but it still sent shockwaves through the nobility. I suppose the thing is, King John already had a reputation for, not being a nice person. People would willingly believe a story like that. Well, it was cited as one of King John's many tyrannies, and helped inspire provisions in the Magna Carta of 1215 that no free person shall be imprisoned or destroyed without due process of law. While it's an extreme example, it shows that starving prisoners into submission or death, it was indeed within the repertoire of the medieval rulers. Even on a less dramatic level, ordinary prisoners often wasted away slowly if they could not secure enough to eat. Chronic malnourishment made them vulnerable to disease and death long before any formal sentence was carried out. And guess what? Back then the court system was extremely slow. Sounds familiar, right? So you could be waiting for who knows how long. Thus, I think we can say that among the torments of medieval prison, that hunger was one of the most omnipresent and feared. To be a prisoner without friends or coin, well, that was in effect already a slow death sentence. Well, if it wasn't the hunger, it was probably going to be the disease that gets you. So let's talk about that, shall we? Cramped together in unhygienic conditions, and of course weakened by that poor diet, disease ran rampant. Medieval jails were breeding grounds for illness. In fact, they lent their name to one notorious sickness, jail fever, the term used for epidemic typhus that so often ravaged the prisons. Jail fever was spread by bodily lice, thriving on unwashed skin and clothing. In the squalor of a medieval dungeon, it could run rampant, killing prisoners by the score. Chroniclers and later commentators noted that in some years, the death toll in a prison from illness rivaled any executioner's tally. At Newgate, for instance, a report survives of 1 year in which 22 prisoners died from jail fever alone. And outbreaks like that were not isolated. All it took was one infected individual in the crowded, vermin-infested quarters, and a deadly epidemic would ensue behind bars. The symptoms, high fevers, rashes, delirium, would sweep through the jail, often affecting the jailer too, the turnkeys as well, and even visiting officials. Of course, medieval people, they didn't understand the precise cause, but they knew that prisons were unhealthy places. There are records of judges at county assize courts refusing to hold court inside a jail or delaying trials because the stench and sickness from the prisoners made it too dangerous or unpleasant to proceed. Beyond typhus, many other maladies flourished. Dysentery, also known as the flux, that was pretty common wherever people drank fouled water and lived in filth, causing uncontrollable diarrhea, and often dehydration and septicemia. Tuberculosis, too, also called consumption back in those days, could spread in the dank, sunless air. Skin diseases, ulcers, and infestations were virtually universal among long-term inmates. Malnutrition and scurvy meant wounds healed poorly, and gum disease was rampant. In winter, prisoners who were exposed to cold and damp might succumb to pneumonia or exposure. It was grimly observed that many who entered prison healthily would not emerge alive unless their stay was very short. For example, during the Black Death of 1348-49, plague likely tore through the prisons as ferociously as it did anywhere else. contemporaries wrote that enclosed communities, like monasteries, suffered extremely high mortalities, and one can infer that prisons, likewise sealed off and overcrowded, saw a horrific rate of death. Indeed, some historians estimate that when plague struck, nearly everyone confined in a stricken town's jail would perish, as there was no escape from the pestilence once it infiltrated those prison walls. No special measures were taken to evacuate or protect prisons during the epidemics. They were essentially left to deal with it on their own. Now, in some towns, the sudden emptiness of the jail after the plague was actually one small consolation to the survivors outside. Death was a constant presence in the prisons. A significant proportion of prisoners died before their cases were ever resolved. When a prisoner died in custody, a coroner's inquest might be held, especially if there was foul play suspected. In theory, if a jailer's abuse or neglect led to death, he could be held liable for homicide. On occasion, juries did, indeed, indict prison officers for prisoners' deaths. There was one case from 1290. It tells of a Newgate jailer's servant who so brutally tortured a detainee, pressing him with heavy weights and even standing on his neck, that the prisoner died within 2 days. The subsequent inquest found the jailer's man guilty of murder, and he was actually hanged for it. It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? But such accountability as this was very rare. But the fact that it happened at all shows that officials recognized extreme mistreatment leading to death as a crime. However, more often a prisoner's death was simply attributed to the will of God by a sickness. The bodies of dead prisoners were usually unceremoniously removed and buried in unhallowed ground if the families did not come and claim them. For the prisoners who remained alive, seeing their fellows carried out for burial would have been a pretty grim reminder of their own fragile odds of survival. Here's another cruel twist. Those who died under a pending felony charge were posthumously considered guilty, since they could not prove their innocence in trial, meaning that their goods, if they had any, were forfeited to the crown, and of course nothing was left for their families. The image of medieval prisoners routinely stretched on the rack or subjected to iron maidens is largely a creation of later imagination. Sorry to disappoint you. But in reality, torture in medieval English prisons, while it did exist, was not an everyday occurrence for the average inmate. English common law did not formally sanction torture to extract confessions in ordinary criminal cases. A point of pride, of course, repeated by legal scholars of the time. In the 1470s, Sir John Fortescue contrasted English law with that of France, noting with horror that on the continent, suspects might be racked with tortures till their sinews cracked and their veins burst, whereas in England, such methods were considered, frankly, to be barbaric. Nonetheless, there were certain situations in which extreme physical coercion was used in English custody, and the medieval prison certainly could be a site of torment. Maybe if you want to hear about real gruesome stuff, I'll do a video about the French medieval prisons. That could be interesting. Leave me a comment if you want that. Right, so continuing on, one context for legally sanctioned torture was the procedure known as the peine forte et dure, the strong and hard punishment. Introduced in the late 13th century by statute in 1275, this was not torture to elicit a confession, but rather to coerce a defendant to submit to trial. If an accused felon refused to plead guilty or not guilty, perhaps hoping to avoid the verdict and protect their property from seizure, the court could order them put to the procedure. In practice, this meant the prisoner was chained in a low, dark chamber, fed nothing but little bread one day and stagnant water the next, and pressed beneath increasing weights. The idea was to break the person's will to insist on silence. Some yielded and agreed to stand trial. Others tragically died under the slow, crushing weight. This grim punishment was pretty rare, but it did claim victims. On paper, it was a form of legal torture, and it shows that the medieval justice system did have a mechanism to inflict extreme pain on the uncooperative. That case of the Newgate jailer's servant in 1290 who effectively murdered a prisoner by grave pressing penance may well have been an abuse of this very practice, taken to a lethal extreme. Beyond this, outright torture was sometimes employed especially for high-profile political prisoners or suspected conspirators against the crown. The Tower of London, as the state's fortress, was the usual setting for such interrogations. By the late medieval period, the tower had acquired devices like the rack, a notorious framework that could dislocate limbs by stretching. It earned the nickname the Duke of Exeter's daughter, after a constable of the tower, and although it became infamous in Tudor times, it likely made its first appearances in the 15th century, used sparingly on those accused of treason and other grave threats. Other implements included iron gauntlets or hanging shackles. Prisoners might be suspended by the wrists from the wall. The torture left no telltale scars, but caused excruciating pain and potential dislocation of the arms. And we do know that during the War of the Roses and the turmoil surrounding them, there were instances of captured agents being tortured for information, though the details of that are pretty scant. Understandably so. I'm sure they weren't publishing that in the daily newspaper. But there is one example outside the political realm: the torturers suspected witches or sorcerers. Extremely rare in England at the time, but there are hints that in exceptional cases, authorities did not shy away from applying the rack or other torments to extract information about supposed conspiracies involving magic. Of course, a few weeks ago I did do a video specifically about the English witch hunts. I've also done one about the German witch hunts and, of course, the Salem trials of later times. If you want a little bit more detail about it, well, perhaps that's your next stop. Now, moving on. Imprisonment itself, of course, was often punishment enough. When additional torment was desired, it could be ingeniously inflicted by the very design of the prison. This is where it gets interesting. Now, case in point is the Tower of London's tiny dungeon cell, known as Little Ease. They always give them such cute names, don't they? Built within the bowels of the White Tower, Little Ease measured only about 4 feet square by 4 feet high, so small that a prisoner could neither stand upright, lie flat, nor fully sit down. Being confined in this lightless hole for days at a time was itself a form of torture by discomfort and sensory deprivation. Though documented instances of its use come from the 16th century, Catholic recusants like Edmund Campion were said to have been kept there. The cell existed by the late medieval era, and it represents the psychological torture that architecture alone could inflict. Even without formal instruments, jailers had these cruel options. They could throw a prisoner into a horrible pit, that oubliette, literally forgotten hole, or deliberately deny sleep and warmth as unofficial torments. It's also important to note that while torture occurred, it was not applied arbitrarily to petty offenders. Most common prisoners, thieves, debtors, brawlers, they weren't worth the trouble of torture. They suffered enough through neglect, not active torment. Active torture, that was reserved for those considered enemies of the state, or those who refused to play by the judicial rules. And when it did happen, it was kept behind closed doors. No medieval English jury could convict somebody solely on evidence from tortured confession, unlike in inquisitorial continental courts, which meant torture's role in English law was quite limited and unofficial. But still, the possibility of facing the rack or other horrors loomed in the medieval imagination. The very threat could be quite effective. We have records of prisoners who, upon merely seeing the implements of torture laid out, immediately gave up whatever secret they had, or at least told the jailers what they thought they wanted to hear. In that sense, the dungeon's menace was as potent as its reality. For the unfortunate few who did feel its bite, the prison became literally a hell on earth, a place of screams in the dark and agony mixed in with the despair. Well, let's keep going. We're going to talk a little bit about the role of the jailers and a bit of corruption, bribery, all that good stuff. The prisons were not only places of misery, but also rampant corruption. Jailers and sheriffs wielded enormous power over the fate of those in their custody, and many didn't hesitate to exploit it for their own personal gain. In an era without standardized prison administration, each jailer essentially ran their jail as a private enterprise, making the rules as they went along, and often purchasing the post from the crown or a local lord and then extracting income from the prisoners. This led to a system of fees and bribes that touched every aspect of a prison's life. Upon arrival, the new prisoner might immediately be expected to pay a fee, simply to be admitted and unshackled. A practice so common, it had a name: the garnish, or entrance fee. And you better pay it, because without doing so, you'll be thrown into the worst cell, laden with the heaviest irons, or denied any basic needs. Those who did pay, they might secure a cleaner cell, lighter chains, or even occasional leave to walk outside, under guard, of course. In effect, money could buy survival and a modicum of comfort, while poverty had condemned you to the lowest circle of prison hell. Extortion by jail officials was often flagrant. They charged for everything: a bundle of straw to serve as a bed, a candle for light, a scrap of additional food, the removal of irons, or even messages delivered to the family. There are accounts of jailers who presented prisoners with regular bills to be paid, failing which the prisoner would be chained in a nasty dungeon, or even tortured. Debtors, people imprisoned for owing money, were especially vulnerable, creating a darkly ironic situation. They were jailed for their debts, and then forced to incur more debt inside the jail just to stay alive. Medieval city governments occasionally tried to curb such abuses. In London and other towns, ordinances were passed to set official prison fees. For example, so many pence per day for basic board, or a fixed fee for iron removal, in hopes of preventing outrageous price gouging. But enforcement was pretty lax, too hard to control, and many jailers ignored the rules. After all, what recourse did the prisoner have? If they complained, the jailer could retaliate with even worse treatment. Some prisoners did petition higher authorities for relief. The Court of King's Bench, or even the Chancellor in Chancery, might hear grievances from inmates who alleged they were being unlawfully extorted or abused. One such petition from the late 15th century by a cleric named William Haming reveals the horror of what corrupt officials could do. Hemming was falsely accused by a local sheriff's deputy, who then kept him in a dreadful pit, weighed with heavy irons and deprived him of food and drink, all to force Hemming to pay a hefty £10 fine to regain his freedom. Even after extorting the sum, the sheriffs made Hemming swear not to sue them under threat of violence. Such cases, they laid bare a system where the lines between lawful punishment and outright criminality by jailers were blurred, and the fact that Hemming eventually could appeal to the Lord Chancellor shows that there were theoretical checks on abuse, on paper, but practically, justice for prisoners was very rare. The corruption extended even to matters of life and death. For the right price, a jailer might even allow a prisoner to escape. There are stories of guards turning a blind eye or even actively helping affluent captives flee in exchange for bribes. The dramatic escape of Roger Mortimer from the Tower of London in 1323, for instance, is believed to have been enabled by sympathetic insiders, whether through loyalty or coin. Likewise, some jailers sold pardons or arranged for charges to be dropped if they were well connected, essentially playing power broker. Clearly a well-placed bribe could accomplish what legal appeals could not. At the same time, a prisoner without means might find every gate closed. Even when medieval knights occasionally proclaimed amnesties or released prisoners during coronations or at Easter, one had to pay the jailer a fee to actually get out. The jailer's control was such that an old saying went, "The keys of the prison are made of gold," meaning money was the key to freedom. Now this all sounds pretty bad for the prisoners, but I have to say, if you really want to get on your grind, being a jailer might be a pretty good way to get ahead financially. It's the top one side hustle of 1312. Anyway, jokes aside, not all jailers were villains out of a storybook, of course. Some performed their duties within the accepted norms of the day without egregious cruelty. A few even showed mercy, allowing poor prisoners to beg at the gate for alms or not enforcing fees on those who were truly destitute. But the structure of the system, the entire game of jails, it incentivized abuse. Jailers had to support the prison and themselves, and since many were unpaid except through prisoner fees, extortion became the norm. In the late medieval consciousness, the jailer was often viewed as a sinister figure, greedily profiting from misery. Literature and popular stories depict corrupt sheriffs locking people up unjustly and taking bribes to get them out. The Robin Hood ballads, for example, include rescue of comrades from the sheriff's prison, tapping into the common folk's resentment for tyrannical officials. Is there any other kind of official? Well, the prevalence of corruption in medieval prisons shows that for many inmates, justice did not continue once the cell door clanged shut. Instead, they entered a shadow economy, governed by the whims and greed of their overseers. It is often said that in medieval England, prisons were not so much a punishment as a holding pattern. And that's largely true. The primary function of jails during the Middle Ages was to detain the accused until they could be tried, or to hold convicts for a short time before another punishment was carried out. Let's take a thief, for example. He might languish in a prison for months, awaiting the visit of the traveling justices who would judge his case. If he was found guilty, they might hang him. The prison was just the grim waiting room for the gallows. Similarly, a debtor would be locked up until his family paid his debts or he died trying, using incarceration as leverage rather than as a sentence itself. Long-term imprisonment as a sentence was quite rare. Public, corporal punishments were favored. Flogging, the stocks, the pillory, branding, banishment, or execution. However, by the late medieval period, we do start to see, imprisonment creeping in as part of some judgments, especially in towns. Think of a dishonest tradesman or a nighttime mischief maker being ordered to spend a few weeks in jail as punishment. And that reflects a slight shift in attitudes. Still, for most of the medieval era, to be in prison usually meant you were awaiting your trial, or awaiting ransom if you were a hostage or a prisoner of war, or just awaiting some outcome, like a payment of a fine or a royal decision on your fate. Thus, the medieval prisons occupied an uncertain place in the justice system. No one was really sure what they actually were yet. No one had realized what prisons would become. They were absolutely necessary for securing suspects and certain offenders, but not endowed with the moral purpose or bureaucratic oversight that later ages would demand. Simply tools of royal and civic power. The castle dungeon symbolized the lord's ability to crush opposition, and the county jail symbolized the crown's law reaching into every shire. Yet, there were also ad hoc and neglected institutions. Few resources were invested in making them humane or efficient. Prisoners were expected to fend for themselves, and if they suffered or died, well, that was just considered part of the inherent harshness of justice. Only occasionally did humanitarian concerns peek through, as when reform-minded mayors or sheriffs might allow a little better upkeep, or when the church intervened against a more egregious set of cruelties. The church did actually run its own ecclesiastical prisons as well. Convicted clergy or heretics could be confined in monastery cells. Notably, some Lollard heretics in the early 15th century were imprisoned under church authority, and usually with somewhat better conditions than lay jails. But it still wasn't a very nice place to be. The right of sanctuary also provided an interesting counterpoint. A fugitive who reached the sanctuary of a church could avoid the king's prison, at least for a time, showing that imprisonment was feared enough that desperate people would cling to altars to escape it. By the end of the medieval period, the institution of the prison was firmly entrenched in English society, dreaded by all, yet accepted as a basic element of justice. The medieval prison was a place of contradiction. It upheld the law by containing the lawless. Yet inside its walls, lawlessness and suffering often prevailed. It was meant to keep people safe from criminals, yet it provided no safety to those within. Looking back with a more modern perspective, we can certainly see how the medieval jail was a prelude to later reforms. Those horrors endured by the prisoners in these centuries eventually gave rise to calls for mercy and change, though true prison reform would not come until much later. The 18th and 19th centuries, figures like John Howard shining a light on conditions. In any case, the medieval period built the foundation. It established the prison as an instrument of justice, brutal and flawed, but indispensable. The tales of torture, disease, starvation, and corruption that we've explored today, they also serve to remind us of how far the concept of criminal justice has evolved since then. Yet, in some ways, the medieval prison experience has never entirely left. The very word dungeon, it still evokes darkness, fear, and oppression. These were the realities of life in the medieval English prison. Hope was scarce, suffering was common. The strong arm of justice was often indistinguishable from the cruelty of captivity. It's certainly one chapter of history that once you've learned about, you won't easily forget. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Did you have fun? If that's one way to put it. Certainly interesting. Of course, give ourselves another 100, 200 years, and we'll be looking back upon prisons in today's world. We'll probably be viewing them as quite barbaric as well. Let's not get too far ahead of us and call ourselves 100% civilized just yet. We still have a long way to go. Deus vult. God wills it. The chant echoes out as frenzied men hear the speech of Pope Urban II and prepare to go all in on a crusade to retake the Holy Land. November 1095. The heart of Christendom prepares to fight the Holy War. But why would they do that? Why exactly would tens of thousands of medieval Christians, all the way from the penniless peasant to the great lord, suddenly uproot their entire lives to fight in a foreign land they knew only of from Scripture? To the modern observer, the idea is a bit baffling, even fanatical. But to Christians of the late 11th century, the call to crusade felt not only justified but urgent and inevitable. In their eyes, you see, the whole enterprise simply had to happen. It was, as they believed after all, ordained by God, necessary to defend the faith and rescue their brethren. But it was much more than that. This was not simply a religious war. There were so many moving parts, and so today, from a modern academic perspective, we're going to step into their shoes and explore the reasons, whether they be religious, political, social, and economic, that the contemporaries gave to themselves for embarking on this great crusade. No judgments, just observations. Detached academia, as usual. But first, just going to welcome you to the channel, as I always do out of habit and good manners. If you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, I would advise you to do so. And for those who are new to the channel, welcome. Thank you to those coming back. You'll notice no ads on this channel because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. If you would like to become among that crowd, well, there are links in the pinned comment and in the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, I think it's time that we go back to the 11th century and find out just what was happening. But of course, the 11th century, I doubt that anyone listening remembers what that was like. So let's start and understand the backdrop of the late 11th century and try and understand why the call to arms resonated so deeply. It was, I suppose, a time of rising confidence within Latin Christendom, but also looming threats from the outside. Europe itself was experiencing a period of dynamic change. The population, that was growing quite well. Trade, it was reviving. and the chaos of those earlier dark ages, as they were called, well, it was giving way to a more organized feudal society. It took a surprisingly long time for everyone to recover from the old order under Rome in its Western Empire sense. Those couple hundred years between the fall of Rome and those proper early Middle Ages. Well, it certainly took a while for them to organize things into the new normal. Topic for another video, perhaps. Yet, with more people and more knights, there came more internal conflict, incessant local wars between lords and little feuds breaking out, often spilling blood on church altars and the innocent alike. The church, well, they had to try and tame this violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which urged knights not to harm the innocent and to cease fighting on holy days. The efforts were met with mixed success. By 1095, many devout leaders were anxiously seeking a way to direct the aggressive energy of Europe's warrior class toward a more righteous end. And you must think about it. You have men with lots of resources, heavily trained in combat, with nothing to do, no one to fight. Of course, they're going to end up fighting each other, causing a bit of trouble. Let's put aside the general romanticization of knights for a moment. It's not quite like the tales of Lancelot and King Arthur. Of course, there was a little bit of that going on, sure. But a lot of knights definitely felt a little constricted by their position and the expectations put upon them, especially once they started to get a little bit of that disposable income, winning that at tournaments, all the rest. Well, beyond Europe's frontiers, of course, there was a profound challenge rising, and that was the advance of the Islamic powers. Now, the biggest power at the time was the Seljuk Turks, and they were closing in on the Christian lands. You see, for centuries, Christian and Muslim forces had clashed intermittently, and most notably in Spain, where the Christian kingdoms were slowly reconquering the Muslim-held territory, and also in the Mediterranean, where Norman knights had recently seized Sicily from Muslim rule. But now, there was a very new alarm sounding from the east. The Seljuk Turks, a recently converted Muslim people, had stormed onto the scene, and they had dealt a crushing blow to the Byzantine, or Eastern Roman Empire, at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. In the aftermath, vast swaths of Byzantine Anatolia, that is modern-day Turkey, were overrun. Ancient Christian cities fell to the Turkish control now. Roads became dangerous for travelers. The good old days were well and truly over. But even pilgrims, unarmed women and men, peasants, all the rest, traveling to Jerusalem, the holiest city of Christendom, they reported increasing harassment and peril. Jerusalem itself, along with the entire Holy Land, had been under Muslim domination since the 7th century. But the Christians had generally been tolerated to live and worship there under Islamic rulers, and pilgrimage had continued. All you need to do is pay the tax, the jizya, a lot of the time. Well, all of this began to change. In the year 1009, the volatile Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim had destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the revered site of Jesus Christ's tomb, by the way, in a fit of intolerance. Of course, the Europeans, they did not take to this kindly. It sent an outrage shockwave throughout Europe. Although the church was later rebuilt, stories of its desecration lingered in Western memory. By the 1070s, the Seljuks wrested Jerusalem from the Fatimids. Rumors spread of new atrocities. Some returning pilgrims told lurid tales of Christian pilgrims being robbed, attacked, and even, once they arrived at the holy places, simply being prevented from entering. What a disappointment. Well, whether exaggerated or true, the reports painted a picture of the holy city and Eastern Christians in dire need. Something had to be done. So, you can see that the roots of all of this go back almost 100 years. Well, even more than that. A few hundred years, really. It had been brewing for quite some time. Now, what about the Byzantine Empire? Because they're the real player in this. And they found themselves right on the frontier between the clash of Christendom and the Islamic kingdoms. They found themselves hard-pressed by the Turks. And by 1095, Emperor Alexios Komnenos had managed to stabilize his throne and even reclaim some territory. But he knew he could not restore all of the lost lands, at least not alone. Swallowing a good deal of pride, the emperor reached out to his fellow Christians in the West for help. And this was remarkable. You might think that the Eastern and Western Roman Empire is just a line they drew for convenience. But no, they had actually been estranged for about 40 years or so. The Great Schism of 1054 divided Orthodox and Catholic Christianity, and nothing breaks up friendships like disagreements in religious orthodoxy. But nonetheless, at the Council of Piacenza in March of 1095, Alexios's ambassadors delivered an urgent plea to Pope Urban II. They asked for a limited force of Western knights, mercenaries, basically, to assist Byzantium in pushing back the Turks. I suppose in their own polite way, the Eastern envoys painted a grim picture of Asia Minor laid waste and Christian churches violated by infidels, appealing to their common faith. Of course, they had different doctrines between the Catholic and the Orthodox, but they all agreed on one thing, that the Holy Land was holy, and anyone who touches the Holy Land makes not an attack on church, but an attack on God. Now Pope Urban, he listened with interest. He was a Frenchman by birth, and quite a reformist, deeply committed to strengthening the Church's moral and political authority. The timing of Alexios's request was quite fortuitous. Urban had recently reasserted his control over the papacy after a long struggle with the rival pope and the Holy Roman Emperor. Now that he saw his opportunity to unite the warring nobles of Western Europe under a sacred cause, while also mending fences with Byzantium and extending Rome's influence. What began as an appeal for a few hundred knights would soon swell into something far greater, a spiritual tidal wave that no one, perhaps not even Pope Urban himself, could fully anticipate. Thus, on the eve of the First Crusade, Latin Christendom stood at a crossroads, spiritually energized, but militarily fragmented, increasingly aware of threats to the fellow Christians abroad, and led by a papacy eager to assert leadership. So, I'm sure you can see how this stage is perfectly set for the enterprise that could channel religious devotion and knightly aggression into one grand venture. It was a one-stop shop. It could require a clarion call loud enough to rouse the heart of Europe, and Urban II was about to deliver exactly that. And so here we are, wheeling back to that scene in November 1095, Clermont, France. Urban II convened a great church council there, mainly to discuss reforms, but he had a kind of dramatic finale in mind. On the council's last day, the Pope stepped outside to address the masses. We are fortunate to have several near-contemporary accounts of what Urban said, though each chronicle is remembered a little bit differently. They're all pretty much the same. But the reports do agree on one thing, that Urban's speech was a tour de force that brought the crowd to a fever pitch. According to one chronicler, the Pope began by describing the plight of Eastern Christians and the barbarity of the enemy. He spoke of a horrible tale coming from Jerusalem and Constantinople. Churches desecrated, Christians driven from their homes and enslaved, and the holy places defiled. There is one recounted version, when Urban details the atrocities allegedly committed by the Turks, stories calculated to make his listeners shudder with indignation. He claims, for instance, that Christian men were being circumcised and their blood poured over altars. The Turks tortured and killed with unspeakable cruelty, and the Christian women suffered dishonor at the hands of the infidels. Quote, "What shall I say of the abominations inflicted on women?" On account, as Urban declare. "To speak of it is worse than to be silent." Whether or not such lurid tales were actually true, they were certainly powerful. Nothing like that to whip up the emotions. And the message was clear. Christendom itself was under attack. They were coming for us. Its holy sanctuaries and people suffering intolerable wrongs that cried out for redress. Surely, that watching audience couldn't just sit there and let it happen. So Urban posed a challenge to the listeners. Who, if not you, will avenge this injustice? A quote from one of the texts. "On whom is the labor of avenging these wrongs and recovering this territory incumbent, if not upon you?" I suppose it was more than a call for revenge, really framed as a kind of sacred duty. Kind of like God was looking down and judging their responses. You better not give the wrong answer. The Pope reminded the largely French audience of their ancestors' glorious deeds, that heroic age of Charlemagne, when the Christian kings expanded Christ's realm by defeating pagan foes. Let the deeds of your ancestors incite you, Urban exhorted, invoking Charlemagne and the other old heroes of that age who had extended the borders of the faith. And so now, he implied that it was simply their turn to take up that mantle, live up to the legacy. But most stirring of all was Urban's appeal to liberate Jerusalem, the biblical Holy Land. In the words recorded by the monk Robert of Reims, Urban painted a contrast between the war-torn, impoverished land of Europe and the richness of the distant promise. Quote from his speech, "This land which you inhabit is too narrow for your large population, nor does it abound in wealth. It barely furnishes food enough for its cultivators. Hence, you fight and devour one another." And he was right. He was 100% correct. It was a frank acknowledgement of Europe's internal strife. Then the Pope offered a remedy, of course. "Let your quarrels end," he said. "Let wars cease among you. Enter upon the holy road to the holy sepulchre. Wrest that land from the wicked race, and subject it to yourselves." Now there's a stunning idea. All that energy, fighting between each other, redirected outward, not in the service of wealth, but in the service of God. Why spill your neighbor's blood in petty feuds, when you could fight the wicked race, i.e. the Muslims, occupying Christ's own sepulchre? Robert the monk's account continues, with Urban describing the Holy Land in almost poetic terms. to entice the crowd even further. He reminded them that this was indeed that land from Scripture, the land flowing with milk and honey, promised by God, the navel of the world, made sacred by Christ's life and death. Jerusalem, the royal city at the center of the earth, was now held captive by the enemies of God, and it begs for liberation. Urban called upon his listeners as the chosen people of God's war. He said, "From you especially, Jerusalem, ask for succor, for God has given you glory in arms. Undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, and with the assurance of eternal glory in heaven." Well, it sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Remission of sins. I'm sure a few eyes darted back and forth, thinking, perhaps the sins I've committed will only be remissed if I do this. Well, the last line carried immense weight, of course. That is that spiritual reward, unprecedented in its scope, complete forgiveness from the Pope himself. This was a formal indulgence, essentially a promise that fighting for the holy war for the sake of Christ would wipe away the penance one owed for past wrongdoing. To a society deeply concerned with salvation in the afterlife, that was quite the incentive. Now imagine knights who had lived by the sword, often incurring blood guilt or excommunication for their violence, now being told that if they turned their sword in a more productive way, face it to the infidel, their sins could be washed clean. Very little wonder that the crowd, upon hearing all these appeals, roared in agreement and devotion. It kind of reminds me of when Oprah gave everybody a car. I'm sure you remember the crowd reaction. Now, let's not compare Oprah to to Pope Urban II, shall we? But I'm sure you see what I'm getting at. So they shouted, Deus vult, God wills it. Moved by the unanimity, of the response, Urban reportedly rejoiced and declared, Indeed, God has drawn this cry from you. Let it be your war cry in battle, for it comes from God. The Pope then urged all who were able-bodied and prepared for the task to take up the call. He specifically forbade the weak, elderly, or women from going, so as not to burden the army, and he encouraged those who could not fight to support the endeavor financially. Urban appointed as the spiritual leader of the expedition Bishop Adhemar of Lipoi. Now who was that? Well, he was a respected, pious cleric from the area, and he volunteered right on the spot. Well, he then set the official departure for August of 1096. The crowd surged forward to pledge themselves to the journey, many receiving a cross-shaped cloth to stitch to their tunics. The origin of the term, to take the cross, the very mark of the Crusader. Now, some people think that they were stitching them straight into their skin. I've heard a few people say this before, and it seems their citation for it is the introduction of the video game Dante's Inferno. Now, don't get me wrong, it was an absolute banger, but no one was bringing out fishing hooks and stitching it directly into their skin, at least as far as I know. If they were, please correct me. So, in a mix of fiery rhetoric and heartful piety, the first crusade was on like Donkey Kong. Urban's sermon deftly wove together all the key justifications that the Christians of the time found persuasive. Defense of the fellow Christians and sacred sites, righteous vengeance against cruelty, and the channeling of violent impulses toward a holy purpose, the lure of spiritual and material rewards, and the sense of participating in God's grand design. It all sounds like a pretty win-win idea. for those crusaders. But let's break down each of those motivations more fully, and we'll see what made the crusade feel not just appealing, but so necessary to so many people. Okay, so at its core, the First Crusade was kind of sold and definitely embraced as this act of profound faith. It was the physical manifestation of someone's faith in God through taking up the sword with God at your back and going off to some foreign land to just beat the living hell out of complete strangers. Well, it's one way to put it. But the men and women of 1096 called it a pilgrimage, really, or a journey to Jerusalem done for Christ's sake. The word crusade comes from crux, for cross. You see, that was coined quite a bit later. At the time, participants thought of themselves first and foremost as pilgrims, but this time carrying swords. Understanding this mindset's pretty critical, by the way. They didn't see themselves as conquerors or marauders, but rather penitents and soldiers of God on a holy mission. One powerful religious motivation was the desire to liberate that holy land, especially Jerusalem. Now, of course, this was not going to come without a bloody good fight. People knew that, but they weren't going at it with bloodthirst in mind. It wasn't about that. Anyway, in Christian thought, Jerusalem, well, it wasn't just another city. It was the holiest place on the entire planet, the site of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, the location of the Holy Sepulchre, and the spiritual center of the world. Many believe that Jerusalem, because of this, should rightfully be in Christian hands, a fitting homage to Christ. You think about it this way. What if Mecca was overtaken by Christians? And the Muslims would launch their own crusade, I suppose. Or rather a jihad. Now, the idea that this sacred city was under the control of Muslims, whom they saw as heathens denying Christ, well, that was a deeply painful insult to pious Christians. There was this widespread yearning to restore Christian worship in Jerusalem's holy sites and to protect those places from dishonor. This was often framed not as a war of conquest, but as a moral obligation to Christ himself. Now, as Urban II implored, quote, "Let the holy sepulchre of the Lord our Saviour, which is possessed by unclean nations, especially in situ." There it is again, the holy sepulchre, treated with ignominy by unbelievers. That was the North Star, the rallying symbol that stirred the medieval imagination. Now, pilgrimage to Jerusalem, that was already the ultimate spiritual adventure in the Middle Ages, the top holiday destination. Those who managed to visit the holy city, not the holiday city, despite the distance and danger, were revered at home as having done something courageous and holy. By recasting the crusade as an armed pilgrimage, Urban made an innovative leap. He took up a very familiar act of devotion, pilgrimage, and fused it with a concept of holy war. Up to this point, mainstream Christian teaching had been ambivalent about warfare. Fighting was usually only condoned as a regrettable necessity in self-defense. But here, what we had was a war that was proactively called for by the sacred leadership. It had to be framed carefully to be acceptable to the Christian conscience. The solution was to emphasize the penitential aspect of the journey. Crusaders were often described as doing penance for their very act of taking up the cross. Instead of walking barefoot and unarmed to atone for sin as a typical pilgrim might, these penitents would carry a sword and lance, now weapons, symbols of God's service. But the church itself assured participants that their toils would count as a meritorious sacrifice. All the fasting, hardship, and danger they would endure on the march to Jerusalem would be like a great living prayer. If they were unlucky and died in the attempt, they were often compared to martyrs, giving their life for the love of Christ. One chronicler, Gilbert of Nogent, wrote later that God was literally pressing men's souls to undertake the Crusades as a means of salvation. The idea of dying for one's faith, that's been pretty much always honored in Christianity. The word martyr and carries quite a deep significance, not just in Christianity either, but now fighting and perhaps dying to reclaim Christ's tomb could be seen in that exalted light. Martyrdom no longer just for those disciples, priests, and all the rest. Anyone could do it. But perhaps the most concrete religious incentive was the indulgence that Urban pronounced. While the previous popes had spiritual rewards to knights fighting in Spain, Urban's promise at Clermont was unprecedented in scope. Full remission of the sins, if they truly repented. To medieval Christians, steeped in the belief that sin required penance, and that unatoned sin meant a lifetime, or rather eternity, in purgatory, or even worse if you were that unlucky. It was like being handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. Pass go, collect $200. It really is hard to overstate how motivating this was. Many knights knew that they had bloody pasts. They had killed, pillaged, perhaps even violated the peace of God. But now the church told them, go and do this one thing, and the entire slate will be wiped clean by God's mercy. One eyewitness to Clermont wrote that Urban's call was a command of Christ, and those who heeded it could substitute the expedition for all penance. So in essence, the crusade was presented as a holy shortcut to grace. Think about it if you could, take one test, and then all of your student loan debt would be forgiven. I suppose these are we can frame them in our modern issues, I suppose. But in addition, religious culture at the time was imbued with the expectation of miracles and divine intervention. Many crusaders genuinely believed God would guide and protect them. This faith was reinforced as the expedition unfolded. In their chronicles, they credit God for every major victory. For example, when the Crusaders miraculously survived starvation and then captured the city of Antioch in 1098, they attributed to not their own skill, but God's favor. And of course, the discovering of a holy relic, that being the Holy Lance, said to be the spear that pierced the side of Christ. That, of course, boosted their morale quite a bit. Now, one leader, Count Raymond of Toulouse, insisted on carrying this relic into battle. Such events strengthened the conviction that the crusade was God's work. If hardships befell them, these were the tests of faith. If successes came, they were proof of divine blessing. And we even see a kind of apocalyptic zeal in play. Jerusalem held a place in the end-time prophecies for medieval Christians. If you're familiar with the book of Revelation and other texts, they hint at Jerusalem's role in this second coming of Christ. Some zealots likely believe that reclaiming Jerusalem would perhaps hasten the end of days and fulfill God's final plan for the world. While Urban II's recorded works focus on practical and pious reasons, the underlying religious sentiment among the masses, that certainly included hope of participating in a cosmic, divine story. Well, let's move on to a different set of justifications. Let's look at the ruling class of medieval Europe, this warrior aristocracy, knights and nobles living by the sword, both their calling and a curse. By the late 11th century, the Church had been grappling with the problem of knightly violence for generations. Knights, well, they were meant to protect the weak, uphold justice, but too often they preyed on the very people they should be defending. Feudal society was plagued by small-scale wars, disputes between lords, fights over inheritance, raids for plunder, or just vengeance. Common folk and churchmen alike suffered under this constant insecurity. The Peace of God movement, originating in France in the early 11th century, tried to forbid knights from harming non-combatants like peasants, clergy, women, and merchants. But the Truce of God went even further, and that prohibited warfare on certain days, and in Sundays, holy seasons, giving societies some kind of respite. These initiatives had a moral force, but enforcing them, that was another matter. You can make rules, sure, but rule breakers don't follow the rules. Many knights, they paid lip service to the peace and the truce, only to ignore them when ambition or anger flared up within them. The First Crusade, in the eyes of reformers like Urban II, well, that offered a brilliant solution. Turn their violent energies toward a righteous cause. Rather than unrealistically trying to make these trained warriors lay down their arms and be good little boys, the Crusade gave them a chance to use their fighting skills in a more noble manner. And so in one fell swoop, the concept of Christian knighthood was completely transformed. No longer would a knight be merely a brutal enforcer for his own gain. He could now become a soldier of Christ, as some writers proudly dubbed the Crusaders Miles Christi. Now this was indeed a radical rebranding. War, if fought for God's justice, could not be a sin but rather a path to holiness. So contemporary accounts of Urban's sermon, they also highlight this appeal to knights, you see. One chronicler, by Fulcher of Chartres, who was present at Clermont, by the way, recalls Urban urging these fighting men to cease their internal wars and instead fight against the infidel. Let those who have been robbers now become soldiers. That's a quote from Fulcher's version. Let those who have formerly fought against their brothers and relatives now fight, as is right, against barbarians. The Pope was effectively saying, stop all your petty squabbles. Let's team up for the ultimate noble battle. Fulcher also notes the promise, let those who have been serving as mercenaries for a small pay now obtain the eternal reward. And there's a poignant insight there. Many landless knights hired themselves out to scratch out a meager living, becoming little better than thugs for coin. And Urban, he offered them something grander, a chance to be part of a divinely sanctioned army, gain spiritual wages far beyond gold, an eternal retirement plan. The knightly class responded with enthusiasm. To be sure, their motives were a mix of idealism and self-interest. Medieval knights were concerned with honor, fame, and fealty. The Crusade promised honor on a colossal scale, the kind that would be celebrated in songs and chronicles. And indeed, we're still talking about it, so there's that. Now we know that many prominent nobles, of course, took the cross in 1096, including some of the most renowned lords of France and Norman Italy. So let's just quickly go through a quick character list, I suppose. And we'll mention a few of them just to illustrate their mindset. So first, we had Raymond IV, that is the Count of Toulouse. We have mentioned him, one of the richest and also the oldest nobles to go. He was deeply devout. Now in 1096 he was nearing 60 years of age, and he saw the crusade as a holy mission so important that he left his vast domains, even bringing his wife and family along, believe it or not. Chronicles note Raymond's piety. He reportedly wanted to die in the Holy Land and be buried there. Well, he didn't quite die on the march, but he never returned to Europe, staying to rule in the East, a sign of his long-term commitment to the cause. Then we have Godfrey of Bouillon, a duke from Lorraine. He also took up the cross quite early, but he had a quite complicated past. He had fought for the German emperor against the papacy in earlier years. Some speculate that by joining the Crusade he sought to atone for siding with the, quote, wrong side in that conflict, making peace with the church. He sold or mortgaged most of his property to finance the expedition. Pretty enormous personal sacrifice, that's for sure. And Godfrey became one of the Crusade's foremost commanders, ultimately elected the ruler of Jerusalem after its capture. Though here's something quite tellingly, he refused to wear the king's crown, quote, where Christ had worn a crown of thorns. So instead he took a different title, Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, reflecting the Christian ideal of humble service to God, even in victorious glory. But then we had Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman prince from southern Italy. He was a bit of a different sort, daring, ambitious, quite frank about seeking his fortune, to be honest with you. Bohemond had fought the Byzantines before. His father had tried to conquer the Greek Empire, so cynics might say that Bohemond joined the Crusade hoping to seize land for himself, and certainly a few eyebrows raising at that. And indeed, during the campaign, he maneuvered to claim the city of Antioch as his own principality. Yet even Bohemond cloaked his venture in piety, and he won the admiration of those as a Crusader hero. He was at Clermont, too, to hear Pope Urban's call, and was moved enough to take the cross despite the rivalry with Byzantium. And that goes to show that even those with worldly aims seem to frame their participation as knightly honor and religious duty combined. Okay, last one. Tancred of Hauteville, Beaumont's young nephew. He exemplifies this chivalrous ideal. In Chronicles, Tancred is portrayed as a model crusader, brave, relatively merciful to the conquered, and motivated by this genuine religious fervor. There is one story that is, well, admittedly it could be romanticized. It claims that Tancred lamented when the Crusaders, in the flush of victory, massacred the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He would have preferred that they convert rather than be killed. Well, whether that's true or not, such anecdotes reflect the self-image of knights as righteous warriors, not mere butchers. And it certainly goes out to those who want to save souls, rather than just send the infidels to that fiery pit. Whichever comes first, I suppose. Now, for knights like these, the Crusade had a social allure beyond the spiritual. Medieval society was hierarchical and local. The noble's fame usually extended only as far as his neighbor's eyes, but answering the Pope's call, that made the knight a part of a pan-European enterprise, one that chronicles would write about for posterity, and YouTubers would make videos about 900 years later. It is really hard to underplay the romantic appeal that this held for a warrior class raised on these epic legends. Many of them grew up hearing the tales like the Song of Roland, stories where noble Christian knights battled pure evil. So the First Crusade in their minds was living out a similar epic on the real stage of history. It was now their turn to become the paladins of Christendom. But then you have the pragmatic social factor. The laws of inheritance, also called primogeniture, often left younger sons of nobles with no land or titles, and of course, that's quite a problem. For those landless knights, war and adventure were the only real way to make name and potentially new estates. The East, with its rich cities like Antioch and Jerusalem, beckoned as a place of opportunity. Even Urban's speech, as reported by Robert the Monk, hints at Europe being overcrowded and poor, implying the East as a land of plenty by comparison, milk and honey, just like the scriptures. But whether or not the average crusader consciously thought that I'm going to get rich, the possibility of profit and plunder, well, that certainly loomed in the background. Whether or not people liked to admit it, everybody acting as pious as possible. However, importantly, the moral narrative of the Crusade reframed even material gain as part of God's will. If a knight gained wealth or land during the expedition, he could believe that it was God rewarding him for his service. One high-ranking participant, Stephan of Blois, wrote cheerfully to his wife from Antioch that he had twice as much wealth now as when he left, seeing absolutely no contradiction between spiritual aims and personal benefit. There's another social element that often gets overlooked, and that's peer pressure or feudal obligation. When major lords like Raymond or Godfrey took the cross, their vassals and knights were strongly inclined to follow. Entire feudal contingents went east under the lord's banners, and in a sense it became fashionable among the nobility to join the crusade. One could gain prestige at home simply by participating, whereas declining, well, you're a bit of a coward, aren't you? Well, for those on the fence, seeking neighbors and fellow knights rush out to pledge themselves, it must have been quite persuasive. It's akin to a wave of enthusiasm sweeping through a warrior class. A new definition of what it meant to be a true knight emerged, one who fights for God, not just for himself. You see, the call to crusade didn't only inspire nobles and the hardened warrior class, but ordinary people too. Medieval society, high and low, was deeply religious. The idea of rescuing Christ's patrimony and earning eternal merit, well, that proved to be quite popular across all social classes. So within months of Urban's sermon, a spontaneous movement of common folk, later dubbed the People's Crusade, had ignited. This outpouring, while quite less organized and ultimately tragic in outcome, it shows how compelling the vision was to the average man on the street in 1096. So one figure stands out in the grassroots crusading enthusiasm: Peter the Hermit. He was a charismatic preacher, often described as a gaunt, barefoot monk riding a donkey, who traveled through France and Germany preaching the crusade to anyone who would listen to him. By all accounts, he was apparently quite mesmerizing. People flocked to touch his robe, or even pluck hairs from his mule's tail as if to carry a piece of this holy man's zeal. Peter the Hermit's sermons stirred villagers and townsfolk to leave their ploughs and shops and join the march to Jerusalem. And so he became the unofficial leader of tens of thousands of would-be crusaders, but not armored knights. Farmers, laborers, women, elderly, even children, all swept up by that apocalyptic excitement. So they believed that if knights could go and fight for God's doom, why not them as well? After all, they're Christians too. Some sources suggest that Peter preached the Lord would protect the simple and meek on this journey, possibly even working miracles on their behalf. A bold claim. Let's see how it works out. Well, we shouldn't make jokes about that now, shouldn't we? Well, the People's Crusade, as it is often called, set out in spring of 1096, months before the official departure date and largely without any church authorization. It was as if the floodgates of passion had burst. This ill-trained mob included pious souls sincerely seeking to do God's will, but also riff-raff and miscreants who saw a chance for loot or a bit of adventure. Their march across Europe was chaotic, lacking discipline. Some groups in the People's Crusade committed horrific excesses, revealing a darker side of mass zeal. Most notorious were the attacks on the Jews in the Rhineland. Certain bands of crusaders, led by minor nobles like Count Emmiko of Leiningen, decided on their way to fight the Muslim infidels. They would first need to deal with the ones that they perceived at home, i.e., the Jews. So in Speyer, Worms, Mainz, and other cities along the Rhine, these mobs massacred Jewish women, children, and the men, forcing conversions or simply slaughtering those who refused. Well, it was strongly condemned by local bishops, of course. They tried, often in vain, to shelter people. It didn't quite work out. Yet it happened precisely because the crusading fervor was so intense, and of course a little bit misdirected among the lower ranks. These perpetrators twisted the Crusade's idea, the war for Christianity, into an excuse to murder people, and anyone who they saw as Christ killers or infidels were on the menu for that. For them, in this reasoning, the Crusade had to happen, not only in Jerusalem, but against any perceived enemy of Christ. And this is important. As a sobering note, while the main aim was freeing the Holy Land from Muslim rule, the entire atmosphere in general of holy war could ignite uncontrolled fanaticism. So, moving east, Peter the Hermit's masses and similar groups of peasants reached Byzantine territory in 1096, unruly and hungry. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios, astonished and somewhat dismayed at these ragtag hordes suddenly showing up out of nowhere, quickly ferried them across the Bosphorus into Asia Minor, mainly just to keep them away from Constantinople. There, the People's Crusade met its doom. Unarmed peasants and undisciplined militias were no match for the seasoned Turkish troops. In the fall of 1096, these ill-fated enthusiasts were ambushed and massacred by the Seljuks shortly after entering Muslim-held territory. Only a handful of them, Peter the Hermit among them, survived to later join the main Crusade armies. The People's Crusade, despite its tragic end, exemplifies how ordinary Christians of the time felt the Crusade was necessary and urgent. Many of these folks had very little to gain materially. Some even was walking barefoot, trusting God to provide. Motivations were often naively spiritual. Chroniclers like Albert of Aachen relate almost unbelievable anecdotes. A segment of common crusaders became so carried away that they followed a goose and a goat that they claimed were filled with the Holy Spirit and divinely ordained to lead them to Jerusalem. So picture that, scores of devout peasants walking behind the goose, singing hymns and sincerely believing that God's voice was guiding the animal to the holy place. Seems a bit silly, but it does show the nearly hysterical level of religious excitement, a mass psychosis of faith. Well, what about the economic factors? At least for the common people. You see, while knights needed costly armor and thus often had to sell off their lands or take loans to finance their trip, the poorer crusaders obviously had quite fewer resources. Some very real economics underlay their decisions. A peasant living in grinding poverty under heavy feudal burdens might see the crusade as a kind of chance to start up a new life, or at least a temporary escape from their woes. The Middle Ages had limited mobility. To go on a crusade was in some cases to throw off one's feudal obligations. The Church tried to ease the way by, for example, suspending debts for those who took the cross and forbidding creditors to seize their lands while they were away. And this meant a debtor could depart without fear of returning to complete ruin. Something like a fresh start. I mean, when you have nothing to lose. Well, townspeople, too, might have been enticed by the thought of profitable trade in the East, or simply swept up by pious patriotism for Christianity. Urban had explicitly encouraged the rich to aid the poor in going, and indeed many nobles did sponsor and equip poorer neighbors or neighbors or vassals to join the march, and this created a sense of communal endeavor. Everybody, rich or poor, could share in the spiritual riches of the crusade. All of this mass enthusiasm was further stoked by a network of itinerant preachers, and that's beyond Peter the Hermit. All across France and Germany, clergymen took up Urban's cause, preaching in churches, public squares. They all spoke in the vernacular languages, so even the illiterate listeners could grasp the message. Now, do remember that back in those days, the Bible was not translated for the common people to read. You would go to a mass in Latin and just, ask questions to the preacher afterwards, I suppose. Well, miracles, too. They were reported as signs of God's divine favor. There were tales of heavenly lights pointing the way east. Or, if divine apparitions urging people to go on, they were considered miracles, too. In Genoa, it's said that the city's patron saint appeared in a vision to assure support for a fleet. Whether that's true or rumor, it certainly galvanized those faithful. And by the time the main armies of the First Crusade left Europe in the late summer of 1096, an estimated 60 to 100,000 people were on the move, including non-combatants. Now, this was an unprecedented migration. It included women, some who went to support their husbands, priests, to provide spiritual guidance, and all manner of camp followers. The journey was extremely arduous, across the Balkans, through the harsh winter in Anatolia and beyond, but the motivating fire for many was the vision of the holy city, and the conviction that they were part of God's grand plan. Now, it is worth emphasizing, too, that many truly experienced what they thought was divine intervention along the way. When hardship struck, starvation, disease, heat, it caused disillusionment in some. A few turned back, yet a core persisted, bolstered by religious resolve and by leaders who kept reminding them of the sacred purpose. A sunk cost fallacy, I suppose. Thus, Popular fervor was both the fuel and at times the uncontrolled wildfire of the Crusade. It made it a people's movement, in addition to a princely one, and it just shows again why contemporaries felt that it had to happen right now. A French farmer in the day might say, well, we just simply have to help our Lord and our brothers. God himself calls us. There was a sense of immediacy. Many believed that failing to respond to God's summons would invite divine wrath, or at least be a terrible shame. And if everybody else was going off to the crusade, you wouldn't want to be the one guy in the village who didn't. Only so many ordinary folk convinced and participating, the First Crusade took on this air of a popular apocalypse, a showdown between the faithful and the forces of darkness. And in every way, every Christian soul could play their own part. Anyone can be a hero. Of course, faith and fervor, they were the driving forces. But we'd be a bit silly to ignore the political and economic factors that made the whole thing feasible, and also in some leaders' eyes desirable. Here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you. No matter what they tell you, you've always just got to follow the money. Someone benefits. Someone's making something. It doesn't mean that the whole ideal is null and void. But where there's money to be made, the people who want to make it all rush on in. Now, the late 11th century, that was a time in general of intense papal ambition and Christian statecraft, and the Crusaders served those ends, even as it wore the mantle of piety. So, let's consider all of that now. Look at how the political motives align sometimes a little uncomfortably with the more religious and pious narrative. First, the papacy itself had reasons to champion such a venture. Pope Urban II, as we have mentioned, was a reformer following in the footsteps of the great Pope Gregory VII. Now, as for Gregory, he'd once envisioned raising an army of knights to aid Byzantium and maybe even reclaim Jerusalem as early as the 1070s. Well, spoiler alert, that plan never materialized due to conflicts in Europe. But it does show that the idea was germinating in reformist circles. By 1095, Urban saw an opportunity to assert the leadership of the Roman Church over all Christendom. If the Pope could raise an army by mere power of his word, an army not to fight other Christians, as in past political quarrels, but to fight the enemies of God, it would dramatically elevate the spiritual authority of his office. And yes, it is a hell of a legacy. No pun intended with the usage of the word hell. He would, in effect, become the leader of not just the papacy, but Christendom in a very tangible way, commanding not just prayer and doctrine, but armies of the faithful. And you have to remember, at this time, the papacy had been locked in a struggle with secular rulers, the investiture controversy with the Holy Roman Empire, who had ultimate sway over Christendom. The First Crusade, whether intentionally or not, seems to have sidestepped all of these little squabbles. And no reigning king, by the way, went on the crusade. The King of France, Philip I, was excommunicated at the time and stayed home. The Holy Roman Emperor, Henry IV, was tied up in a conflict with the Pope. And the King of England, William II, well, he just wasn't interested. Yeah, no interest from the English, I'm afraid, in the First Crusade. And so this left Urban with a clear field to rally the nobility and knights without royal interference. It is a telling detail. The Crusades were largely led by second-tier monarchs and great lords, rather than kings, and it meant that the Pope's influence was very important. In calling and legitimizing the Crusade, Urban was effectively superseding kings in the eyes of many, a bold statement of papal primacy. Of course, if the kings aren't around, who's the second in command? This whole thing was Urban's idea in the first place, so he better be around to take a bit of responsibility. Now, let's consider the Byzantine angle. Emperor Alexios Komnenos, who had asked for help and surely hoped for a force he could control or that would return his lost territories to him. Urban's call fulfilled part of that request. It brought a force far larger than Alexios expected, even frighteningly so. From a Western perspective, aiding fellow Christians in the East was a noble justification. Chroniclers often mention that the Eastern Church was in anguish and needed relief. Urban's own letter to the French churches after Clermont framed this crusade as coming to the rescue of Eastern Christendom. He wrote, "The Christians of the East have implored our aid." This fostered a sense of Christian unity across East-West lines, a potentially healing gesture after the schism. Some believe that Urban also had in mind the reunion of the churches under Rome's leadership. A little ambitious. But if Western knights saved Byzantium, perhaps the Byzantine Church would acknowledge the debt that they owed to the papacy. In any case, to an 11th century Christian knight fighting to protect fellow Christians, whether they be Greeks, Armenians, Syrians, etc., from Turkish oppression, well, that was a just and noble cause. For the great lords who led the Crusade armies, the Prince's Crusade, as we might now call it, political and territorial ambitions walked hand in hand with piety. And don't be naive. Don't think that those like Bohemond, Raymond, or Baldwin of Boulogne were indifferent to worldly gains. Once again, we can't slip into this romanticism of King Arthur-like knightly virtue. Quite a few of them hoped to carve out their own leaderships in the East, and indeed, as events turned out, some Crusade leaders became rulers of the new Crusader states. Baldwin took Edessa in 1098 and later became the king of Jerusalem. Bohemond settled as the Prince of Antioch. Was this outcome completely planned from the start? What do you think? Well, not officially. If it was, they didn't talk about it out loud. They all swore oaths to Emperor Alexios in Constantinople to return former Byzantine lands to him. But the temptation of land and tithe in the exotic East proved to be a little too strong. When Alexios did not or could not help at crucial moments, like during the siege of Antioch, Crusade leaders felt released from their promises. They often justified taking possession of cities in moral terms, either as fair reward for their bloodshed or because the Greeks, quote, abandoned the Crusaders, thus voiding any obligation they had to them. In the context of 1095 to 99, it's important to note that these princes could sincerely reconcile ambition with holy purpose. A knightly lord might rationalize, God wants us to have these lands to better defend Christendom on earth. For example, when Baldwin of Boulogne assumed control of the county of Edessa, becoming the first Crusader prince to found a state, by the way, he did so at the invitation of Christian Armenians living there, who needed protection against the Muslims. Baldwin became the adopted heir of an Armenian lord and took over Edessa's governance. One could view this cynically as opportunism. Baldwin's first thought was not Jerusalem, but securing a personal domain. But look at it from another angle. Baldwin's actions planted a Christian bastion deep within enemy territory, and arguably, that was going to be a pretty big advantage for a wider crusade. I suppose maybe a little bit of both columns is true. Baldwin likely saw it as a fortunate turn for himself and a service to the cause, protecting fellow Christians on the flank of the main army. This dual reasoning shows how Crusaders merged this principle with a kind of pragmatism. Now, in terms of economic motives, yes, they were there, but they played a little bit of a subtler role. Behind the nobility stood the Italian mercantile cities. Think about Genoa, Pisa, Venice, and they were quick to support the crusade with ships and supplies. Really, the best thing they could do was provide a navy. These city-states recognized that if the Levantine ports were captured by Latin Christians, it would open lucrative trade routes for them. Almost as soon as Crusaders began winning victories, Italian fleets arrived to assist. And, of course, to share in the profits. Cha-ching. Plenty of them to be had. For instance, a Genoese fleet helped the Crusaders take Antioch and later Jerusalem, and in return, Genoa received trading quarters and privileges in those cities. While these arrangements were not the initial driver of the crusade, the expectation of an economic reward certainly helps get support from those who might otherwise remain on the sidelines. Like we always say here, it always greases the wheels. A merchant or craftsman might justify backing the crusade, or even going in person, by the prospect that new markets and wealth would flow from a Christian-controlled Holy Land. And again, the medieval mindset, commerce and faith, they weren't really contradictory. Success in trade, well, that's just another one of God's blessings. Another angle of political motivation was the prestige and influence to be gained by participants. For younger nobles without much inheritance, joining the crusade in the retinue of a famous lord offered quite a chance of advancement. Many obscure knights made names for themselves through bravery or leadership during the crusade. Chronicles celebrated individuals who would otherwise be forgotten simply because they took part in this grand affair, a rare opportunity for social mobility, or at least fame, a kind of feudal ambition. Well, there is also this balance of sincere faith and shrewd politics, which is perhaps embodied best by Pope Urban II himself. After Clermont, he continued preaching throughout Europe, drumming up support for the expedition. He must have been astounded by the scale of the response. It exceeded even the most optimistic of hopes, yet he always framed the crusade as fundamentally a spiritual endeavor. If there were political side benefits, healing the schism, asserting papal leadership, curbing knightly violence at home, these were portrayed as happy little accidents, a corollary to doing God's work. In fact, Urban never visited the Holy Land, nor did he live to see the outcome. He died in 1099, just 2 weeks after Jerusalem fell, apparently without even knowing the news. Yeah, it took a while for the news to reach back then. But he had set in motion a movement that would recast the political landscape of the Mediterranean, and from a long-term perspective, the Crusade created Latin Christian states in the East and dramatically increased Western influence. Those outcomes might have been intended or perhaps unintended, but for the people of the time, they were often interpreted as part of God's providence. So, political motivations in their thinking did not really detract from the sense of righteousness. Really, they were entwined. A medieval noble or clergyman could believe that strengthening Christendom's unity and territory was itself a godly goal. There was no hard separation between political and religious spheres as we might think of today. No separation of church and state back then. The church was the state. Installing a Christian prince in Antioch or a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem, that was seen as both a strategic win and a spiritual triumph. And so there it is. Having travelled through all these facets of the First Crusade's justification, where exactly do we arrive to? Well, I suppose from the perspective of the people back then, it was a convergence of righteous cause, divine command, and just communal will. And yes, it did have to happen, because it answered a profound spiritual need, a pressing call for help from fellow Christians, and even a social necessity to quell violence at home, propelled by this genuine devotional energy as well as earthly hopes of those who took part. And so I think that is enough for today. Thank you again for listening. I'm going to, as usual, go through the patrons who are on that top tier level. Let's do it. Let me just find where it is. Hang on. Well, this is embarrassing. Where is it? There it is. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Oh, you're probably asleep anyway. Who am I fooling? Well, let me thank the top tier patron supporters now. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Dalbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokhan. I always think of Dragon Ball Z when I read that name. Like Goku and Gohan, but you know when they do the fusing thing, you know if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Gokhan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtesy, and Carol. Now, Courtesy, I'm very sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I don't quite know how to pronounce it. Anyway, thank you so much, and now you know all about the First Crusade. And that's going to help you out in your next party conversation. And let them all know the details. As for me, I think it's time for a little bit of a rest. Good night, everyone. As always, lots of love to you all, and I will see you in the next video. Farewell for now.